Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Bag Holder. This term has come from Wall Street. It means that the trader kept altcoins in his portfolio for too long and they went down in value.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of the art in blockchain and cryptocurrency technology. Reimagine 2020.
Hello, everyone. I'm Roger Ver. I was the first person in the world to start investing in the cryptocurrency and blockchain ecosystem. I've been involved almost 10 years full-time now, and I'm really excited to be a part of Reimagine 2020.
Hey, everybody. It is Patrick McLean, one of your guests here for Reimagine 2020. Obviously, we're going live for 72 hours. We have, a large amount of speakers, right? But not all of them as special as I think the one that we're about to have right now. A lot of you have heard his name, I'm assuming. For those that haven't, I'll let him introduce himself in a bit more detail so I don't butcher it. But, I know him as one of the first investors in the space, definitely hands-on, I think very opinionated, and has his vision for what, this community should really be and some of the direction that should be taken. So before I go on too long, Roger, do you want to introduce yourself and maybe tell everybody a bit about how you got into the space?
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. So for those that don't know, I'm Roger Ver. I was the very first person in the entire world to start investing in this ecosystem. And I had the very first established business to start accepting Bitcoin for payments. Way back in 2011, my company Memory Dealers started accepting Bitcoin for payments all over the world. And then in 2012, I launched another website called bitcoinstore.com that only really old-time crypto people will remember. But before that, everybody said, oh, Bitcoin, yeah, what can you buy with it? Well, with the launch of that website, we could now say more than 500,000 consumer electronics products you could buy with Bitcoin at prices generally cheaper than Amazon. And that was a real big turning point that led to this mass adoption around the world of cryptocurrencies being used as currencies. And that's what excited me so much about this, is that now we don't have to depend on governments or banks or PayPal or whoever to give you permission to send and receive money with people over the internet. Now you can just do it permissionlessly, and you don't need permission from anybody, and it works for everybody, young or old, rich or poor, black or white, worldwide. What could possibly be more exciting than that on the internet? And so it just sucked up my entire life, devoted every waking moment to promoting that for almost 10 years now, full time.
Definitely. And I know there's a lot to unpack there, and I want to try to get to it here over this call. But before we kind of go down that path, and you and I were talking earlier, there's for the 3,000-4,000+ students watching this, do you mind giving them your perspective a little bit? Like, what was your past journey even before blockchain? Like, what kind of led you up into this space, right? Like, what were your past experiences that you think kind of made this the right fit for you?
Yeah, and I definitely had a great convergence of my background to be the person to appreciate this before just about anybody else. So my hobby for years before the invention of Bitcoin had been studying economics and monetary theory and what the origin of money is and how something comes to be used as money. And so I was reading all sorts of books on this subject by people like Ludwig von Mises and Murray Rothbard and Milton Friedman and these great thinkers in human history. And then there's a whole nother story that I suppose we could do a whole other podcast on, but I actually did some time in a federal prison. And while I was in federal prison, though, I got to see on a micro scale exactly how the economy within the prison works. And I got to see the empirical evidence right before my eyes that the theories I had read about in the books about how something comes to be used as money was true in practice. So the book said in theory, something that's easily divisible, easily transportable, you can store for a long time, it's easily recognizable, and it has some other use there, wind up becoming used as money. And that was like how gold and silver and things like that came to be used as money historically. And right there within prison, I saw the exact thing happen in practice with tobacco, right? Because tobacco's easily storable, easily divisible, easily recognizable. It doesn't go bad, and then people can smoke it. So like it naturally became used as money in the prison there. So I got to see not only were the theories from the books right in theory, but I got to see in practice they were true, because it definitely happened right there. And so my other background, I've been using computers my entire life. Have the right computer science background to understand technically how Bitcoin worked. I ran one of the most popular bulletin board systems in Silicon Valley, for anybody that's still old enough to remember BBSs, which will really date me as to how old I am now. But anyhow, when Bitcoin came along, I could understand the economic reasons why this was going to be useful as money, and I could understand technologically how nobody could shut this down or stop it or block the payment. So this was the most exciting thing to ever emerge in front of me in my life. And I had the right situation. I had some financial resources, and I was in the right spot at the right time with the right resources to promote this to the world. So the first thing I did is I took out a giant billboard on the side of the expressway in Silicon Valley promoting that we accept Bitcoin. I started paying for radio station ads on more than 100 radio stations across America, promoting Bitcoin and telling people that they can use it as money. This is back in 2011 when the price was like $2 each, just to be clear with the timing on all this. So yeah, it's just been a wild, wild ride. And the part that I think has maybe changed the most, though, is in the early days, everybody knew that Bitcoin was money. It was a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. It said that right there in the title. And everybody's goal was to build the tools and the infrastructure to enable people to actually use it as money. And then today, the narrative has changed, though. The narrative behind Bitcoin is no longer that it's money. They actually, mock people who want to use it for payments and for money. And so for me, the narrative with Bitcoin today is, oh, it's a store of value. Well, if you pick up an economics book, you'll realize that nothing can be solely a store of value without having some additional use case. The reason everybody in the US uses dollars as a store of value is because you can spend them anywhere. The reason people use real estate as a store of value is because you can live in the house or use the building for a business. There's nothing ever in the entire history of humankind that's only used as a store of value and doesn't have some additional secondary use case. So if people think that Bitcoin is going to be only used as a store of value without having some secondary use case, you have another thing coming. It's just a Ponzi scheme if that's the case. And that's why today I'm so much more bullish about the cryptocurrencies that actually have secondary use cases. Things like Bitcoin Cash, Ethereum, of course, Dash, Monero, the ones that are actually trying to get people to use them for something other than just being a store of value. Because if you want to use, something as a store of value, it has to have some reason that people would want to use it. And a real reason isn't, oh, everybody else is going to use it too, and then nobody does anything with it. That just doesn't make any sense for me. And so it's heartbreaking for me to say that as the first person in the world who started promoting Bitcoin. But the thing that I started promoting in 2011 that was called Bitcoin then, the thing that everybody's calling Bitcoin today is a totally different thing and has almost nothing to do with it. Bitcoin Cash and a bunch of other cryptocurrencies are much more similar and much more exciting to me than what everybody's calling Bitcoin today. But everyone sees the number, oh, Bitcoin's $10,000 each. It's so exciting. And like, okay, go for it. But I think in the long term, utility is what drives mass adoption, and the mass adoption is what will drive the price in the long term. So I'm very, very bullish on the future of Bitcoin Cash. It could easily go up 1,000 times in price from where it is today. Bitcoin, it's never even going to go up 100 times from where it is today. I'd be absolutely stunned if it did that.
Got it. All right. So again, a lot to unpack. And just, I want to pivot to some of these points, but I think one thing I want to try to pull out a little bit, because I think it gets lost in people sometimes, like how many nuances, right? How many stories, like people hear so many stories about this little battle over here, or these developers are taking, and kind of how things change direction. Do you mind kind of just walking the audience through a little bit? Like when would you say you first got into blockchain? Like, is there a year that you put a label on it?
So there's, I guess, two answers to that question. So I first got involved with Bitcoin in, I think, February of 2011. But I've been aware of cyber cash, or the permissionless cash for the internet. I've been aware of that since like the late 1990s. having read about it in science fiction books like Cryptonomicron, and reading about it in nonfiction books like Future Imperfect by David D. Friedman, which is still a fantastic book to read to this very day. And he was just an amazing visionary as to what sort of things were going to be possible and take place on the internet once the invention of peer-to-peer electronic cash comes into existence. So he predicted, David Friedman predicted all this. He predicted the Silk Road, he predicted Bitcoin, he predicted all these things more than a decade before the actual invention. And so if you go back and read his book today, it still is just so incredibly insightful to this very day. So maybe I heard about it in the 90s. Maybe I heard about it, when it came out. So I guess the answer is both of those things.
Got it. So take me to 2011, if you don't mind. Can you describe the space in 2011? Just the high level bullet points. And I think we'll just maybe jump around the years after and I want to hear a little bit about specifically what you think kind of evolved.
Yeah. So in 2011, the excitement and the euphoria and the enthusiasm, and it felt like Bitcoin was going to become money for the entire world in the course of just a couple of months. Everybody's going to hear about it and they're going to see, oh my gosh, this is so much better than all the government issued currencies. We're going to switch to this just basically overnight. And here we are a decade later, and there hasn't been nearly as much adoption as I thought was going to happen in maybe the first year. And you talk about, there's just so many different side stories and so many different, little pieces of drama here and there. And if you didn't live through it, you wouldn't be aware or know of it. But Bitcoin, and obviously people will disagree with me on this, but Bitcoin, from my point of view, clearly was hijacked. The entire point of the project was to be a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And today, nobody's trying to use Bitcoin as cash, but yet they want to claim the Bitcoin name. And so that's probably the biggest piece of drama that went on over the 10 years, is that everybody that's calling Bitcoin today, they don't realize that it's not the same thing that got all the early people excited about Bitcoin to begin with.
And do you think it was hijacked before 2011, after, right when you got into it, or?
I think it was an ongoing attack. And so here's an example of this, that very, very, very few people, even in crypto today, will have any idea that this has been going on so long. So in 2015 or so, the main Bitcoin discussion platform, our Bitcoin, engaged in a massive censorship thing that's going on to this very day, where you're not even allowed to talk about why Bitcoin Cash might be a good alternative to what everyone's calling Bitcoin today. Almost everybody knows about that. What they won't know about is that in 2011, in June, the price of Bitcoin in the course of just a couple of weeks went from $2 or $3 to $30, right? So it went up about 10x in about 2 weeks or so there. And everybody around the world, including the media, was paying some attention to Bitcoin at that point because it just went up 10x in 10 days. That's a really, really big deal. And the main discussion platform for everybody who was interested to talk about Bitcoin back in 2011 was another website called bitcointalk.org. And what happened when all of a sudden people were the most interested and most excited and wanted to talk about Bitcoin the most, with new people coming in that were interested, the platform of bitcointalk.org became unusable because it was just flooded with these accounts that nobody knew and didn't recognize the name, just posting fluff comments that weren't of any substance whatsoever, like price is going up, buy, sell, oh no, look at this, right? And they would just flood the forum with a whole bunch of posts, so you couldn't actually, find the posts that were actually people saying interesting things, that were having interesting thoughts. So whoever or whatever entity it was that was attacking Bitcoin, they were already doing it since 2011 of June. The moment every new person wanted to learn about Bitcoin, they turned off the discussion platform effectively and made it impossible for anybody to use it by flooding it with just nonsense fluff comments. And so I think a lot of people won't be aware of that today, that this has been going on since at least 2011. And if you think about a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, this is one of the most disruptive technologies to ever come into existence for all of humankind, where it empowers individuals against the control of the state. And for me, as a libertarian and someone who thinks that each individual owns themselves and owns their own life, this is fantastic. What could possibly be more exciting about empowering individuals to have more control over their own life? But the people that have the most to lose are the existing nation states, right? If suddenly nobody has to use the money they're issuing and they no longer have the ability to control the flow of money, that's an absolute disaster for nation states that want to control the economy and control people. And the NSA in 2010, right, when Bitcoin was just pennies, reached out to some of the Bitcoin software developers and asked them, hey, can you explain this Bitcoin thing to us? And can you tell us about this? So the NSA was already looking into, or maybe, I'm sorry, it was the CIA. I'm sure the NSA was looking into it as well. But the CIA publicly invited these Bitcoin software developers to say, hey, can you explain this Bitcoin thing to us? So if the CIA was looking into it in 2010, there's, I guess, two reasons that they could be doing that I can think of at the moment. One is they want to use it for themselves somehow. Two, they want to disrupt it because it's going to be a disruption to their, funding ability. And I think probably both of those things were the real reasons. But the CIA has unlimited money from the U.S. Government. They can print and tax as much as they want, and then they can use it to fund the CIA to do their drug running and gun smuggling and assassination projects all over the world. Of course, they'd be upset with Bitcoin, because if the entire world were to start using Bitcoin as money, the CIA's money gets cut off, right? And I think that's a great thing that the CIA's money gets cut off. But the CIA would be really upset about that. This is an organization that's been around for decades and likes to pull strings all over the world. You think they're going to let the rug be pulled right out from under them without doing anything? No, you'd be naive to think that. So I don't think it's a wild conspiracy theory to think that maybe the CIA or some other government agencies had a lot to do with the undermining of Bitcoin being able to be used as peer-to-peer electronic cash. And one more tangent on that too. In 2013, the IRS came out with a ruling that Bitcoin is not money, it's property. And so if Bitcoin is property, that means everybody has to record every transaction they do and report their capital gains tax on it. Whereas if Bitcoin had been money, everybody could have just used it as money and you wouldn't have to jump through these 1,000,001 capital gains tax reporting hoops in regards to the use of Bitcoin. And so then another company called Blockstream, who raised like $100 million from traditional financial companies, went out there and they did everything they could to make sure that Bitcoin was viewed as a store of value, as property, not usable as money. And then they broke Bitcoin's ability to be used as money. And that's exactly what the IRS wanted, right? So, and then all these useful idiots on the internet also are saying, yeah, Bitcoin's a store of value, don't use it as money. And so they're I look at all these people out there in regards that are, agree with them or not. Look at the people that are protesting against the coronavirus lockdowns out there, right? This is an example of Stockholm Syndrome. So the people that don't agree with the lockdowns, they're out there protesting, but they're waving American flags out there like the very entity that's oppressing them from their point of view in regards to the lockdown. So like, if you're protesting what the American government's doing to you, why would you be waving American flags at the protest? And it's the exact same thing with the cryptocurrency stuff. There's all these people that basically, unknowingly are participating in the, kind of a form of Stockholm syndrome, where the U.S. government is undermining Bitcoin's ability to be used as money, and the people that have the chance to benefit the most from if Bitcoin were to be able to be used as money around the world are there saying, yeah, don't use Bitcoin as money. And it's just, it brings a tear to my eye to see that happen. So that's the end of my rant at the moment. Feel free to unpack it however you'd like.
No. And one part I agree with you on, I've always thought about it, and sometimes I think people look at it and they kind of minimize it. I think, you have the Craig Wrights of the world that say, let's link with banks, right? I want to go to the regulators. I want to make it really easy on them for tax purposes or whatever, which I think in that part of him, a lot of people don't understand. On the other half, it's like people look at it as purely it's Libra or, right, some form of a kind of bank war. But in reality, I think the biggest, I know this is a risk to the U.S. government, right? Because people if they can't collect taxes, that's a huge issue for them, right? If this becomes a form where people can kind of move around it. B, America only drops bombs on certain countries nowadays, right? And the rest of them, or, the Russias and the North Koreas, they're going around trying to sanctioning them, right? And it becomes a lot harder to sanction or get somebody to kind of bend your will if you cut them off from, the SWIFT financial system when they can pass $1 billion in a coffee shop on a USB stick, right? So I can't imagine that they're not looking at it, right, from kind of the geopolitical landscape and saying, is this one of our biggest like war, right, or deterring efforts, right, where we want a dictator to act a certain way, and us being able to control the dollar or their banks doesn't really influence them. I want to move on past 2011, but one last question on 2011. So you enter the space. Obviously, you're seeing a bunch. It seems like you kind of, I know it's like Silk Road 2010. I think Bitcoin maybe started to get a little bit of a stigma bolted onto it of, people are using it for drugs or whatever, right? Maybe that's what certain law enforcement agencies or whatever really wanted to make sure that was out in the public psyche. When you came into the space, what was your kind of first on-ramps? And it seems like you were doing multiple things. And in a certain way, I've kind of used a bit of an evangelist, where you're going out putting up billboards, stuff like that, probably things other people weren't doing. You're a bit more kind of ballsy with it, right? Which I think the space needs a little bit more of. So what was kind of your position in 2011? Like, what did you feel your role was in the space?
Yeah, so I was basically the main marketer for Bitcoin. I put up these billboards, I paid for the radio ads, and then I started funding businesses in the ecosystem. There were no venture capital funds, at that point. There was basically nobody interested in that point. That's why the price was so low. So the first investment I think was a company out of New York that allowed people to buy Bitcoin via cash deposits at Walgreens and Walmart and CVS and places like that. And then I also started selling, I don't know if it was 2011 or 2012 at that point, but I started selling Bitcoin, physical Bitcoins for credit cards and PayPal payments. And so for my previous business, I knew how to deal with credit card fraud issues because we had people every single day with stolen credit cards or trying to buy stuff from us because I was selling computer memory. It was one of the main targets for people with stolen credit cards. Bitcoin is probably about the only thing better than computer memory to buy if you have a stolen credit card, but I knew how to handle that from selling memory. So we sold thousands of Bitcoins to people all over the world and accepted credit cards and PayPal to do that. And this was back in like 2011 and 2012. And so it was a fantastic way for people to be able to get their first Bitcoin because back then, there wasn't Coinbase. The Coinbase, hadn't even started to, become an idea yet with those guys. There weren't any of these websites. There were no mobile wallets on your phone. There wasn't an app you could download. The only wallet there was the full node, desktop. It's called Bitcoin QT back then. The entire full node thing that you'd have to download gigabytes worth of the blockchain to do that. So like my role at that point were two things. One, chief marketer, and then two, like chief or only investor. I was the only person in the world investing in these startups, and there were dozens and dozens of them all over the world that I just sprinkled with seed capital to try and get them going.
Well, and I think that's one thing, from the outside, and I only know a little bit about you, and the first time talking with you, but that's kind of what I've always seen you as, right? And I'm sure a lot of times it was a thankless job, right? Like most things people do that are.
Back then it was all right. Today there's a bit more hostility because people like they view Bitcoin as the store of value and they see every other cryptocurrency as a threat to its market share. And from my point of view, like I own Bitcoin, I own Bitcoin Cash, I own Ethereum, I own a couple dozen different cryptocurrencies. Let's make them all as useful as we possibly can. Instead of fighting as to what percentage slice of the pie your favorite cryptocurrency has, let's grow the entire pie so that people all over the world get to use this. So a lot of people won't know this. So like I put up the seed money to start Ripple, right? If you're familiar with XRP, I was the second person ever involved in that. It was my money that started that company. And that was back in like 2011 or 12 as well. So I've never, ever been a maximalist. And the reason I'm such a big fan of Bitcoin Cash today is because of all the cryptocurrencies out there in the world. I think Bitcoin Cash has the best chance of becoming cash for the world and bringing more economic freedom to people all over the world and stripping away government's ability to control people all over the world. Tomorrow, if I thought it was XRP, I'd promote that. If I thought it was BTC again, I'd promote that. If I thought it was something else, I'd promote that. So it's not a case of tribalism or maximalism for me. It's a case of which one's has the best shot at bringing more economic freedom to the world. And if you look at the fundamentals and the network effect and the user experience, Bitcoin Cash is right up there at the top of the list.
So for anybody listening, especially for the students that are listening that are the 19 to 22-year-olds, and you guys are kind of in the space a little bit, right? And you probably missed a lot of the drama that happened in the last few years, right? You might know a little bit about it. And there might be some experts on this call. There might be some people that think they're experts, and the general population, right? But I think these types of conversations, right, especially I think revisiting some of this past a little bit, people don't know, right? Like I bet you most people didn't know you're one of the first investors into Ripple, right? And
yeah, not one of the first. The first. I was the second person. Period. So Jed McKeown had the idea, and I put up the money, and then I was one of the very first people also in Zcash. I put up the money to start Zcoin is another one. And then I've just been involved. Like I was technically the second person ever involved at blockchain.com as well. The guy founded it and he needed some money to buy a real server because he was running it on a Mac Mini in his mom's bedroom. So I gave him some money to do that. And then I started doing the customer service emails for him way back in the early days. So there's a lot of that. Now, a great book, actually, if I can recommend a book that covers the early history of Bitcoin and adoption is called, ironically enough, it's called Digital Gold by Nathaniel Popper. It's really it reads like a science fiction novel. It's a really exciting book, but it's all the parts of the book that I have firsthand direct knowledge of. He did a really, really excellent job of making them accurate. So,
got it. So, and again, like this, I think this is why you guys probably need to listen to Roger, right? It's because it's where you might associate him now with what he's doing today, right? And all the noise sometimes in our news cycle, kind of drowns everything out, where we can only see what's right in front of us, right? It's important to really have context into maybe why people have their opinions, right? Why they have this perception or why they care. It's because they didn't just come into it yesterday, right? This is one of the first investors on planet Earth into
Not
cryptocurrency.
one of the first, the first.
Yeah. All right. All right. Now I have to update it for the rest of the conversation. So let's pivot off 2011. So can you kind of take me to the next important, I mean, I know maybe it's Mount Gox 2013. Can you kind of tell me the next timeline milestone where you think is something really, a monumental shift is really taking place?
Yeah, one of the big turning points, I think, in Bitcoin was when Mount Gox got hacked. And that was a really, really big deal. And everybody remembers like the final closure of Mount Gox, but there was another one also in 2011. And then there was no price for Bitcoin because Mount Gox was the only exchange in the entire world for Bitcoin. And so suddenly when Mount Gox was offline, nobody knew what the price of Bitcoin was. So it made it almost impossible to do business with it because you didn't know what the price was. And then later on, when Mt. Gox collapsed, obviously that was a big problem. People lost a huge amount of money, and it was definitely a disaster. But there were already a whole bunch of other cryptocurrency exchanges out there in the world, right there, ready to pick up the slack for Mt. Gox. So I don't think that was actually as big of a problem as the first time that Mt. Gox was offline because of a hack.
So, I mean, do you think it's that time around 2013, or is there another moment? Like, is there another moment that sticks out? You think like the kind of community is at like a tipping point to a certain extent, and like what are those factors?
Yeah, another real big, I guess, growth moment for Bitcoin was this company called BitPay that again helped put up the seed money to start, and so BitPay really got some big merchants on board to start accepting Bitcoin for payments. So they got companies like Tiger Direct and Newegg and Microsoft and Steam. They got some of these really, really big players in 2013, and it was really Bitcoin clearly was growing around the world, and more people were starting to use it for payments. And you could feel the excitement and the passion. And there were, blockchain.info's number of wallets we're using. Coinbase was growing like crazy. Like every aspect of the ecosystem was growing like crazy. And the number of transactions happening every single day was growing up and up and up. And there were more people around the world using Bitcoin for more things in real commerce that, every week than the week before. And you can see, and there's a really clear correlation between the price of Bitcoin and the amount of transactions and people using it on chain. And then the civil war within Bitcoin started to brew, where people saw that there was this 1 megabyte limit coming up on Bitcoin, in which people inside of 1 megabyte.
And this is like 2013, 2014, like when does this start?
So you know what? Great point. So there was actually one little skirmish in this battle that happened even earlier. This probably happened in 2014. There was a change added to Bitcoin that so the rule on Bitcoin up till that point had always been what's called first seen, first safe, which meant if I send you Bitcoin on the Bitcoin network, and then before it's included in the block, I try and send that Bitcoin back to myself or to somebody else, the miners all just ignore it. They saw the transaction sending it to you first. They ignore any transaction that they see afterwards going to somebody else. They just ignore it. And so in 2014, probably, a guy named Peter Todd and some others came up with this idiotic idea to change the rule from first seen, first safe to this thing called replace by fee, which meant if I send you Bitcoin and I pay a 1 penny fee to send you $100 for whatever I'm buying, I can then rebroadcast that same transaction and pay a 2-cent fee or a 10-cent fee or whatever amount I want and send the money back to myself. And so instead of the money going to you, the money then comes back to me as long as I paid a higher fee. And they called this replace by fee. And it was very contentious within the Bitcoin community. So the BitPays and everybody that was trying to use Bitcoin as money said, no. Once you've sent the Bitcoin, that needs to be it. And these other people argued, no. You need to be able to reverse the transaction by paying a higher fee until that transaction is included in a block. And so that was a really big problem for every business that was accepting Bitcoin, and is still a problem to this very day. Where businesses that are accepting Bitcoin for payments, it's not very safe for them to accept it because the transaction could be double spent on the network. In fact, we just saw, and I hate to even use the word attack because it's not really an attack. They intentionally designed the system that way. But just a month or so ago, there was a payment processor in Australia that was accepting Bitcoin for payments. And you could take just a regular old normal Bitcoin wallet, send the payment to the merchant to buy your sandwich or coffee or whatever they were trying to sell, get your sandwich, and then go right back in your wallet and send the money right back to yourself. And this was just a couple of weeks ago, this was demonstrated. So the response from that payment processor that was accepting Bitcoin, along with a number of other cryptocurrencies on their platform, they turned off Bitcoin. And so now their main payment that's being used on that platform is Bitcoin Cash, because once you send a Bitcoin Cash transaction, it's not reversible. And that's not something that's new to Bitcoin Cash. That's how Bitcoin used to work until these same people that wanted to limit the block size and limit its usability as cash changed that to allow this replace by fee feature. And there was a lot of heated argument within the Bitcoin community at that point. Another guy, Eric Voorhees, wrote an excellent article about how please don't do this. This is really damaging to everybody who's trying to use Bitcoin as money. And so that was one of the first internal arguments. And then later it turned it into the full-on block size, civil war within Bitcoin. And a lot of people today won't realize this. The big blockers, the people that wanted the block size to be increased and Bitcoin to be usable as money for the world, we were the majority. We were the significant majority. And then what happened is that one of the minority position members, though, owned the major discussion platform for this, right? Our Bitcoin on Reddit and bitcointalk.org. And then overnight, when it was clear that the big blockers had the majority, you had almost all the businesses. You had the BitPays, the blockchains, the Coinbases, Bitcoin.com. I don't think it existed yet at that point, but you had everybody that was actually trying to use it as money supported the big blocks. And then the censorship started. And then anybody espousing the big block Bitcoin should be money position would literally have their post deleted. And then all the people that came to Bitcoin afterwards that wound up on these, our Bitcoin or bitcointalk.org, they only were allowed to hear one side of the debate. And now that millions of new people have come to Bitcoin after the censorship started, they only heard the debate. And so everybody in the ecosystem used to, call me Bitcoin Jesus. Now a lot of people claim I'm a scammer, and I'm espousing the exact same thing. But the reason that was able to take root is because millions of, maybe the entire cryptocurrency community was 1 million people. And then since that time, since the censorship started, 10 million people came in, and they only got to hear that one position. So now the people that were influenced by the propaganda and the censorship, they outnumber the original people that knew the truth 10 to 1. And so you can see there's really interesting psychological examples of that, where they basically trick people with peer pressure into doing things, and they have no idea why they're doing it, and they just repeat it. Just like every little kid believes in Santa Claus because everybody around them tells them Santa Claus is real. Now everybody thinks, oh, Bitcoin wasn't supposed to be money, it was supposed to be a store of value, and big blocks are stupid, because that's the only thing that they were allowed to hear because of the censorship when all this was going on. That's still going on to this very day. Like, you can't talk about these things on our Bitcoin, which is the biggest discussion platform by far for Bitcoin related things.
So, and I think we can keep hitting on it, right? I've heard you say a few times, like, I bet you people won't remember this, or I bet you people aren't aware of this, right? And this is actually exactly why we want to have this conversation, right? Because for this next generation of CS majors, data science majors, finance majors, law people that want to work in, and really go down the blockchain path, or, however you want to consider that, in a multitude of applications. I have always looked at this space a little bit from the outside. It's just like, yeah, it's a little bit of like a popularity contest, right? It's clearly there's emotions. People probably are not always thinking clearly. There's kind of a mob mentality, I think, at certain moments, right? Same thing with the news cycle nowadays. I just think it's important to kind of take a step back and like walk through these processes, right? So I want to jump off kind of the 2013 era. And if I were to summarize it from what I'm hearing from you, it's like, it seems like for adoption, it's like a bit of a golden era. It's, the BitPay is kind of the way to actually do transactions with Bitcoin. The Coinbases of the world, et cetera, are really starting to come in play. That infrastructure, we need to really drive adoption in the initial phases, then deploy it after we acquire it, is really starting to shore up. We're hitting some roadblocks with things like Mt. Gox, et cetera. But it sounds like, there's a larger conversation like around those. By the way, like, who are the people that are, for anyone that doesn't know, who are the people that have kind of played with the block size limits that you think have kind of caused some of this internal strife? Are these the core devs, like Blockstream teams? Is this who you're referring to?
Yeah, so there isn't really a single main thing that you can point the finger to. So when Bitcoin first launched, there was I think the blocks were like, there was no block size limit whatsoever, right? And then later they were worried about, people could DDoS the network, so we'll put in a temporary 1 megabyte limit. And then Satoshi himself literally wrote the code to get rid of that and increase it. He also said very clearly, I believe the exact quote was, the ultimate solution is to just allow the blocks to get as big as they need to be. And so that was very clearly and in fact, if you can go on the Internet Archive and look at the original Bitcoin.org from 2011, and you can go and look at the FAQ there, and you can see it goes over very clearly how Bitcoin on chain, by allowing the blocks just to become bigger, can scale to be money for the entire world. So it was right there on the original website. And that was one of the very first questions I had when I heard about Bitcoin. I said, well, can this scale for everybody to use it? And they go over the math right there. Of course, it's all been deleted from bitcoin.org now, but you can go and use the Internet Archive at, I think, archive.org, and look at the early 2011, 2012, probably even into 2013. It was still on the bitcoin.org website explaining how Bitcoin can become used as money for the entire world simply by increasing the block size and allowing people to make on-chain transactions. And so a lot of people probably don't realize that either.
But who, like in 2013, who would these people be? Like if you were to like put a face on, and I want people like, if some kid today creates some new thing and then it goes live and 5-6 years later, he has some community trying to take it over from him, right? Like what should he watch? Like who are those people? And like, how did they get their influence? I mean, it sounds like they had social channels or access to them, but what are some lessons you think people could take from that era?
Yeah, so one of the interesting things, so there's this guy using the screen name Thamos, right? And he's the guy that somehow got the moderatorship position for our Bitcoin and Bitcoin.org. Nobody knows who this guy is. So he's just some anonymous guy. And then I forget which year it was now, but you can find there's like a podcast and some articles about it. But like all of a sudden overnight, there were all these other moderators on our Bitcoin that the community knew. They had real names. One of them was like Jason King, who had this charity that was helping homeless people with Bitcoin in Florida. All of a sudden overnight, he kicked off all of the moderators and put in a whole bunch of new moderators that nobody knew and weren't linked to any real world identities or anything at all. And like, is that the CIA taking over the discussion platforms? Maybe. If you read the CIA's handbook on how to disrupt social movements, that's exactly one of the things from their playbook is to take over the discussion platforms, then cause a bunch of dissent. And that's exactly what happened to Bitcoin. So way wilder conspiracy theories have turned out to be true than that the government intentionally disrupted Bitcoin from within. Like that's very well within the realm of possibility. So to answer your question, where did most of this come from? There was a company called Blockstream that raised like $100 million plus from traditional banks and finances. One of the founders was this guy named Adam Back, who had literally had an invitation directly from Satoshi though to get involved in Bitcoin before the project even launched. Adam Back ignored it and didn't have any interest in it at all. Until Bitcoin had already hit about $1,000 in 2013. And that's when he decided to finally get involved. After I'd already been promoting it full time for almost 3 years.
It's real convenient at that point.
Yeah, real convenient at that point, exactly. So anyhow, his business came in called Blockstream. And basically, if you look at it, their entire business model is to force people to use their products, and they can charge a little, maybe force is a strong word, but they want people to use their cryptocurrency related products, and they can charge a tiny fee every time somebody uses one of their products. But the key point here is that nobody would need to use any of their products at all if Bitcoin had just been allowed to scale on chain. There would be zero demand or zero need for the products that Blockstream was created. So from a business standpoint, it's very, very clear what they did. They crippled Bitcoin and then are selling a solution to the fact that they already crippled it. It would be just like me if I whacked your legs out with a baseball bat and said, hey, I have a pair of crutches I'll sell you. That's exactly what Blockstream did to Bitcoin, and it's really frustrating to see that have happened. And they raised all their money from the traditional banks and insurance companies. And I don't know much about the Bilderberg Group. Everybody loves to hate on them on the internet. I don't know much about them, but that was one of the entities that they raised money from. So like, all your conspiracy theorists, guys, get ready and figure out what the connection is between the Bilderberg and Blockstream. Like I said, I don't know, but I hear lots of noise about the Bilderbergers doing secret things. Well, they're one of the ones that funded Blockstream as well. So,
yeah, it's funny sometimes the trends that we see, and just they're almost laughable. But when you see them enough times in a row, you're almost naive not to put the puzzle pieces together. Hey, so there's a bunch of things I want to get to. There's Bitcoin Cash. I really want your opinion on adoption because I think that's a critical portion to this whole puzzle that people don't really understand enough, whether it's fiat on-ramps, et cetera, where we're kind of going with government regulation, et cetera. But to kind of pivot off 2013, 2014, and I think kind of put a cap here to this timeline, right, which I think is a good lesson for people. What are so we got 2013, 2014. What are those next? Is it 2016, 2017? You think that's like the real landmark moment? And what do you think it is?
Yeah, I think the real landmark moment was at the end of 2017 when the blocks finally did become full. So myself and all these other early adopters have been ringing the alarm bell and saying, please don't let the blocks become full. This will be a disaster for adoption and fewer people will be able to use Bitcoin. And then finally the blocks actually did become full. And we saw for the first time in the entire history of Bitcoin, we saw negative adoption. Companies that used to accept Bitcoin stopped accepting Bitcoin. Microsoft stopped accepting Bitcoin. Steam stopped accepting Bitcoin. And these companies literally put out blog posts explaining, we are stopping to accept Bitcoin because the fees are too high and the network is too unreliable because of the full blocks and the network congestion that it causes. Like they literally put out blog posts saying that. And then today we're seeing, just earlier this week or last week, we're seeing, these small block BTC guys today are trying to rewrite that history, and they're claiming that these businesses didn't stop accepting Bitcoin because of the fees. Whereas if you go back and look, the businesses literally said openly that they stopped accepting it because of the high fees and the unreliable network congestion caused by the full blocks. And so it's really frustrating to see the rewriting of history that's going on. But anyhow, at the end of 2017, the blocks became full. And a lot of people won't know this again, but the average Bitcoin transaction fee got to be over $50 for a single transaction. And many people were paying more than $1,000 for a single transaction. In fact, there were more than 30,000 transactions in which people paid more than $1,000 for a single transaction. And there's more than 300,000 transactions in which people paid more than $100 in fees just to make their Bitcoin transaction. In fact, not only did the network congestion and fees get so bad that companies like Microsoft and Steam and Newegg and on had to stop accepting Bitcoin. Even Bitcoin.com had to start promoting something other than Bitcoin. That's how big of a problem it was. And in the meantime, the CTO of this company, Blockstream, that raised the money from all these traditional financial institutions and successfully crippled Bitcoin, the CTO was literally, he wrote an email to this email list saying, this is a great success for Bitcoin. The fees are over $50 each. I'm popping the champagne to celebrate. And every single person that was trying to use Bitcoin as money in their business was just, pulling their hair out with frustration because the network became unusable. And another, I guess, just double standard that you see from a lot of these people, they don't understand. The Bitcoin BTC core developers, they want the fees to be high. They want the on-chain fees to be high. They want it to be $100 or more. And yet you see all these people in the general public saying, oh, well, this week I only had to pay 5 cents for a Bitcoin transaction. And so it's one or the other. Either you want the fees to be high or you want the fees to be low. You can't have this double standard, yet that's exactly what we have within the Bitcoin community. There's either a bunch of people that are willfully misconstruing the position there, and on one day they'll say, oh, the fees are low, this is great, and on the next they'll say the fees are high, this is great, or there's just a bunch of people that aren't aware of the fact that they want the fees to be high. So if you want the fees to be low and fast, cheap, reliable transactions all day, every day for years into the future, Bitcoin Cash has that roadmap, and that's why I switched to Bitcoin Cash to be promoting, with my time and effort and energy rather than Bitcoin at this point, because it's the same vision of peer-to-peer cash for the world that I got involved in 2011. The thing everybody's calling Bitcoin today isn't, and stopped working that way, and it's not nearly as useful in commerce. The only thing it has going for it now is the network effect of the Bitcoin name that people like myself built up for it, and this bigger network effect and user base. But don't underestimate a bad user experience driving people to other platforms, just like we saw with the migration from MySpace to Facebook, or even before that from Friendster to MySpace, or even before Friendster to High Five. That just shows how old I am for anybody that remembers that one.
I don't even know that one. So, and I usually know most tech, but so. I mean, I kind of want to ask, where do you think it sounds like there's a war breaking out. It sounds like it's literally leveling or rendering the network almost as kind of grinding to a halt. We kind of hit a new point of fees. Now it's a conversation topic. I find sometimes people kind of blatantly ignore things or blindly ignore things until it hits their wallet, right? Or some other place they care. And then, oh yeah, it cost me a lot of money today to send my Bitcoin. I'm going to go look online and see what that says, right? So maybe there's there's a lot of eyeballs around it. How does your place in that conversation really start to come out? Are there some specific actions where you feel like you're kind of drawn out into that fight? Do you feel like you kind of let it was, I really believe this and I see what's going on and I think I can change it?
So initially I was actually silent in regards to the scaling debate because I thought, well, maybe there is some sort of a computer science reason to limit the block size and have the blocks be limited to 1 megabyte. So I was just quiet and just was watching and reading and listening to the different arguments. And in my heart, I was already a big blocker, but I thought, maybe there's something I don't understand. I want to keep an open mind, and if I learn something new, I'll change my opinion. And so I was quiet. And this, for several months, I was just watching and listening to the debate. And then the censorship started. And when the censorship started, like I just, used some logic here. And I said, if you have a strong argument with reasons and facts and logic on your side, you don't need censorship. The only reason you would need censorship is if you have a weak argument and the facts and logic and reason aren't on your side. And so when the censorship started in favor of the small blocks, that's when I started speaking out against the small blocks and started speaking out against the censorship and in favor of, the position that I had to begin with. And so that's still going on to this very day. If small block Bitcoin is a good idea, you don't need censorship to convince people of that. You don't need propaganda to convince people of that. And so that's what made me become loud and vocal in the debate, was when the censorship started. Before that, I was basically silent in regards to the debate. And it's really, I think, hypocritical about so many of these people. Like, Bitcoin's supposed to be censorship-resistant money, yet these people are claiming that it's okay to engage in censorship to protect Bitcoin as censorship-resistant money. Like, the ends don't justify the means. The ends are the means. So if you use a whole bunch of censorship to try and build something, what you wind up with is a whole bunch of censorship. Even if you lie to yourself claiming, oh, we're trying to build censorship-resistant money, that's just you can't build. There's no unethical way of achieving ethical goals. And so if you're using a whole bunch of unethical tools to try and achieve something ethical, you're going to fail. It's impossible.
So you feel like you were kind of, you couldn't break those censorship barriers or whatever those like platforms or those conversations were. So you started going around them or trying to go through them, or what?
Trying to go around them and trying to go through them. And so here's another thing a lot of people won't know. So on our Bitcoin, again, and for a long time, I don't know if the data is still the case to this day, but for years, our Bitcoin had more people talking about Bitcoin and discussing and getting their Bitcoin news than every single other Bitcoin website on the internet combined. So that's how big of an important tool this was. So I'm not like overplaying the importance of this. It had more traffic and more people than every single other Bitcoin website combined. And the top most upvoted post ever in the entire history of that subreddit was right after the censorship started. People started saying, hey, the censorship's not okay. We need a bunch of new moderators that allow people to discuss this. And it was the most upvoted post ever in the entire history of our Bitcoin. And after it had been the most upvoted post ever, it got banned and it got deleted. They censored that one as well. So the most upvoted post ever calling for new moderators to allow people to discuss Bitcoin on our Bitcoin got censored. So like, if that doesn't tell you all you need to know about the mentality of these people, I don't think anything will. So, but a lot of people aren't aware of that today. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to remind people of this. Thank you for that.
If Roger Ver, a lot of people probably wonder how much money Roger Ver has. If Roger Ver had enough money to buy a time machine and he could go back to like 2016, 2017 to give old Roger Ver some advice, what's one thing you would have done differently during that time to really like combat it like in a slightly different way?
Yeah, and I think, I don't know how it would have changed my actions, but I underestimated how effective the censorship was going to be. I really underestimated just how effective that was going to be. And so in today, I have a few more years of experience under my belt. Like, wow, is the censorship effective? And I guess if I can tell a related background story to this. So like in America, we all feel like, oh, we have free speech and we can talk about things and learn about things. And like, to some extent, that's true. Within the Bitcoin community, there's definitely some, manipulation going on. But like, here's an example of like how strong this censorship can be. So like, for those of us that are old enough to remember like the Tiananmen Square massacre in Beijing, China, a bunch of college kids were protesting in favor of democracy in China, and they were literally chanting and the Chinese government sent in the Chinese army, and the students were chanting like the People's Army cannot fire upon the people. Well, they were wrong about that, right? It wasn't the People's Army to begin with, and boy, did they ever fire upon the people. And a huge number of people were killed, college kids, there in China. And today, nobody's allowed to talk about that in China. There's this huge amount of like censorship on the Chinese internet, and there's the Great Firewall of China that prevents people from even hearing about that. And I remember, it's been a while now, maybe 15 years ago, I was in Japan, and I met a Chinese girl, and we started hanging out, and we both were speaking Japanese to each other because that was the language we had the most in common. And I was complaining about stuff the U.S. government does or something like that. And And she said to me, she's like, yeah, I understand why you complain about the US government. They do a lot of really bad stuff, but like, why would you hate the Chinese government? Like they would never do anything bad to the people. And I looked at her, I said, you think that? And she's like, yeah, they're here to help us. And then so I sat her down in front of YouTube and I showed her some of these Tiananmen Square videos that she had never been allowed to see before because she'd been living in China up to that point. And it literally just shattered her entire worldview to where she started crying and the tears were coming down her face. And she said, oh my God, I didn't know any of this. I can't believe this. I didn't know this. I didn't know this. And so she's forever had her worldview changed. And I think a lot of people, if they knew and fully understood what went on within the scaling debate within Bitcoin and the underhanded, lying, cheating, and stealing and shenanigans that went on there, I think they'd have a really, really different opinion in regards to what's the real Bitcoin today and what sort of things went on there. And so if you're not allowed to be exposed to the information, you can't have an informed opinion on the information. So you should ask yourself, why would these people to this very day within Bitcoin, BTC, why are they trying to prevent people from being exposed to new information? And I think the answer is clear. They've succeeded in undermining Bitcoin's ability to be peer-to-peer cash for the world, or at the very least delayed it by maybe a decade. And that's exactly what the governments around the world would want. That's what the CIA and IRS and everybody else would want, but that's not what every individual that values people having more control over their own lives and their own money should want. So it's really disappointing how they've tricked the world into supporting an asset that doesn't have the ability to bring as much economic freedom to the world as the original vision would have.
100%. And I agree with a lot of the points you're saying in censorship. I think even going back to 2015 election, whether you believe Russia infiltrated Facebook and these posts, right? And then how that kind of bot war went down. Regardless, if there was a pendulum that swung, it's Zuckerberg and Facebook being brought in front of Congress and the Googles and the Twitters of the world, where they're almost being pushed now, right, to be the ones to hey, Facebook, why aren't you, right? It's a really slippery slope, right? Everybody, go ahead.
If I can interject a little bit there too, and let's talk about the incredibly hypocritical double standard from the U.S. on that. The U.S. government is mad. Maybe Russia manipulated our election by buying ads on Facebook, right? Or look at what the U.S. government does. They manipulate every election around the world, and if the guy that they don't want to win wins, sometimes they literally go in and assassinate that person. They'll kill the guy that wins the election if they don't like the outcome of that election. And the U.S. is mad about other countries interfering in their election. That's one of the biggest hypocritical double standards in the history of the world there. So please continue.
You can get a Jimmy Kimmel clip in the middle of the street somewhere in middle America outside of some large box retailer and ask a random question. Do you think it's bad that we killed this person or turned over their government or stole their election? Well, no, right? And we could pull out the general comedy points. They did it for freedom, or they did it to protect us, or dig a little deeper. They can't pick out this country on the globe, and then you can start to get a little scared, right? Before you say, if you have so much absolute belief in something that you don't even know where they are geographically, right? And so I tend to agree with you on that point, right? Where it's yeah, I don't even know how you get mad at Russia tries to take over one of your elections when you could just go down the list of declassified reports from 50 years ago and well, we clearly were okay with killing people because they didn't do what we wanted, right? It's Facebook ads and groups start to get a bit deprioritized in regards to morals. But hey, so I want to back out of this, and thanks again for going with me. And I think it kind of leads us up to the larger conversation. So there's this wall, the Great Wall of Bitcoin sounds like it's getting thrown up in censorship. You're kind of starting to battle this and go around them, go through them in certain ways. And I think you just told us if you could go back, you'd probably want to realize more at the time. Just how strong that force field was, right? Maybe you would approach it a little bit differently. So then what is your answer? This is Bitcoin Cash, or was there anything before that or that kind of culminated or got to a point with Bitcoin Cash?
So a lot of people, here's another thing a lot of people won't know. A lot of people think I created Bitcoin Cash. I had nothing to do with the creation of Bitcoin Cash. I had zero to do with the creation of that one. I had zero to do with the creation of Bitcoin. But once it became clear that Bitcoin was no longer going to be allowed to scale to be money for the world, I had two options. I could either, retire and, live out my life on a beach, which isn't fulfilling for me, right? I want to make the world a better place for everybody, and I want to build the tools and infrastructure to do that. And so then I had to look around and say, okay, well, if Bitcoin can't become money for the world any longer, which one has the best shot at doing that? And Bitcoin Cash had already been around for maybe 4 or 5 months at that point. And Bitcoin Cash seemed like it had the best shot at doing that. And so I owned, Bitcoin.com, and Bitcoin Cash already had a lot of traction. And so, okay, boom, I decided to promote Bitcoin Cash as peer-to-peer cash for the world. And if you look at the way the split happened, like there used to just be one single version of Bitcoin, and that one single version of Bitcoin split into 2 versions. One is still called Bitcoin today, and it wound up having all the infrastructure go with it technically because of the way the split happened technically. But all the vision and the user experience and the reasons that Bitcoin became popular to begin with were on the Bitcoin Cash side of the split. And so Bitcoin Cash has to rebuild all the infrastructure and all the wallets and all the exchange integrations and all this stuff. And it doesn't have the Bitcoin name any longer, right? It doesn't have that same network effect that had been built up by people like me on Bitcoin, but it has that good user experience of fast, cheap, reliable payments for the world. In fact, that's a perfect segue. So anybody that, when you guys watch this, I have $25 private keys here. All you need is a Bitcoin.com wallet or any other wallet that can scan a private key. And each person that scans one of these will get $5 in Bitcoin Cash. And these are on-chain transactions right here on the Bitcoin Cash network. And this isn't possible to do with Bitcoin today because the fees are too high on Bitcoin, right? So the fees today, as we're recording this, are about $2 or so on the Bitcoin network, and they're a fraction of a penny on the Bitcoin Cash network, right? So if you go and if these were Bitcoin, if you'd scan one for $5, you'd have to pay $2 in fees to move the money to your wallets. Then you'd only wind up with $3. And then when you want to go and spend your $3, it would cost you another $2. And the person that receives the $1 that's left over wouldn't be able to spend it at all because the fees are more than the $1 that he received. And so that's not usable as peer-to-peer cash for the world. So what I just did there by giving away that money isn't possible on Bitcoin any longer, but it was easily possible in the early days of Bitcoin. And so that thing is now still possible on Bitcoin Cash. And so that's another example of how Bitcoin Cash has all the characteristics that made Bitcoin popular to begin with. The only thing Bitcoin still has is the Bitcoin name and the bigger network effect, but that's changing. We can see people all over the world. In fact, I was talking earlier today with a top 10 social networking app in the entire world wants to integrate Bitcoin Cash payments into their networking app. And I can't wait to work with them to make that happen as well, because it works. They would rather use Bitcoin, right? But like Bitcoin doesn't work. And so we just saw on Twitter a couple of days too, Brave browser. If you don't have it yet, it's fantastic. I just upgraded from Chrome to Brave. I'm really loving it. They built their in-browser cryptocurrency stuff on Ethereum. They wanted to do it on Bitcoin, but the fees were too high, so they couldn't, and Bitcoin Cash didn't exist yet, so they did it on Ethereum. So there's just all this missed opportunity for Bitcoin that could have taken place if it had just been allowed to scale to be money for the world. I think you're muted.
All right, for all the students out there, Roger just gave you either McDonald's or some beer money or some Gatorade money for the week. So,
but if Bitcoin Cash becomes money for the world, each of these could easily become worth $5,000 per token. So maybe I gave away a heck of a lot more there, $100,000. Maybe it'll wind up being total.
We have to revisit that in a time capsule. So again, for everybody listening, and I want to be clear, like why I feel this is important to have this conversation, right? These are the points, right? Like, so we're coming to the point now where clearly, like, this guy gives a shit, right? Like he's been an evangelist in the space. He's putting up billboards while you were in middle school, right? He's rallying around, kind of what he sees as the future, right? And I think maybe read more about him, and I think his background. He mentioned a few things earlier that kind of I think led him along that journey, right, to get to that point where Bitcoin kind of made sense, right, or this world of digital currency kind of made sense. But nonetheless, right, he kind of went through those steps, right? So the last question I'm going to ask in this timeline, and then I want to move on to, I want to hear more about Bitcoin Cash, specifically kind of how that journey is going, how you view adoption. What are some of those, individual components you think going out here, whether it be the next 2 years, 5 years, et cetera, that really is the infrastructure we need, or, are there on both sides of the transactions that really need to be put into place? But, you had mentioned earlier that everybody loved you at one point, and then you, for whatever reason, maybe people were trying to turn people against you, or right, people are getting upset, or there was misinformation. do you feel like you kind of started around the time of Bitcoin Cash? Like, was it because you backed the dog in the fight that wasn't necessarily the one that other people wanted, or?
That certainly added to it, but you know, lots of times people that tell the truth aren't popular. And look what happened to Galileo, right? Like they literally, you know, killed him for saying the truth. So the truth isn't always popular, but it's still the truth. And the truth today is that Bitcoin Cash works better as cash than Bitcoin. And that's something that's hurtful to people that are hoping to get rich by holding Bitcoin, because that truth damages Bitcoin's ability to you know, have a whole bunch more people buy into the fake news that Bitcoin is cool. When the reality is that Bitcoin Cash provides the same user experience that made Bitcoin popular to begin with. And the thing everyone's calling Bitcoin today no longer does.
But like, what were those like specifics? Like, I mean, you know, whatever. I mean, many people probably have different perceptions of you, right? Like, this is my first time talking to you. I can see you're a super nice guy and obviously care. Like, what do you want people to know about you that they don't know, basically? Like, where do you think it's kind of being sold improperly or being conflated?
One of the things that kind of pushes my buttons that I think is not correct is a lot of people say, oh, Roger's just, you know, he's desperately trying to pump Bcash so he can get rich and get a bunch of money. Like, I have more money than I know what to do with for the rest of my life. I'm not here to earn more money. I'm here because I want, for my own personal reasons, to bring more economic freedom to the world. I was a retired multi-millionaire before Bitcoin had even been invented. And then I bought a bunch of Bitcoin. You can do the math and figure out, like, I'm not here because I need to increase the price of Bitcoin Cash so I can, you know, buy a new Lamborghini. I had a Lamborghini before Bitcoin had ever even been invented. And I sold my Lamborghini in 2012 to buy more Bitcoin. A lot of people won't know that. You hear all these people out there saying, oh, I want to get a Lambo when the price goes to the moon. Well, I sold my Lambo in 2012 to buy more Bitcoin. And so the thing, I guess, if I want people to know, it pushes my buttons. Like when you claim, oh, Roger's just trying to pump, you know, Bitcoin Cash to, you know, earn more money. Like, yeah, if Bitcoin Cash does well, I'll earn more money. But like the goal here is I want to undermine government's ability to manipulate the economy and meddle in you know, what people are doing with their own money. I want each individual to be in charge of their own money. That's why I'm giving away free Bitcoin Cash to everybody that I meet, just like I used to do with Bitcoin. And it wasn't exaggeration when I said that each one of these could easily become worth $5,000 someday. In the early days of Bitcoin, I was going around and I would give every single person that I would meet an entire Bitcoin, right? And an entire Bitcoin today is worth you know, around $10,000 when you add up all the different forks that went along the way there as well. So like, it's not hyperbole to say that that could be worth a lot of money someday, but the way it becomes worth a lot of money someday is to build all the infrastructure to allow people to actually use it in their lives as money. And if you don't make it useful, people aren't going to use it. So I'm busy trying to build all those tools to make Bitcoin Cash useful for the world. So I guess that's the thing that I want people to know is if you want somebody to use something, make it useful. And that's what I'm busy trying to do.
Got it. All right. So appreciate you kind of taking us through that, right? And we could go to today, but I think it's probably, you know, that conversation I think will kind of be pulled out. So I've heard you talk about adoption multiple times in this call, right? And when I think from my perception, like how you're kind of explaining Bitcoin Cash is, you know, it can actually be used for transactions, right? That maybe that's one of the core points of it. And I tend to agree with you, right? I have tried to be as big a proponent, whether it is gift cards or Bitcoin to gift card to buy an Airbnb instead of just sending like money through it or whatever, is really try to test the technology, like for any single thing I can pay for it, you know, within reason, like really try to use it, right? Same with Bitcoin Cash, etc. Right? So how do you view adoption, right? Like, do you think we've just come nothing but like a really long way in an amazing way the last few years? Do you feel like the promises kind of sold short? And the other half of that, you know, what, and for example, I was before leading up to this Christmas, I had just for fun, my team had extra spare time. So I ran a whole campaign, like call it Bitcoin for Christmas, right? Just all these dumb videos, like how to teach grandma how to like handle Bitcoin, like, right? Like, and I do believe there's like generational gaps, right? So I think there's a bunch of money that hasn't even come to the table yet because it's just really complicated, right? And like they still kind of view this as like some black box that they don't want to touch, right? It's like I don't use I always hear not old people but like older people sometimes, I didn't use Facebook. I don't use Facebook, right, for many years, and then they start to realize that they don't interact with their family as much, and maybe their grandson knows all the birthdays more than they do, right? Okay, now grandmas start using Facebook, or, you know, I don't use smartphones, and then, right, they kind of graduate to it. So in some ways, I think there's a generational divide where we need to kind of get these people online. I think there's institutional aspects, which are, fiat on-ramps, exchanges, you have a ton of regulation. So I know I'm kind of throwing a lot out there, but when you go out the next few years, like what are the 2 to 3 most important key aspects that you think really glue everything together, whether it's even from the merchant side, et cetera, that kind of enable adoption of cryptocurrency?
Yeah, I think we have to make cryptocurrency more useful than whatever people are using currently. If it's not significantly more useful than PayPal or Visa or Bank of America, people aren't going to switch, right? So like nobody likes, there's a switching cost, right? It takes time and effort to learn something new. And if it's not significantly better than what you're using now, nobody's going to make that time or effort. And so one of my favorite examples of that is this company called Purse.io. You can buy anything you want off Amazon at like a 25% discount by using Bitcoin Cash. And it's only slightly more work than using Amazon directly with your credit card. And so for 25% savings, you can definitely do significantly more work. And I just recently bought a new drone. I saved almost $400 on the drone by using Bitcoin Cash on Purse.io. It was normally the drone was $2,000. I paid $1,600 by using Bitcoin Cash, right? It was a little bit more work than clicking normally on Amazon, but for $400 savings, you can do a little bit of extra work. So it's a fantastic way for actual real people to start using Bitcoin Cash in their daily lives. And you can still use Bitcoin on that platform, but you'll be paying an extra, couple dollar fees to move your Bitcoin around each time, and it might take longer. Whereas Bitcoin Cash, boom, fast, cheap, and reliable payments.
So do you think that there's like a bunch of either online retailer or physical in-store merchant integrations that need to happen? I mean, is that like a big cornerstone? And then on top of that, like, do you think that regulators are going to try to stop it, and that'll be another half of the battle?
Well, they already have stopped it to some extent. And in the U.S., like technically every single time you spend some Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash, you're supposed to keep track of everything for your tax filings and whatnot, because they decided that Bitcoin is property, not money. If they decided Bitcoin is money, then people would be able to spend it as money, and it wouldn't, just like when you spend $1 each time, you don't have to keep track of like, what was the exchange rate fluctuation on the dollar to whatever else. So I think they already have delayed it. But what's the big missing piece? I think the big missing piece that we don't have enough infrastructure yet is for payroll processors, right? Imagine if all the businesses start paying the employees in cryptocurrency. Suddenly then all the employees will have cryptocurrency, and there'll be more people out there in the economy using it, and the rest of the infrastructure will grow in accordance with that. So there's no one single magic bullet. You need all the pieces to work together to really make a big difference.
And the last point on that, if you could change anything right now in the space for adoption, whether it be regulation or perception, like what's the one thing you think that would need to be moved right now?
I think the biggest one single thing for adoption would be the regulatory environment rule that Bitcoin is money and can be used as money, and that you don't have to keep track of every last little thing for capital gains tax. If Bitcoin's $10,000 today and you buy coffee, and then you buy more coffee tomorrow and it's $11,000, that shouldn't be a capital gains taxable event, and that's the way it is right now, and that's a giant hindrance.
So what countries get that right?
Well, here in St. Kitts, where I'm recording this from, you can use Bitcoin as money, and there's no capital gains tax nonsense required. And in fact, there's even no income tax here. You don't even have to file a tax return at the end of the year. So, sorry, one noise distracted me. So anyhow, you don't even have to file a tax return at the end of the year. And if you want to become a citizen here, you can pay for the entire thing in Bitcoin Cash. You can email me at roger@bitcoin.com if you want to do that. And so that's a pretty big deal. But if you're in the US, like, you can beg your politician for their permission. I just saw on Twitter earlier today some alleged public servant in California. She literally said on Twitter, "F Elon Musk." And it's just maddening to me. Like, Elon Musk has provided how many jobs and produced how many amazing cars and amazing technologies for the world, and he's mad because and his companies have done a better job. They've been building respirators for the coronavirus stuff too, and his factories in China did a great job of not getting people infected. And this lady, like, the U.S., the California state government's trying to prevent Tesla from reopening. And he said, "Okay, we're going to Nevada and Texas." And her reply was, "F Elon Musk." And like, these people have the audacity to call themselves public servants. Like, what would you do if your servant told you, F you? Like, that's not how a servant talks to their employer. That's how the master talks to their servant. And so anyhow, I'm just really fed up with the whole thing. And I see cryptocurrencies as a way to disempower these public servants that tell the public F you or F off. And that's what has me so excited about cryptocurrencies, especially ones that work as cash.
Got it. All right. So two last things I want to talk about if you have time. So one is, what excites you today? Like what does your daily workload look like? What really excites you when you think 12, 24 months out? And then just briefly, I want to touch on maybe some advice you have for some of the college students that are listening to this conversation.
Yeah, so daily life during the coronavirus lockdown looks like I wake up around 6 or 6:30 and then, work on the computer until around 10 p.m. when I go to bed again. And the last couple of days, I haven't even left the house once, partially because the last couple of days were locked down anyhow. On normal life, it's pretty similar, only I try to fit some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in. That's my hobby outside of cryptocurrency and working is I really enjoy that. So, but advice to young people, I think I have some really good advice. Go and pick up books, read these books, right? Reading a book is like having a one-on-one tutoring session from some of the greatest, thinkers in all of human history. So go and pick up books by some of these, great thinkers. Pick up the Milton Friedmans, the Murray Rothbards, the Adam Smiths, the Ray Kurzweils. Read these guys' books because what more could you want? It's like literally having a one-on-one tutoring session with some of the greatest minds to ever live. So go and pick up and read more books, and don't necessarily expect your college professors to know everything about everything or be able to tell you everything about everything. Like, think for yourself, critically evaluate everything that you hear, and reading books is the best. It's such a wonderful thing. And then your education should never end. You should always be learning new things, but it's important, like while you're young, you want to learn as much as you can, as fast as you possibly can, so that way you get to benefit from it from the rest of your career and the rest of your life. If you're 20 years old today, you're probably going to live at least another 60 years, at least. And hopefully with human lifespan technology, you'll live, a couple thousand more years. But if it's at least 60 years, you learn a whole bunch of stuff now, you have 60 years to benefit from it. Sometimes I see people that are in their 60s that decide to go back to college, and like, yeah, I guess you can, but like that time would have been spent better in your 20s doing that, or your teens doing that, because then you would have had the next 40 years to benefit from the knowledge that you learned from going to school at that point. So learn as much as you can really quickly while you're young, and then don't stop learning later. But the sooner you learn something in your life, the more time you have to benefit from that knowledge and experience.
God, I can't remember how much Bitcoin Cash Roger gave away earlier, but I'll put up $250 myself, and if Roger wants to send us a list of books that he recommends, I'll put up $250. We'll do some giveaway here, and we'll ship out some of the books you can pick from Roger's list to any of the students.
You can even order the books with the Bitcoin Cash on purse.io at like a 25% discount.
We'll do that. We'll do that. There you go. I'll buy Bitcoin Cash, send it to you. We'll order on purse. So you'll hold me to that. So, Roger, I appreciate your time. I know we ran a bit over. I think it was, and again, to kind of recap, I think it was a good conversation, right? I think it's, we could sit here and get into long debates about block sizes. We get to long debates about, right? Like, it really gets stuck in the weeds, I think, on certain things, which I'm sure you've been in a ton of those conversations. And there's so many different kind of contentious points online, right? And I think people need to think for themselves to a certain extent. But I think one of the things to really get that going is to kind of zoom out, right? And just make should not be a war in the space. There shouldn't be so much, absoluteness into everyone's conversation. There was a lot of history that led up to this, right? Like, you didn't just come in one day and say, screw, right? Like, you were a huge proponent of the market, right? And I think it's important for people to really kind of hear that journey. And I think hopefully it helps influence their decision-making, right? Whatever step they take, and how deep they get into this space or others. But again, just want to say I appreciate your time. And any last words before we run?
Yeah, if you haven't tried cryptocurrencies, go and try them. There's so many amazing things that can be done. If you're a software developer, check out developer.bitcoin.com. We have all sorts of developer tooling SDKs over there for you to get started. And if you just want to see it in action too, another great website. I have nothing to do with this website, but I think it's a great way for people to be exposed to cryptocurrencies, blockchain.poker. And you can go, they'll give you a tiny bit of cryptocurrency for free, and then you can play poker on the internet with other people around the world. And it's a really great tool for people to see the magic of cryptocurrency. It's blockchain.poker.
Awesome. Well, hey, again, for everybody watching, just want to say we appreciate your time. Obviously, we're going live here for 72 hours. A bunch more exciting interviews to go. you just got the opportunity to get some Bitcoin Cash. Hopefully you were fast enough to get it. I'm going to double it down with some books if Roger wants to provide his list of recommendations. And let's keep this conversation going, right? We're here to kind of have an open one. We're going to hear from a diverse set of people. I feel super lucky. You guys should feel super lucky for everybody making their time. It's a good time because everybody has a bit of free time right now, so maybe a bit easier. But Roger, thank you again. We'll go ahead and wrap this up. And guys, look forward to talking to you on the next interview. Have a good day, everyone.
Stay tuned to learn more about the state of blockchain education at major universities all around the world. REIMAGINE 2020.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and market buy that
We have some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Y'all thought crypto was a thing. We ain't going nowhere. We the OG Ledger Gang. Ledger Gang, Ledger Gang, Ledger Gang. We stay rockin' in the chain. Blockchain. Auto crypto be the main. BTFD.
See the ledger swinging from my neck? Y'all already know what I rep. Stacking that crypto, we gaining no haters. There's really no flex and be wet. Splash. I can go anywhere with it. Don't matter the number, there really no limit. Really no limit, there really no limit. Ooh, yeah, get it. Know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, hey, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic. Know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, hey, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic.
Y'all thought crypto was a thing. We ain't going nowhere. We the OG Ledger Gang. Ledger Gang, Ledger Gang, Ledger Gang. We stay rockin' in the chain. Blockchain. Auto crypto be the main. BTFD.
Man, crypto's a bubble. When it pops, you in trouble. What you gonna do when the government kick in the door and start taking it from you?
Man, crypto ain't a bubble, please. Tell me how they gonna get my private keys. The government can't keep an eye on me. I mean, you act like you don't want privacy.
Yeah, but what's a Bitcoin really? I mean, it seems so silly. So what you trying to tell me is banks are about to fall flat on their belly?
Yup, that's what I'm trying to explain. This is peer-to-peer, global exchange. In this world, banks ain't running the game. Border to border, blockchain, blockchain.
Tell me what you know about the blockchain. Gas limit set low octane. Taking down the banks, we are not playing. Bitcoin and fiat, we are not the same.
Y'all thought crypto was a thing.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rockin' in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Y'all thought crypto was a thing.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rockin' in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Hey everybody, it is Patrick McLean. Finally back to you guys after Reimagine 2020. We got some sleep for about a week. I think this is the first time you guys have heard from us since. We didn't realize how hard it was going to be to make 72 hours of straight content. And you start doing the math on it and you realize each hour is actually about 5 hours. So the Reimagine and Mouse Belt team caught a little time over the last week, but we have some, I think, exciting announcements for you guys here the next few days for all the students, etc. I think we're going to pretty much announce like the next event mid-July. And I'm excited for it. It feels like everybody had a good time. And, you know, our goal is kind of to break the monopoly of some of these crypto conferences and all these people, you know, whether people are getting a good value or not. We think we can do this a lot better online and, you know, have a better conversation, right? And again, another example that I think is the conversation we're going to have right now. So we're very lucky after we just stole a bit of his time about, I don't know, Craig, 14 days ago or something. He decided to give us a bit more, but we have Craig right here. But a few things I want to talk to him about. And but first off, Craig, how you doing? How's the family? How's the UK?
locked down and annoyed with all the stupidity, but other than that, good.
What's the stupidity?
At least
the lockdown?
Exactly. It is the most stupid thing ever. I keep pointing out to people, 250,000 people died in at least, probably more if you not recording all the ones in third world countries, in 2008/9. The swine flu at that stage actually became a pandemic, but because we had a global financial meltdown, no one even noticed.
Right. Well, like we were just talking briefly before the call. I mean, I woke up just a few days ago, right? And not to correlate it to what we just did during COVID, but there might be some correlation. I mean, the U.S. is burning down right now, right? Like, and we were just talking, like, I'm not sure it's exactly discoordinated, right? Not that people don't have a reason to be angry, but like, what happens after you keep people in their house for many months, right? Like,
well, when
they might
you destroy the economy, when you destroy their jobs, their future, when you take away anything that they had as hope, the entire sort of problem here is the only thing that really keeps many people going is hope. I think I've lost your audio.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
This microphone, I always forget it has a button. But I was kind of trying to think about how to frame this conversation. And one thing that came to my mind is, like, you know, we did probably 80 interviews in the last like few weeks for this conference, right? By far, I would say yours has had like 10x more engagement, right? And one thing I found very interesting is if like, I read like, you know, 60, 70, 80 YouTube comments, I think people actually enjoyed hearing from you, right? It's like 150 likes and 10 thumbs down, right? And I started telling like a few of my friends and people in crypto that like, I really enjoy talking to you and I think you're a smart guy in all of this. And like, I feel like some of them kind of gave me the cold shoulder, right? Like, and I always find this in my life, like people don't think clearly when they just start making irrational decisions, you know? And I'm looking at them, I'm like, did you even listen to the guy talk? Like no one can sit there and bullshit me for like 2 hours and talk about a myriad of subjects and be that intelligent for 2 hours. And then at the same time say that he's not, right? So I guess I just want to ask you, like, I mean, clearly, like you probably are used to seeing that by now, but like, A, how does that make you feel? And like, is it deserved? And like, what do people not understand?
We've stopped educating people. We train people. When you do math and law and engineering, that is training. It's not education. Education is about how you fit into society, about knowledge of the past, all of those things. And if I have to point one thing to myself, which is something I recognize and whatever else, that fits with a perfect story, which is a Roman one rewritten by Shakespeare, which would be Coriolanus. Coriolanus was a general who came back and effectively wanted to be sort of put up and rewarded and be one of the two sort of people running Rome for a year or so after all his time out there in the field and all the rest, as sort of a career path in Rome was. But Coriolanus didn't want to do what was demanded by certain people, and others used that against him. So there's lots of stories that fit reality even now. Nothing here is new. We've got this, it's different because it's crypto, it's different because it's whatever. No, it's not. Nothing's different. Code is not law because code requires people. Code is just a form of program machine. And all we have is people acting and people being hidden. And sometimes code allows us to have the wizard behind the curtain and hide who's doing it. But the reality here is it's still always an individual. So it's an individual making choices and having agency, and it's always a person. And whether that's myself and my mistakes or other people and their mistakes or whatever else, it's always us.
So like, the next time one of my friends tells me that you're not Satoshi, what do I tell them? like if you would say anything, and you might not even care, right? But like, I just want to speak in like the abstract, right?
Well, what are they trying to force? What is their whole scenario that they're looking at? I mean, they don't even know the history of what they're talking about. People have different agendas. So censorship resistance, that's not a story by me. It's not a Satoshi story. It's not part of Bitcoin. It was started by the Electronic Frontiers Foundation in response to WikiLeaks and other things, something that I actually said was not good. So ironically, some of the things people run around saying the key aspects of crypto are actually not things that I agreed with. They're things that came in 2011 after I left the public spotlight.
So do you think that, and this is actually generally my opinion, that like, at least if we just say the crypto space, when I look at it from a blunt like perspective, I think that potentially, and maybe people will get mad listening to this, that like 90 to 95% of the noise in the space is not by highly educated people. And I would say like probably 90% of the noise, people that don't even know how to write a line of code, right? And not that that's the end all be all is having, you know, knowing how to write code, but like, do you feel like people
it's not even necessarily code. It's a lot of people are driven by what they're told. They don't think for themselves. So I picked on a particular Shakespearean play, Coriolanus, and this was an aspect of it. The people actually had said that we'll vote you as consul. And then the tribunes came in there and stirred things up. And the tribunes had an agenda, rather underhanded one. And the people didn't think about it. And this is an aspect of much of history and society. And we're seeing it even now in the US in other aspects. People who are rioting, not because they even really understand what they're rioting about sometimes.
And it actually brings me to like one point I wanted to discuss. You know, one of the takeaways that I found like really interesting after our last conversation, and I think I brought it up, was just, I think making trying to connect those dots between, you know, your work in the church. I kind of re-listened to a few conversations of the last few days just before we had this conversation. You know, heard you talk about, again, like past interviews, like being the trustee of the church, you know, not to go personal, saying something about like your single mother, charities, making sure that like you really wanted to make sure that money got to the right places, right? And I think when I pulled out from our previous conversation, I didn't realize, I think, how much the statements that you're making in a lot of aspects are kind of the antithesis, or at least what a lot of people in the community are in now, right? Which are like, hide money, screw the banks, right? Completely like all this stuff.
Make money without working, gambling, get rich quick, pump and dump.
Right. So, okay, and I'll lead to my point here, or my question is to say, so it seems like you kind of really want to enforce accountability, both at the government level, the financial markets, right? So how do you kind of perceive, do you understand how different your perspective is there? Is that very clear to you?
Very much so. I mean, I mean, not just study everything now. I mean, I look at the past. I mean, I'm actually doing a Master of Art in History at the same time we're speaking now. I've just started that. And it's interesting seeing many of the same things reenact themselves throughout history. In particular, what I'm studying is in microhistories in places, not the big events, not wars, not government, not whatever else, but individual lives and how people lived. And you see the same problems over and over throughout history. And it's always because of a lack of education. It's people not taking account for themselves and and learning and training and deciding to know more and wanting everything now. I mean, I understand you can want things now, but there's a difference between wanting and understanding that it's going to take time if you actually want to build something. And there are very few of us. I mean, there are some people who will never be able to. They don't have the ability to sort of take on education at that level, but majority of people can. And the majority of people who aren't doing it because they want some quick, easy fix, well, that's the problem. When you have a quick, easy fix, it just leads into another quick, easy fix. And it never ends. When you put things into it over time, when you demonstrate grit, when you keep working at things, that's when things actually work. When it succeeds.
I was on a call the other day with like 10 people and they kept defaulting and being like, this person can't handle this. This person can't handle this. And I'm hearing it across the call. And I just say, okay, how about this? Each time you guys run into an issue that you can't solve, or you say that everybody else, you're the only person that could solve it, let's try to teach everybody. And if they really can't learn, then you message me, right? And like, I'll be like, okay, we can't teach them this. But just like that one point set off like 10 people, right? It's like, yes. I think people can understand. And I have like, I'm very like optimistic in that sense that I think like, I'm very confident that most people can figure out most things, right? Given the time and they follow the right behaviors. But so is it safe to say that you feel that like portions of what your visions are for Bitcoin really holds people accountable and like primarily, like maybe in a lot of ways, governments and like financial institutions?
Everyone should be accountable. At the end of the day, not just individuals, but governments and whatever else, because governments are just people. There's no such thing as, I mean, it's a simplified way of talking about things, but governments are just people. They're individuals. They're collections of individuals who will communicate, will interact, and have their own agendas. So anytime you look at the executive power in a nation, the legislative power, the whatever, these are all individuals with their own agenda. And if we can't hold people accountable at a lower level, we can't hold them accountable at the top levels either. So accountability is something that we need to build into society through all levels.
So like in current affairs, like what would your advice be, right? Like maybe there's a lot of people waking up in America today that aren't happy and they were just stuck in their house. And like you said, maybe they lost their job and they're watching someone of the same skin color, right? Like die in the streets, right? Like what would you tell them about how to hold the people accountable? Like maybe you don't agree with the tactics they're taking now, but like what might be some tactics they could take to hold people accountable?
If you're seeing something that's going wrong, do whatever you can, whether that's taking a video or reporting it or standing up or taking responsibility for your own action or whatever else. But it means actually being involved, not just turning a blind eye, being willing to expose yourself to risk, being willing to take that to make society better. So a lot of us will sit there and say, oh, it's too hard. But if everyone said it's too hard, then nothing would have ever occurred and we would be not in any society, but rather in this primitive state where majority of people still end up being raped and murdered and things like this. I mean, contrary to what the noble savage idea, primitive society wasn't all that nice. If you look at primitive societies right now, the murder rate is something like 70 times what it will be in our society. Practically 1/3 of all sort of adult males would have died from murder. Practically 80% of women would have been suffered rape. So we have to think that if we want a society that has these things that protect us, that make our lives better, it comes with a cost. And we can't just sit there going, someone else will do it. We have to be responsible. And this is really, we're at a turning point. We are at the point where Rome was around the time of Julius Caesar, around Marcius and Sulla and whatever else, where the sort of change from a republic was really there that could have been something more.
When you say weird, you mean like Western civilization, or?
I mean Western civilization. And if we want to keep growing, if we want the Enlightenment to continue, to have growth and not to fall back into decay, because technology won't save us. Technology won't stop people falling into a state of sort of anarchy and disrepair. Only we will. Only education, knowledge, and the ability to want this, to sacrifice, to fight for it will. So giving up fighting for that led to the capture of the Roman Republic into effectively a monarchy. They didn't call it that, but that's what the principality really was. The imperator becoming the emperor led to a slow decay. And there were some good emperors, but for every good emperor, there were 3 or 4 bad ones.
So is that kind of how, I mean, like when I look at you sometimes, I look at you from the aspect, my perspective, and I think the last time we talked, I really didn't have a perspective, right? And I think you probably helped form my perspective of you after our last conversation. And, you know, part of my takeaway is like, dude, why don't you just run away and like get out of this conversation, right? And so I feel like you know that that's an option probably, but have you made that not an option? Like, do you feel like you have like really now having to stand your ground and like you cannot go backwards now?
Correct. The thing is, if someone doesn't take a stand, then nobody will take a stand. And Bitcoin's not there to help people sell drugs online or anything like this, which really did not help people. Like the false narrative that all these people were saved because of Silk Road is absolute BS. No one reported sort of tainted drugs because Silk Road, well, let's see, if you die, you don't get, your parents don't go on and go, Jimmy bought really bad cocaine and ended up in the hospital. It didn't happen. This, oh, we can report things. It didn't happen. There were children who, like teenagers in universities, who had rat poison laced amphetamines and ecstasy, who died. There are ones that had tainted drugs with heroin or fentanyl injected into it. None of them got to sit there and go, well, I don't like this buyer. That's just the way it was. It's not a market where you can go and complain to law enforcement or someone higher. So if none of us take responsibility, if someone doesn't stand the line, someone doesn't decide no and put their foot down and face the onslaught no matter what the cost, then none of us will, and everything falls apart.
So I feel like you are openly calling out a lot of people, right? Like in saying like these people are scammers, and you're not letting people like slander you in conversations. Like, do you envision yourself as kind of like the guy in the middle now? Like you are the person fighting this, and like no one else is stepping up to the plate? Like, is that how you envision it, or what is your motivation?
I'm not the only one. I've got a good team at Enchain now. I've got other people. There's other people who are supportive now. So it's no longer just me, but someone has to stand at the front and do it. And if we want a world that we're willing to live in, that we want our children to live in, then you have to actually stand and risk. You can't just assume that everyone else is going to do it for you. I don't want to be in a world where it's easy for kids to get hooked onto opiates. I don't want to be in a world where people aren't educated. I don't want to be in all of that. And right now, that's what we're facing. I want people to be protected from stupidity and whatever else. When you see this sort of stuff about get rich quick by putting your pension money into Bitcoin because it's going to go up another 10,000 times. I'm sorry, but you're being conned. Yes, Bitcoin went up but no one knew that it would at the beginning. And it definitely won't go up another 10,000 times. It's not going to go up another 100 times in the next year or so. It's not going to go up another 10 times in that period. So you've missed it. Get over it. Work hard, build something, and that might go up that many times if you put the time and the effort. Not because you have crypto. It's not going to. It's already where it is. You either build it and people use it, or it's going down. So very simple. Stop scamming people into giving you an exit strategy and build something. If you don't have a system that people want to use, it's not going to be valuable. So these people who sit there telling you to day trade, to be a jobber, don't. It's gambling. Those people promoting these things, don't. If you want to build something, great. But don't assume that things are going to go up just because, well, coin goes up. It doesn't. Shares don't. Commodities don't. They're not exponential. They're logistic. That's an S-curve. And we're already hitting the top of the S-curve. So the other option is it goes down. So people either build something that makes this really valuable and useful, or it goes down. And that means stopping to just trade.
And I want to pivot to that here in just a minute, because I do want to hear more about InChain. I don't think I got to talk to you about it enough about it last time. And like, what are you guys really building, right? Like, what are these applications? What excites you? But just kind of stay on the topic of like societies and kind of like perspectives. One thing that like really pulled out from our last conversation, and I heard you talk about it a few more times, like listening to some other ones, is, and I think I have a unique perspective, or at least I want to know your answer, because like maybe I have some of the same ideas. Like I lived in San Francisco for like a decade, right? And in a lot of ways I'd say, okay, like it made me more inquisitive about technology. I can find a lot of good aspects about it. I could probably also give some negative aspects about it. But like I've heard you talk about this city, and I want to make sure that I'm clear. When you say Silicon Valley, are you is that kind of like like an analogy for programmers, or like really there's something about the Bay Area? But like, what is it about that? Like, why do you have such, like, I've heard you say it's a cancer, right? So like, I just want to know why you think that.
I'm not thinking programmers. Programmers work for Microsoft, and they're not Silicon Valley. Programmers work for Amazon, and they're not Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley didn't used to be what it is now. What it is now is this advertising-based scum pit, where no one could figure out how to make micropayments on the internet, and we ended up selling everything. The Googles, the Facebooks, the Twitters have nothing now to make business other than selling your data, your information, your life, your movements, your purchases, your everything, your privacy. So it's not the old school Silicon Valley. It's not the Apples, the Sun Microsystems when they existed, the computer manufacturers, the Intels, the people who actually built something. It's these people who are milking the globe for money, who are selling our privacy, who are becoming mega corporations that think they have no responsibility for what they're doing. The companies like Twitter, who can promote agendas that basically have become a way of getting criminals and terrorists to find other criminals and terrorists, and to find people who are on the outskirts of society, and to sell that information to terrorist groups, to criminal groups. And that's part of what's happening. So right now you have terrorist groups and criminal groups buying data on individuals so that they can trace them down and indoctrinate them. You find people who mix into that psychological profile, and you indoctrinate them. And the information is becoming there because of how we have structured the internet. So Mr. Trump over there in the US has just taken a little bit of a stand because Twitter managed to annoy him enough. But this is the whole point. These people have made a system of discord and are calling it free speech, where they actually manipulate what's happening and encourage trolls and encourage not debate, but dissent, where they have the lowest common denominator promoted. So that's what I'm talking about. And it's not the people necessarily, it's not the people working in Silicon Valley. It's the people at the top.
So it sounds like it's like you envision it as like Facebook, Amazon, Google. Like it's the
well, Amazon's not even Silicon Valley, so
yeah. Then there's Seattle, I guess, but yeah. I mean, they all have representation there, right? But like, so is it just like the data theft model that you despise, or is it even, does it go deeper in like the philosophies of how engineers are approaching things? Does any of that carry over to the Bitcoin side of like what you think has kind of created some of the mess? Like, do you kind of bind those two groups together at all?
I think the mess we're seeing in many ways, even this lockdown, is, I blame Twitter for this lockdown, not the virus, because this isn't the biggest pandemic that no one's noticed. The pandemic 10 years ago, nobody noticed, killed a few 100,000 people without anyone actually realizing it occurred. So it's not a good thing that we have a pandemic, but this is a normal part of every 10 to 20 years. The world goes through this all the time. It's just so now that we've got this idea that we can cure everything, solve everything.
And you blame Twitter because they're the platform that's connected the most amount of people, or you think that there's actions they should have or should have not taken that you hate Twitter, the concept, or you think it should be managed differently?
I think basically they actually incentivize people to spread lies, to attack, to have false identities, all of the rest. They are actively out there promoting discord. So I mean, it's not random when you find things popping up on Twitter. It is actually promoted based on the cookies on your machine, based on other information that they want to promote. So Jack Dorsey will be out there with his agendas, and he will promote those, and others in Twitter with their agendas will promote those.
And for the record, for anyone listening, for Jack Dorsey listening, and we'll be tweeting this out at you, I think your title on your page says something about Bitcoin or how much you love Bitcoin. And I think many big people during our conference last week while it was live were tweeting at you to come join us for a few minutes and tell all these students around the world working on Bitcoin and blockchain. And I didn't see you show up once, Jack, but apparently Craig cares enough to show up twice.
Jack doesn't want Bitcoin. Jack wants modified and trying to get Lightning working so that he can have Square. He just wants to redo PayPal and have a different version of PayPal. He wants Square to be able to have a more effective way of doing things, but that's fine. He'll end up just paying me money anyway because all of the things he wants to do I've already patented. So.
Oh, got it. Well, but like, is this inherently then, like, do you believe this news cycle is what contributes? I mean, I guess I'm just gonna ask you straight up. Like, I don't like bullshitting people at some point, right? So I want to like, I would like to talk to you more in the future. I enjoy talking to you, but I want to cross a bridge. Like, you are aware that people online are just saying, for deserved or not, Craig Wright is a liar, Craig Wright is a fraud, whatever little boxes they put. I would actually advocate and say that most people that I've seen say that couldn't walk me through any technical steps of anything. So I'm a little hesitant to take their advice on things. But like, is it a news cycle thing? Is it like this media clip No one's doing their research. They're getting it from whatever article or website, and they scan the headline. They don't actually read the article or do any follow-up research.
When you go to Forbes and you see one of these articles and people go, oh, that's a responsible journalist. And then you read contributor. Contributor is the new paid advertising piece. Forbes sold their identity. It's basically Forbes have staff who are real news. And then whenever you see Bitcoin things on Forbes, it's contributors, which means someone who in the past you would have by law had to have this thing, paid advertising piece all over the page, because that's what they are. These Forbes contributors until recently weren't even paid. Now they're paid practically nothing. And how they earn their money is they go out there and they write for people who want to do pump and dump scams. So responsible journalism, no. So what we have are these things that cause basically a whole lot of false ideas about what Bitcoin is, about what other things are, because they can make money. People like Binance, well, they want to be able to enable the criminals to get their money in and out of the system. It's a money laundering scam for these. So what you need if you want criminals doing drug money is you need a whole lot of dumb people with no idea about what they're doing. You want them to come onto the system and be willing to gamble and lose money. And those people then become a electronic money mule who, without even understanding what they're doing, enable the people smugglers, the drug traffickers, all this stuff to take their money and wash it back and forwards through Tether, through whatever else. And that's what's being enabled right now. And this will disappear. It always disappears very quickly. People don't seem to understand the whole tokenized shares and whatever else. The Wild Wild Web article from 1996 covered all of this. Everyone's forgotten web IPOs. Everyone's forgotten distributed cryptocurrencies. I didn't invent the first distributed cryptocurrency. There were distributed cryptocurrencies 20 years ago. Cryptocurrency 20 years ago was over $1 trillion market. It vanished in weeks. Why? Because it wasn't law abiding. People sit there going, Bitcoin, you can't stop it. Bull. You can stop Bitcoin like that. There are 32 nodes in the last 12 months on BTC. No more, 32. To be a node, you have to create a block. If you don't create a block, you're not a node. It's not a mesh network. You don't help propagate running your Raspberry Pi. It doesn't matter how many Raspberry Pis there are. So there are 3 nodes that control 50%. 3 nodes with over $500 million investment. 3 nodes that will follow court orders like that. 2 of those are registered to American corporations, even though they're Chinese. They will take orders. So stop listening to the BS and think.
So is there a vast conspiracy against you, or do you sell the most? Are you like the most headline grabbing person? Like to me, it's like probably one of those 2 things, right? Like,
so if we,
why do you think you pop up in the news so often? Why do you think you're such a controversial figure?
When there are billions at risk, when there are criminals laundering billions, do you think that they're going to sit there and allow people to want to listen? So people think I can be stopped and that Twitter is going to stop my voice getting out there. But remember, I'm with a university in a law program. The people on the, cryptocurrency task force in the UK, I've met some of them. I will be meeting others. It doesn't matter that Twitter and Facebook and all these other things stop me. I've met with a number of people in the House of Lords. I've met with a number of people in other areas. So
how can there be such a big disconnect? I guess that's my question, right? Like, I actually believe what you're telling me. Like, I think that you're negotiating stuff. Like, you don't seem like a guy that's shook to me, right? Like I could point out to you people that are scared. Like, and maybe I don't know you, but like, that's my general opinion right now. So it's like, what is the disconnect? Like, how can the conversation be so lopsided on one side, right? You sit here, look at me calmly, and like, what is that disconnect? Is that there are people that are consciously putting out fake information collectively, or that it is just
it's a bit of all the above? But I'll quote from 10 years ago, or a little over 10 years ago, the CEO of Citibank, while the music's playing. So at the moment, the music is playing for a lot of these people. They're making money. This whole idea of it's decentralized is not new. The whole idea of Coder's law is not new. And it came crashing down before. So there were groups who said, we are developer groups and we're not a company. You can't stop us. And that all fell apart in the past. The SEC basically just said to them, so you're a partnership. All those controls and protections that you would have had as a shareholder in a company, you've decided not to have. That's fine. We can now go over and go after every individual in your partnership because they are jointly and severally liable. So when you're a partnership, when you have something like this, then the partners are liable in full. Companies are limited liability. So the government's not going to rush to change this because there are already protections for individuals. Companies protect people. They protect the investors. They don't protect the government. It was a hard-won sort of struggle to get company sort of acts in place. It took hundreds of years. Partnerships mean every individual is liable. And when you're out there in this distributed group who are, we're just a bunch of software developers, that's called a partnership, a general partnership, which means if someone rips off someone else, you're liable. If the coin that you're working on goes bankrupt and takes other people out, you're liable. If the SEC enforces something, every one of those developers is liable. But hey, don't ask me. There's this thing called law. It's well and truly documented. And there's lots of people bullshitting around at the moment. But I'm sorry, I'm going into court this year in a few places. And the cards are going to tumble. That little house you've got of cards, it's coming down.
Is that your end like weapon? Is that your end result? Is like that if somebody slanders you or you see something wrong, that you're gonna follow the proper steps, take them to court? I mean, I would be remiss not say. I mean, I think there was just a case with you and Roger Ver, right? A Brown libel, for example, right? And like, is that something that that's going to be the path you pursue without resilience,
Yes.
with resilience?
Yes. Even when people like Roger decide to be cowards and try and argue that it should have been done in the US, when he's not in the US, when I'm not in the US. So yeah, even then.
How is that going well? Or one of the things that you told me last time, you were like, which I kind of believe, it's like, I bet you, well, like when I see Zuckerberg in front of Congress, right? It's like he's explaining Libra to them, and it's like, you could clearly tell these people don't know, right? Like elderly senators or whatever, right? It's education for them. Like, and the last time we talked, you were like, we're educating these people, right? Like, are you seeing that play out fairly? Like when we talk about corruption or whatever, like, are you seeing receptiveness there? Are you seeing that you're going against the grain or what?
All of the above. It takes time. And the media is always a bit stupid. And anyone who believes the media, in this case, is rather daft as well, because remember, we're not seeing media. When you see Forbes contributors, you're not seeing journalism. You're seeing paid marketing. So that's what people don't get. When you see these blogs, they're not journalism. Journalism isn't anything you read in a newspaper. It's not a bipartisan review of all of the things like it used to be. So I'm picking on Forbes a lot here because Forbes are particularly bad at some of this right now. And their little tiny print that says contributor, and then you click on and it explains what it is really difficult for most people to ever notice. What it should have is this big stripe paid advertising piece, like you used to actually see in newspapers.
Yeah, well, I mean, and we see that, right? Like even in television and stuff, people are forced to disclose these types of moments, right? Like,
yeah,
it seems like they're licensing out their brand for whatever third party or contractor might have an agenda or an opinion, and it sounds like people can pay to play. Okay, well then fair enough. So then in the last 2 weeks, like, what articles have you read about you that are not accurate? Like tell everybody a lie.
Well, I try not to read any of those things. I haven't seen any articles that about me that have been accurate, so I don't bother reading them.
But nothing. I mean, like what is so blatant? Like, if you want people to understand something right now, like, I mean, I would. It would be hard for me to believe that you probably ignore the media completely. But like, I mean, it could even be in the past. Like, what are some just blatantly false things that you would tell people to go and research themselves, and they might open their eyes to be like, stop reading the media?
The attacks against patenting. The attacks against patenting are only because I'm doing it better. It's that simple. I mean, Blockstream tried to patent things. The Chinese guys are all trying to patent things. Hal Finney had commercial patents, not defensive patents. He made money on them. He had money from royalties on commercial products. This socialist bullshit that we're seeing, I'm sorry, but all the people out there, Eric Voorhees, whatever else, are all with patents, sitting there going, oh, Craig Wright's so evil because he has patents. Antonopoulos has a crappy patent to his name. So
you feel like you're vilified because like you're very clearly stating a profit motive or something, like in the fact that you want to collect royalties downstream through patents?
I'm not stating a profit motive on that at all. I'm protecting what we're doing. And these other people are sitting there basically being hypocritical and disingenuous in what they're saying and saying, we're doing it for the goodness of other people. BS. Absolute BS.
So you're saying that the misinformation there is not that you're patenting things to force people to license them from you, but you're saying you're doing it to ensure that it stays like true, or that you can make sure it doesn't get in the wrong hands?
If I've got a system I want to build and I've created technology along those lines, it's my choice on how my technology is used. You may not like that. Too bad. Go invent something yourself. And you can sit there complaining, oh, Craig Wright's got patents with other people's stuff in there. That's how a patent works. So you've got this prior art section in a good patent. So when I have a third of our patents saying all this other stuff that happened before that other people have invented, that's called prior art. And anyone who does a good patent, not like most of the crypto ones, will actually detail all of that and then say how theirs differs. That's basically how you actually do things well.
Got it. And on that point, can we pivot to Enchain a bit? I would just like to understand more, like, from what I can see from the outside, it's like you guys are marketing yourselves as an enterprise grade solution using Bitcoin or variations of it.
Fairly much, yes. So at the end of the day, all this stuff, starting with Tim May and others, where everyone's going to have their own currency, the cypherpunk BS is absolute bull. No one wants to have their own money. There's a reason why Europe moved away from having 100 different currencies into just the euro. It's simpler, it's more efficient. And the same thing's going to happen with cryptocurrencies, or rather digital money. No one wants that other than those running bucket shop exchanges. So if you're running the Bitcoin.com exchange, or you're running Binance or Bitfinex or any of these other basically bucket shops, then you're going to be running around going, everyone needs their own cryptocurrency. Why? Because they make a % on any trade. That's really what it's about. They're lying to you because they don't care if the money goes up. They don't care if it goes down. They don't care if it goes sideways, as long as you trade it. They just want you to gamble. So at the end of the day, they're going to promote this system that allows you to lose your money, the same as a one-arm bandit, where you just pull down or now press a button and a percentage of your money goes. And that's really what it's about. Because if you look at all these things where people trade online and make money, no, they don't. The estimates, the research has shown that about 75% of people lose money. And you can sit there going, oh, 25% of people make money. So what? That means more than half of the people lost. It's not even equal. Most people lose. 75% lose. If you're talking about those odds, go to a casino. They're regulated, they're honest. Pull the pokey machine.
We talked last time. I told you I was from Las Vegas, and it's one lesson I learned. People always could say, "Oh yeah, this guy always wins," and that's the minute I go, "Yeah, that guy's not telling you the truth. He's not telling you about the time he loses, right?"
Yeah, he comes back and he goes, "Look what I've won!" And then, didn't you go to Las Vegas 3 other weeks this month, each weekend? No. No, I didn't spend any money when I went there. I was just going to investigate the desert. The desert is very pretty in Las Vegas. I love walking around looking at property in the desert.
People don't tend to advertise their losses.
Exactly.
But okay, so what is Enchain? Like, what excites you most about Enchain? Like, what are you guys building? Why are you going to be the best at it? How is no one going to stop you?
Plumbing. I mean, we're building plumbing. So companies like Cisco went and built a whole lot of boring stuff, which is the plumbing for the internet. We're building the plumbing for the accounting network that will be over top of the internet, that will allow the next version of whatever's going to replace the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, the ones that will be there without selling your data. So Google wanted to do something where they didn't have to sell your data or do advertising, do no evil, all that stuff. And then they went, stuff it and we can make money. Facebook, the same. Twitter, I think they were just evil from the start. So basically, those companies will be there and will be able to build and have micropayments. And there'll be companies with logistics and companies with Internet of Things. And all this stuff will be able to start building over the next 20 years. And we want to just be there in the background, being the boring ledger and accounting company that keeps track of it all, that manages it all, that reports it all.
Got it. So, and I do a decent amount of like corporate innovation, and it had some really interesting talks in the last few weeks. I mean, we have a lot of big companies we're talking to, and I've been listening to them. I just kind of like laugh at how they've been approaching blockchain for a while. At some point, like I can almost like walk into a room with them and be like, "Let me guess, you did this, and then you joined a consortium, and then that didn't work out, and then you had this other pilot, and like you did one truck of blockchain, and you spent $5 million, like." Right. So, and I think. Go ahead.
But they managed to raise money. It's like the guy I went off on in 2018 in one of the stupid token things in the ICO craze, where he's sitting there going, "Look, I had this great idea. I raised $50 million and my idea didn't work, but it's wonderful. Now I can sit there and not have to work while I think of another idea." What crud. Companies who get too much money too soon fail. People who get too much money too soon fail. If you want to be successful, you need to be hungry. You need to be working hard, thinking that you're going to fail every second day. You need to be dreaming it, thinking it. You need to wake up in a cold sweat every night wondering where the money's going to be coming from, because when you're thinking your business 24/7, when you're putting it first and foremost in everything you're thinking, that's when you have your mind on your business, when it's thinking why you're not going to fail and why you're solving problems before they become problems. When you're just getting a bunch of money and then doing nothing, you become absolutely useless, as all those people did. So they got out there and they got money, and now they're rich. And what are they doing? Are they building anything new? Are they delivering anything new? Are they sitting there creating anything new? I have not seen one of those people who made money in the ICO boom do anything.
Well, they didn't really make money in the ICO boom. They just reappropriated investors' money. They didn't actually.
That's true.
Not many of them actually sold a single thing. And it's actually what kind of inspired me to get into this space. And I think we talked last time. It's one of the things I always hated about Silicon Valley. Like one day, if you have a few minutes, get on a call with my partner. I'm telling you, I met this kid when he was 20. The best person you ever met. He's like 28, 29 now. Complete genius. Like the real technical like me and him for a decade have worked together and always laughed. Right? We watch companies raise $5 million and then build nothing. And we're just like, dude, like it was just never in our ethos. Right. So I definitely totally understand what you're saying. And I guess to kind of pivot off that, like, you know, I think maybe I told you briefly last time, I started my first company 15 years ago when I was 19. So I've never worked for anyone. So like one of the things that I had to figure out, like I didn't come from like money, like my parents didn't give me money. Like one of the things I had to figure out was how to stay motivated. And one of the things I think I did naturally was like people would advise you against it, right? Say, don't work with your friends. But I really like the people I work with and like are my friends before or become my friends, like kind of consider them my family. So it's like, I always tell everybody, it's like my secret weapon. Like I get up each day because I don't want to embarrass them basically. Like I can't ask them to do anything. And then like, I'm just not doing anything. So it's like, that's my motivation. But like, what's yours? Like, how do you wake up with that sense of urgency every day?
I've got something to create. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really what it's about. I want to build something. I didn't come into this thinking, how do I get rich? I came in with a goal in building, a creating of having something there, and I haven't done it yet. We don't have a world that has moved away from advertising into micropayments. We don't have a world that records and allows people to track cash. So as an example, everyone sits there saying cash is anonymous. It's not. I'm trying to remember the name of the case. There was a serial killer case here in the UK around 30 years ago now. And it was tracked because of cash. The person was paid and the serial number was recorded, etc., in the paycheck. and money that was later spent and found was used to track the serial killer. So all this cash has never been anonymous. It can be pseudonymous for small amounts where people don't care. But if you try and go into a country without declaring $50,000 worth of American bills that are strapped around you, see what happens.
Hey, on that topic, do you think there's a day, because it's something I always joke about, do you think there's a day where when people fly around with like ledgers and they get off a plane that they're going to be forced to unlock them?
You shouldn't need to unlock them to show things. I mean, that's not how it would work, but I've already done that. In 2013, I did a little stunt to prove things to the government where I declared the Bitcoin I was taking in and out of the country, which ended up having to go to Canberra, the capital, because they didn't have enough zeros on the sort of declaration. They only went up to 9,999,999.99, and of course I went out with like 15 million and declared it. And the poor guy in the customs thing sitting there going, I don't know what to do. And he called in his supervisor, and everyone else hated me because like people were waiting to be able to do their GST refunds and all the other things. And I basically screwed all of that up for like 3 hours waiting for the plane. And so, yeah, it's not, it just takes time for people to recognize these things. But anyway. And I'm missing your voice again.
Oh, man. But at some point when we sign those forms that say, I'm not bringing a negotiable instrument of over $10,000 into the country, theoretically, anybody that's flying with a ledger who has that on, that private key on there, is lying. I mean, is that fair? Like,
potentially, yes. When people are moving money around physically, remember, you can electronically do things as well. So you don't need to declare when you're coming into a country and moving money from bank to bank. That's more automated. So it depends on how you're doing it. But when you're actually physically transmitting the location of Bitcoin, then you should actually be declaring it. But
right. I mean, the key is at that point, I mean, it's like a physical representation, or it can be negotiated for whatever, you know.
Yeah,
value.
your Bitcoin doesn't live on the blockchain. It lives with you.
Yeah, like if somebody flies to the airport with like $1 million in jewelry, they can run into problems, right? Like carrying that jewelry can be considered like transmitting that wealth, right? But to kind of come back to Enchain a little bit, because I want to get into a bit more of the specifics, like what are, and I think maybe I wasn't 100% clear what I was saying earlier. What I was saying is that when I talk to corporations, I kind of laugh at how they're approaching blockchain. I think they're kind of trying to figure it out. In some cases, I think they're just trying to figure it out to like stay in the PR news cycle and like have their own blockchain article. I don't know if they're actually trying to figure it out.
You're probably, well, too young, but if you go back to the internet in the 1990s, it's really the same sort of thing. You had Novell, you had Banyan, you had DECnet, you had IBM's whatever the hell stupid thing that they had, the internet, of course, and all of this was out there at the same time. And it was the same hype cycle, the same, you can have an intranet or private blockchain now. We're going through the same cycle again. It's the Satriana bit. Those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Okay, so and I was on a. Do you know the guy Paul Brody from Ernst & Young? Do you know who he is? I've heard the name. I got to talk to him the last few weeks. I deal with like Anheuser-Busch, Coca-Cola. I got them all on a panel the other day. Paul Brody actually opened my mind a bit, because I sit in a lot of rooms where I think people just kind of exclusively say, enterprises will not adopt public chains. There's no point, right? So like everybody's advocating for this like hyperledger, and I'm looking at it from the outside and I'm like, wow, all of enterprise blockchains just supposed to be hyperledger? Like, is that the answer? Well, here's your first bit. You don't have a blockchain unless it's public. Full stop.
Right. Oh,
the security model is not hash power or whatever else. It is publishing the root addresses. And that doesn't mean that your whole thing is now public. It only means the hash is public. So basically, this sounds like the same crud that was said about the internet. No one will use the internet because, and I went through that in the 90s, and IBM and some of the big four and Novell and all that ran around with the same bull. And here's the thing. Hyperledger isn't secure, not because it doesn't have hashing or anything like that, but because you can have 1,000 versions of it costlessly. It doesn't solve anything. It is just a slow sort of database that doesn't work properly. It doesn't offer anything more than Oracle. You can have a distributed MySQL database that actually has more security, more controls than every single control on Hyperledger globally. And guess what? No one's telling you that. But it's exactly the same thing. The Hyperledger around the internet and the problems and everything like this, it's the same stuff, the same thing all over again. IBM in there, we can't solve it, so we're going to shit on it.
Well, and I think IBM did go through a phase, right, where like they tried open source, and it seems like they pioneered some things, right, and then they kind of lost out on the business model, right? Like other people adopted their tech and they didn't really capitalize. So I feel like in some ways they're kind of overcompensating a bit now, right, with Hyperledger, where they're like, we tried to contribute to something and then we really want to control it, and like they really now want the dollar output from it.
They always wanted to control it. I mean, they just IBM are just this sort of behemoth who exists because they have so much money, which they're burning through. I mean, they've been losing a lot of money, but they've got too much money invested and they're earning too much in government bonds and other things to just go away. They're so big. They're a juggernaut that won't stop. But they're not actually doing anything that's really creative. I mean, I know people love to think IBM is doing all X, Y, and Z, but they're not really.
I don't think people have looked at IBM as like a creation engine for a while. Like nothing IBM screams like innovation. But like, so what? It's like to the people that say, like, obviously enterprise companies have had a monopoly over their data or their business relationships. They have these walled gardens.
But you still do. That doesn't change because you've got a blockchain.
Sure. So
the data.
But here's my question, right? Where like my guess is that they're a little relinquent, right, to start to move things to what they perceive are public chains or that might be able to be manipulated some point down the line. Like, what would you tell any enterprise listening right now? Like, why would they want, what would they benefit from this? Like what you're advocating for?
The actual whole reason for having it is you have a auditable, reputable source. So the whole, we're going to have private what? We're going to have a private database, big deal. You have one now. But so you're going to have the equivalent of an Oracle database that is slower than Oracle. You're going to have secret security. The entire security model of Bitcoin is publishing the hash. It's not all the hash power. It's not any of this other stuff. It is public. Read the references in the white paper. Number 2 and number 3, you publish the hash. If you don't do that, it doesn't matter that you're on sort of a private blockchain or whatever else. I can run up costlessly 1 billion copies of your books, and that's what will happen. So the whole point of all this is to have a single provable copy. You can't do it after the event. You can't digitally sign something in the past. You can only have it public. You cannot have a digital signature from an anonymous source because signatures require identity, and identity doesn't act. It's a one-way function. You can't then force identity into a signature. This is where people go wrong.
Do they want to be audited? I guess is my question. Like, is this something
they don't have a choice? Companies have to be audited. Sarbanes-Oxley, etc.
Well, they have a choice right now. They're not using blockchain, right? So I'm saying, like, are they willingly going to go into the darkness here, or like, are there other factors?
But that's the point. They already have to do things, so they're spending lots of money to have an inefficient, not always provable, not always legally compliant system.
Exactly. And I've heard you say it, like, they run multiple sets of books. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're currently living inside of the lines, and they're living inside of lines that they find are immutable, and for the right price, people will make shit up. So, like, what is their motivation at this point? Like, if you're going to run a business and say...
So right now, because of Enron and all the rest, every single CEO in America who doesn't have an immutable data source for their accounts is a criminal. Full stop. And I can say that very simply because the law from Sarbanes-Oxley on says if a record can be changed, you don't have the controls in place, you're breaking the law. So you need to have controls. So right now, what happens is people use CDs and expensive processes involving Iron Mountain and locking things away and et cetera, et cetera. So you've got this really expensive methodology to do what Bitcoin can do cheaply. And of course, those people running those things are going to shit all over Bitcoin. Why? Because there's billions and billions at risk. And people shit all over the internet in the 90s. The people running X500 database and protocol systems and networks said cell-based data is better. You don't want to have anything like the internet. Why? Because they made money. And that's going to happen now until it doesn't.
So should these companies have any fear? And I want to frame my question carefully here. Like, should they have any fear to put their data, and I have a few points here, but should they have any fear to put their data on public chain where they think it should be anonymized? And I'll pivot to the next point here. And are there any retroactive fears? And I'll give you an example.
But you're not putting your data on the chain.
Go ahead.
Hash is not your data. So if you're putting a hash, you're not putting data.
Give me a use case. Like, when you think of an enterprise company that's not in fintech, can you give me your most favorite example? Like what you would think would be a great Bitcoin enterprise solution? That's tracking. So say supply chain, say seed to sale, like what data would they put on chain or transactions?
You don't put data on chain. That's wrong.
Or sorry, like what would they sign on chain?
You just want transaction records. So you want a hash. A hash is an index. So you're just indexing something existed. That's it. That's all you need to do.
So just give me that use case. Like, what do you think would work really well? Like, in this supply chain example, there's this moment where they have a hard time trusting or validating a source of truth, and we can help them cut this time down by implementing X.
I think you're overthinking it. I think just the way things are now, it's just cheaper and easier. It's not any new thing or anything like this. It doesn't need to do any of that. It is just a better way of doing accounting. It's just cheaper. That's it.
So it's literally the signature it's a signature primarily, like,
no,
rather than setting a piece of paper in somewhere to be validated.
No,
get a lab result.
No, none of that. It can be, and you can build those things, but it's just being able to record the hash of information in transactions is able to set up everything, provably having the records in a manner that is cheaper. You're overthinking it all.
No, fair enough. And this is actually why I'm asking the questions. Like, contrary to popular belief, my best friends would say I don't listen sometimes, but I actually like to learn a lot. Is there any fear?
In the past,
yeah,
ledgers were done on paper. Paper's difficult to alter. If someone tries to liquid paper something out, it's easy to see. If they try and sort of erase something, it's easy to see. And then it's difficult because you have to change all the entries. You can still change things validly because you can actually make a ledger entry into errors and omissions and whatever else, and it can be recorded. So anyone who's done accounting will know that on paper ledgers, you can still make changes, but it's easy to see the changes. And that's the important part. So what it is really something that takes everything back to paper. Bitcoin is different in that it takes digital assets, things that were easy to copy and make billions of things inexpensively, and makes it so that there can be a provable single digital copy, so that you can bail or have bailments against things, so that you can no longer have this idea that you can have infinite copies of books or products or movies. So you can actually link a product individually. So you can link a record individually. It makes everything back to digital is like the real world, where only one real copy exists.
All right, so my last question on this point, which is, are there any retroactive attacks that can be deployed, do you think, and some people might say it's a quantum computing attack over like 2,000 qubits attacking SHA-256, right? Or some
quantum
technologies.
Quantum computers are a big.
Let's just
don't even go down. Quantum computers are a scam by people like IBM and everything like that, just to get money out of government. The same thing has been around since the 80s. The same bullshit. You need at least 7 physical qubits to get a single logical qubit. There has never been a single logical qubit invented ever. We get to 5. In 1985, we got to 5. 1990s, we got to 5. 2000s, we got to 5. Right now, we got to 5. Big hype cycle last year, we got to 5. And the technology fell apart at 5 because it is bullshit. It isn't supported in physics. It isn't supported in anything they're doing, but it is a huge multi-billion dollar sink. Billions go out of the US government into this research, and it is just a huge scam. The entirety of quantum computing is just a scam.
Got you there. Obviously, some people can disagree with you there. I don't have the knowledge to do it.
Well, if they disagree, show me one.
Yeah, I think like it's clear, like it's something around like what it would take to beat SHA-256 in real time, like while a message is being processed. It's like we need to be in like the 2000
a quantum computer. Okay, you still can't do that in real time. The whole thing, SHA is not going to be an issue. Hashing isn't solved by quantum computers. You can factor, in theory, ECDSA and RSA. One quantum computer, if you take the theoretical stuff as true, which I don't, would still take up around 100 hectares to do 3 keys a year at billions of dollars worth of electricity a year, at trillions of dollars worth of investment, full stop. It isn't, I mean, it's not going to be this instant thing like they're saying. It will be 3 to 4 months a key average. That's it.
So are you then saying, so I just brought up quantum computing and I kind of had a feeling of like what your response would be. And I, in a lot of aspects, I kind of agree. I mean, I feel like it's kind of a black box in what progress is. 100% we've been saying that, like,
basically in physics, there are a lot of people have this idea of infinity because it's easier math. They don't want to go into manifolds. They don't want to go into matroids or anything like this. Having a singularity is a simple solution, and it's wrong. There are no such things as singularities and infinities in physics, really. They are
For anyone listening, this is what I saw the last time I talked to Craig Wright. If you don't know a lot about either, if you don't know how to write code or can't even delve into the conversations of quantum physics or like go in 5 other directions, I swear to you, go like bounce around this dude, talk to him for 1 hour. You cannot jump around these types of topics with about millisecond response time and be completely full of shit for an hour straight. Like, it's not possible. So for anyone that ever wants to tell me in the future that Craig Wright is a fraud, liar, or an idiot, I promise you, like, I've been around really smart people for a long time. You cannot make this shit up. Like, this guy, he's not sitting here like just making up buzzwords when he like, I can just pivot and be like, Craig, what about quantum computing? And Craig's like, da, 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 da. Like, you can't luckily do that like for hours. But hey, let me ask, I want to pivot. I want to get stuck on quantum computing. But like, so are you telling me, in your personal opinion, that there's nothing retroactively in the future that can come back and tamper with the ledger of information? That these companies should have no fear that in the future, so maybe in 50 years.
The secret is it's public. It's not this we act outside of law. It is, if everyone's running SPV and billions of people have a copy of the ledger, then it is instantly recognized. That's the whole security model.
Now you're talking about data changing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give you another example where it's something like voting, where we might value the privacy of our vote. And if we vote on the blockchain, that in the future, somebody might be able to read my vote even 200 years from now.
Of
right?
course, because that's not a solution. I mean, you're not solving voting with the blockchain. Forget all this crap about proof of work and proof of stake and voting will be solved. No, it won't. That is from people who have no idea about online voting technology. I was the security and other consultant for New South Wales Electoral Commission on iVote, which is a small scale electronic voting thing for people who are in the military, who are disabled, elderly, whatever else, rather than postal vote. And it is not, the database is the simplest part of it. The blockchain is the simplest part of it. The difficulty is, how do you do things like oblivious transfer to ensure that you have someone able to do a vote? How do you make it so that that person cannot then go to another person and say, look, I'm proving I voted this way, so you don't have collusion, so you can't sell votes? How do you, I mean, there are so many other things. It's a simple, you can have voting. It's someone who has no idea what e-voting is really about. I mean, there are systems out there like Cytel and whatever else that I've worked with in the past. And even they don't get it all right. And it's not about blockchain. There are so many things in voting to get a system, and everyone just runs around with this simple idea. As soon as you put it on the blockchain, it's going to work. I mean, no.
That was for people that raise money.
Yeah, of course, that's the thing. We're going to solve everything and just give us $50 million.
Yeah. Oh, I have a token. That's my new fundraising mechanism. So what are your favorite use cases then? Like outside of the clear, or what we think is a clear, like what people think now is Bitcoin, like what are the non-fintech? I know you mentioned supply chain. Like, is that it? Are there any others that
no, Internet of Things, securely updating machines, code security, being able to have the integrity of files maintained and monitored, logging and security. Like, the first thing any attacker will do is delete your logs. Imagine now if they can't do that, if there's a way of having databases of logs that are secure, encrypted, but cannot be accessed and deleted.
Do you look at like blockchain or Bitcoin as like a form of like Git repository? I've always kind of laughed at the similarities. Like, it's kind of like commit to master. There's like all these kind of structural things like to form a source of truth. Like, do you think it's even a way for people to commit code? Maybe even get reimbursed for it?
In future, yes, but then committing code, how do you get, I mean, the number of lines. Fred Brooks had a great book that was first released in the 70s, then redone, about coding. And the number of lines is not important. I mean, it's not how many lines you write. As a coder, sometimes, I mean, there's a famous story in Apple about, what's his name, Wozniak, who actually got pulled up because he had a negative code, sort of how many lines of code he's inputting. And it was negative because he took everyone else's code and refactored them and spat out less code. And it was faster and more secure and better. But the HR people were sitting there going, but you're not doing anything. And he's going, of course I am. And that's the whole point. The number of lines of code and whatever else, you can't just go, hey, I've got this, therefore it's better.
You learn this on embedded systems very quickly when you realize like just plain white space is gonna like cause you to have like an overrun. Like I remember when I first started getting into tech, I remember I told someone one time, I was like, we wrote 1 million lines of something, and they looked at me, they were like, are you basing it off of how much code you've written? Like I don't know, it's probably 20 years old, and I was like, oh yeah, now that you put it that way, I probably could have like done it more efficiently.
Yeah.
So, all right, like, I guess, and I know we're going a little over here. So I want to do some rapid fires. Like, let's go back to scammers. Let's go back to people you don't like. Who are like the people that you think you have the least respect for in the space? Anyone listening, who should they not trust?
Anyone who sells you a path to getting rich quick. Anything that is going to make you money by signing up because you've signed up. Anything that doesn't require a lot of hard work.
Which projects do you like that are not either N-Chain or Bitcoin SV? Like, is there anything that you like?
There are, but I'm not going to go into all of that at the moment.
Come on, give me one. Like, what's one that you respect, or a person that you respect that you don't work with or doesn't work for you?
Oh, there are a number of people. I mean, Ryan Charles doesn't work for me. He has, with his paymail solution and whatever else, it's quite a good initial solution that will hook into simplifying payments and things like this. So,
got it. Which are the projects that you think are like the most full of shit that just like when you look at them, you literally can't stop laughing?
Lightning.
And because it has a false promise, or what?
Oh, it's a total joke. It's a bunch of people who don't understand Bitcoin or what it's about, who want to create something that's different to Bitcoin, don't understand that the entire security model is based upon Bitcoin, so therefore you can't take it into Lightning and say Bitcoin doesn't apply. And it's just a joke built on a joke built on a joke.
Got it. For anyone listening right now that's like, Craig Wright doesn't believe in quantum computers and that like anything can retroactively be changed in the blockchain, like how would you answer whatever whatever media hype there is right now that says like some message was signed that says that you're a fraud? Like how can you explain that? Like if you can say there's no way to change.
No message was signed. You can't have a digital signature that is anonymous by definition. Sorry. So no signature. You can run a digital signature algorithm. It's not signing a message.
So like whatever message people were talking about last week or two, that's signed anonymously? I guess I don't understand enough about it.
You can't sign you have to have either an identity attribute or an identity to sign a message. Someone can't go and say, hey, I've got a key, I'm signing. If you think that, then you don't understand digital signatures at all.
So you're saying that like somebody's saying Craig Wright is a fraud and this is a message everyone's supposed to take as truth. You're saying that that was like not signed. I really feel like a layman right now, actually.
No, it wasn't signed because that was Antonopoulos's Dread Pirate Roberts defense that got kicked out of Silk Road prosecution, saying you have to sign, you have to register a key, and that has to be protected. And I'm going to have to end because I'm actually over and I've got another meeting that is right now.
I want that ringtone. Whatever that ringtone is, I want that ringtone.
I'm sorry about this, but I have to actually take this, and because we've gone over and didn't realize what time. So,
Craig,
sorry about that.
I appreciate your time. It was very nice talking with you. Yeah.
Yep.
Have a good one.
All right.
Bye.
You too. See ya.
Goodbye.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Weak Hands. Yard, that hits close to home. Weak hands. People who can't handle the tension and sell their crypto holdings for a cheap USD price. The ultimate coin. When it's going down. Actually making its price even lower. When it's rebounding, they got cut. Strong hands hold their crypto for life, matey.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang, Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't a stop. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. I'm talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McAfee told me Bitcoin to $1 million or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick? What? No, hell no. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. No. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tanning for that fast payment. Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. Yeah, we the Coin Bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto. Look at the camera, say we talking crypto. We talking crypto.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of the art in blockchain and cryptocurrency technology. Reimagine 2020.
This is Brock Pierce, chairman of the Integro Foundation and many other things that we won't go through too many titles to list. But I'm here with you today to reimagine the year 2020.
Hey everybody, it's Patrick McLean, one of your hosts of Reimagine 2020. As you know, we're going 72 hours live for this entire event. We've had many interviews. This one I'm exceptionally excited for, actually. I just had a few minutes to talk to our guest before he got on and kind of reconfirm maybe a few of my thoughts. But I'm gonna introduce Brock Pierce here in a second, and I won't butcher it too much. I'll let him explain for himself. I've heard of him as he had a part of one of the first ICOs, I think Mastercoin. He kind of helped one of the first tokenized funds, blockchain capital, maybe parts of Tether, EOS, etc. I don't know how you could have done so many things, but again, before I just butcher it, introduce yourself, tell the kids or anyone else watching like what you do, and maybe a little bit about how you got into the space.
Yeah, I guess we'll start from the beginning. And so I grew up, I guess, as a gamer and a card collector, and I was very entrepreneurial. So I guess it all starts with, baseball cards, video games, and eventually things like Magic the Gathering. And so growing up as a kid, I got very into buying and selling and trading baseball. And I'd say that played a core component to this. And then video games as well, buying and selling and trading and playing things like Magic the Gathering. And then in the late 90s, we started to see the first video games become networked. And as games became networked, they became persistent in nature. Think massively multiplayer games like World of Warcraft or Second Life. But in some of the earlier iterations of that, Meridian 59, Ultima Online, EverQuest, Final Fantasy XI, Dark Ages of Camelot, so on and so forth, Asheron's Call, these games allowed you to accumulate digital currency and virtual items. And they were alienable, meaning that you could trade them with other players in the game. And so these virtual economies emerged. And naturally, because some players didn't have enough time to get all of the things they wanted on their own, and some players had too much inventory and maybe lacked, ordinary income, that a market emerged, essentially in time, where people that lacked the discretionary time but had the expendable income would buy items and so on and so forth. And I became the primary market maker for this emerging industry. And that emerging industry became quite big, by, call it the mid-2000s. We built up a supply chain of about 400,000 people, principally in China, that would play video games professionally for us to mine digital currencies that we would then sell by the billions or tens of billions of actual dollars around the world. We were PayPal's largest merchant for over 3 years. Project IGE was the code name for the PayPal credit card processing business that didn't require having an account. We were Google's largest advertiser for a moment. We launched Alipay in China. And so we got very good at understanding cross-border payments, learned all about payment systems. And I'd say that was really the main precursor for me getting into this space. And so it wasn't, though, really until about 2012 where the industry was taking off in a big enough way that I felt the timing was now. And so people would come to me early on and they'd say, hey, what do you think of Bitcoin? With my background in digital currency. My response early on is, this or something like it is the future. I just don't know if the future is now or 25 years from now. And in 2012, that's when I saw the lightning in the bottle. I saw enough critical mass forming, enough traction occurring that I decided the future was now. And I decided to drop everything I was doing and make this a full-time focus. And you named a few of the projects that I've been involved in. And so super entrepreneurial guy. And I guess a little unfocused. People would have focused on one thing. I was so excited by the prospects of this space that I had an insatiable appetite to just keep doing more. And so I just started building company after company after company until I couldn't manage any more companies. And then I started a fund so that I could keep investing in more and more and more companies and supporting all the things that I could. And looking back on it now with the benefit of hindsight, I mean, what an amazing ride it's been. I'm so grateful for this industry, so grateful for the incredible community, because it does take teamwork for this collective dream to work. And so it takes all of us. We're all important. As I like to say, we're all Satoshi. We're all contributing in our unique ways to the development of this ecosystem, which has the potential to truly change the world. I think that this technology is going to be core to the underpinning of reimagining, the world, in building a better world. And I can't think of a better time to be discussing it than in the year 2020. As I like to think, this is the year of, the visionary 20s. where things become clear. I like to think of it as they called the 1920s, the roaring 20s. I like to think of this more like from the perspective of the eagle or the phoenix. This is the soaring 20s. And so thank you again for having me. Glad to connect with all of your audience and the students in particular, because students are our future, right? The reason we do all of this is for our kids and their kids and their kids. It's for the next generation. And I can't think of anything more important than those people that are joining, call it, I don't want to use the word force, but joining, call it, I don't want to use the word rebellion, but joining the movement. We can change the world. We can build a better world. We can make a difference. We do have that power, and it takes many of us. So thank you for wherever you are for tuning in. I can't hear you.
All right, I missed the mute. I missed the mute button. First mistake of the interview. But no, I was gonna say, first off, beautifully said. Second off, for anyone listening, and as he said, as Brock mentioned, especially for the students, I would like you to listen to this conversation for a very specific reason, right? As you're kind of thinking about your career in blockchain, how you got here, maybe you have some hero in the space, who you think is the new cool guy building something. What I think is there's a lot of things I don't know about you, Brock. This is our first time talking. There's a few parts that I've always found very intriguing, and I think we'll get to them here, and I think you just hit on a few of them. But, I think what Brock is about to tell you is that he was kind of in it before digital assets were cool, right? And maybe they weren't called Bitcoin. Maybe they took another form. I'm going to guess that there was a lot of lessons you learned throughout that process. And I think obviously for everybody watching, we're going live for 72 hours. We have a ton of really cool people who have given their time to speak with us, to speak to you. And I'm personally grateful for that. I've learned a lot just in the last week. And I'm excited for this interview where I've kind of been guiding people around, how did you get into this space? What brought you to this point? For me, it's kind of clear, and maybe we can go back just a little bit before. So obviously you're part of, I think it's called Internet Gaming Entertainment, IGE, or whatever you want to call it. We can get into it there. But and you mentioned serial entrepreneur. Can you kind of tell me before you got even into digital assets or whatever, what experiences led you into a place where you felt like blockchain was kind of your calling, even before IGE?
Well, sure. I feel like I've lived multiple lifetimes, and I'm only 39 already. And I think that's because I've continually reimagined myself. I've continually reinvented myself. I grew up from the ages of 3 to 16 as a professional actor. I grew up starring in movies. And so that was a very sort of unique childhood, largely in the sense that I didn't have much of a childhood. I grew up on sets working, 9 hours a day, as a kid, and where there might not be any other kids present. I spent my time with movie directors and producers and, other adult actors. And, it was just a very unique sort of childhood, which, I learned a lot from. And, but I decided I didn't want to be an actor, at the height of my career, which much to the dismay of, call it my representation. As soon as I was the kid that, could make $1 million plus a movie, I said, I don't want to do this anymore. They're like, what are you talking about? Do you know what people would do to get where you are? What? You can't quit. And I'm like, yeah.
You were pre-Dave Chappelle. You were pre-Dave Chappelle.
I'm like, I feel like I've already succeeded. I want to go do the next thing. And everybody was just kind of dumbfounded. But I'd say that lesson in particular, the idea that you don't have to continue doing whatever it is that you're doing right now. The minute you say, next, you have the ability to do that. I think so many people get trapped in life in whatever pattern, that they're operating in because it becomes safe, right? The safe thing to do is to keep doing whatever it is that you're doing. And the scary thing is to step outside of your comfort zone and start doing something, where you have no experience. that, you know, doesn't have any of that safety. I think most of that safety is an illusion anyway. But becoming aware of the illusion and developing the confidence to have the faith to just take a step out into whatever that next thing is that interests you. And so for me, that was entrepreneurial. I wanted to be a movie producer. And so I started dabbling in independent film production at 15, 16, 17. And at 17 years old, I started my first company called DEN, or Digital Entertainment Network, where we raised $88 million from NBC and Microsoft and Intel and all the big, you know, major investors at the time. And our idea was that we could take videos and put them on the internet. Meaning we could take traditional television shows and license and repurpose it, that we could create original programming for the internet that we call webisodes, and serve all the underserved audiences that existed that television or broadcast mediums were not supporting. We also thought that people would use their camcorders to walk around and record videos and upload it to the internet as user-generated content. And amongst anyone really from the media business, I think we're generally still considered to be the main precursor to YouTube, to Hulu, to Netflix. And we're credited by anyone really in the media business for having been the pioneers of that. And so that was during the Internet 1.0 phase. And so I'm one of the youngest guys, maybe the youngest guy in the world, that actually lived through that period and was a major player in, call it, the Internet 1.0 phase, because I'm only 39. And that's just because there's not many founders back then that were, you know, call it teenagers, you know, raising, you know, $100 million. And so that was my business school. And then fast forward, I got into the IGE stuff, or the gaming stuff, after the internet bubble burst. I went, you know, I'm now a washed up actor because I quit my job, you know, at the height of my career, but you know, I'm not relevant anymore. A few years has gone by. You know, I dropped out of college. I didn't make it through one semester because I'd started a business that was doing so at the time conceivably well. We were valued at $1 billion by NBC. So, you know, we were a unicorn back in the day, when unicorns were, I'd say, more rare. And, you know, and I'm like, and I'm an entrepreneur that just lost nearly $100 million of other people's money at a time that no one wants to hear about an internet business. And I'm like, oh God, what am I going to do with my life? I've just messed up everything. And I'm like, well, I guess I could go get a job, or I could try starting and building another business. And that's how IGE happened. I decided the job thing wasn't the mix. And so I used every dollar I had left, because I didn't cash out much during the, call it, first phase of the internet. And I put everything I had into IGE. And the main currencies there were things like World of Warcraft Gold and EverQuest Platinum and Linden Dollars from Second Life. And yeah, I learned so many things from that process. You know, I learned how to do business internationally. You know, I was living, you know, mostly between Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Seoul. So I spent a lot of my life living in Asia, learning how to do business in Asia. We rolled up, you know, all the major companies in the world. So I rolled up all the major media companies, like the video game websites, all the information tips and tricks and things. And so did 30 or 40 acquisitions to build a top 100 web property in the world called ZAM. I sold that to Tencent, one of the biggest Chinese companies. And so I learned a lot about M&A and deal making and capital raising, and built a, you know, just payment systems, all the things that I think were really relevant to Bitcoin, in the sense that had I not done all of those things previously, there's no possible way I could have done so many things in this space. The reason why I think I was able to do so many things, and some of those things successfully, is because of all the training I had. You know, there were not a lot of people playing around in the Bitcoin space that had raised hundreds of millions of dollars as an entrepreneur, you know, from the Goldman Sachs's, and that had done 30 or 40 acquisitions, had done business around the world, new payment systems. I'd say I had a major advantage over most of the entrepreneurs, combined with, you know, just all that experience. And so I think that's what prepared me to be able to do so much. And then being just crazy enough to like not stop at one thing, right? It was like, okay, start at this. And instead of like riding that opportunity, you know, to its conclusion, as soon as I got a business up and off the ground and running, I was off to do the next one. You know, the thing that I take great pleasure in is the process of creation. I like creating businesses. I don't like running businesses. And these are the things that, a lot of entrepreneurs don't understand. I enjoy the entrepreneurial process of creation. I don't want to stay running a company. When it gets to 25 people, it's way too big for my liking. I like things when organizations are 1 to 5 people and you're really truly in that ideation phase and strategy of how are you going to go to market? What does the minimally viable product look like? Learning how to story tell and articulate the pitch and getting that product live in the first customer. Kind of after that point, my goal is to move on to the next thing as fast as I possibly can.
Well, don't go too fast. The space might need you a little bit more.
I haven't gone anywhere. The only thing that's different today than back at the beginning of this journey is that I've changed my life in a lot of ways. One is I've been blessed with more abundance than I had in my, call it, life previously. And as a result of that, I devote a lot of my time to charity and philanthropic work. And so I've added that element to my life, and that's become a huge part of what I do the last couple of years. And then I'm also living in Puerto Rico and, just doing lots of things that I've never done before. I'm learning about real estate. I'm learning about agriculture. I'm learning about energy systems. So I'm doing a bunch of things that may not have any relevance to blockchain, but just understanding how I can be of highest service to Puerto Rico. And I'm enjoying it a great deal because I'm learning about all sorts of stuff I've never done before that are relevant to what I think, Puerto Rico needs more of. And, but I haven't left, future tech. I'm still very much, here continuing to do all that I can to support this system's development. And I think that my perspective is actually, makes it better as well. One of the things that I'd say has changed in my life that I think is a core insight is that I don't really care about making money. And what I found is when I stopped caring about what's in it for me, whenever I'm sitting down with other founders and talking about ideas, one of the main problems of why most ideas fail or projects fail early on or in their infancy is because everyone's busy fighting over what's in it for them. The carving up of the pie in the early days leads to fights, it leads to other issues.
You destroyed an entire company or waste years fighting over equity that is purely worthless until everyone works together to make it valuable. You literally get into wars instead of just finding good founders, which is inherently hard, right? It's pretty hard to find people you could trust, and it's a learned skill. I feel like, right? It took me a long time to figure out how to just find people I could trust, right? In a way that that in 9 months or 12, I found the best founder ever. I'm so lucky. Post on Instagram, best founder. And I'm sitting sometimes with people, it's I want to see this 24 months from now, right? Because it's very hard to be unselfish. Not to cut you off, but I think great point, right? Most people don't make it through unselfishness, right? They find something to fight over. They find some little thing. And rather than just getting to the finish line, they waste all their effort. They destroy the product, even if it's the best product ever. It might not get off the finish line, right? Or might not even leave the start line.
Well, that's typically what happens because we are friction, right? Our personal desires, whether it be ego-related things, title, ownership, money, whatever it is, brings friction. And so when I'm, in the process of creation, I try to eliminate any friction that I would be bringing to the table. Also because I have a great deal of confidence in the value that I provide. And so I'm not really worried about in the early stage protecting my interest and seeing what's in it for me. I'm more than anything auditioning the other founders and deciding, do I actually want to stay involved and help? And if they want to go ahead and do it without me, great, I don't care. I've got enough things to do. I'm not afraid. I don't have any fear of being cut out of a deal. I don't have any friction of what's in it for me that I'm bringing to the table. And I found as that mentality shift occurred with me, the rate at which I can create things and the quality of the people I can work with, just everything goes exponential. And so a lot of things have changed, and I feel like I'm in my, I'm more capable now than I've ever been.
Love it. And I want to pivot to one part a little bit later, but like I think, and I only know a little bit about it, so I won't speak to it right now, but I want to come to it later. And I caught some of it online the other day, but I think what you're doing in the charity phase, you and I talked before we started this conversation about Puerto Rico. So definitely want to hear more about that, and I want to carve out some time there to really like highlight that conversation. And I think it's something that everybody needs to hear. I want to pivot real quick, just a little bit along your journey. I want to go to like IGE because I think it's like a critical part of your conversation. And you might not think it's critical. I'm really interested to hear about it. But like really quickly, like in a few sentences, how would you describe yourself? Like, were you a tech nerd? Were you a programmer? Like, do you think that you were like a really good marketing guy? Were you like really good at building teams? Maybe a combination of the above. But like, what in hindsight, what would you say was like really your strength? And maybe your strength has evolved, but like, what do you think were like your key ingredients to the recipe that kind of brought you to today?
Well, for that business in particular, I'd say it started.
No. Just life. Like, I want to hear, like, is Brock Pierce, is he like a tech nerd, like growing up? Is he like, do you think you're like the marketing dude?
I'd say vision is where it started. I saw things that others didn't see. And so I saw market opportunities that didn't yet really exist. And so most people normally need to see examples of things before they can see that something would work. And I tend to see opportunities that have not yet been proven, at least not in any sort of meaningful way. And so I was a gamer, and I recognized that just because something was intangible didn't mean that it had any less value. And that was a really novel idea at the time. The same thing that you have to deal with anytime you talk to someone that's never heard of Bitcoin or doesn't know much about it. Why would anyone want Bitcoin? Because it's not natural for an uninformed person to understand. It doesn't make sense in the reality that they live in. And so I'd say that I kind of live between the present reality and future reality, enough to the point that I can see things that have not yet happened. And I think that that's probably the first piece of what I have that's enabled me to be able to do a lot of these things. And then in terms of like skill sets, I think I've got a sense from a marketing perspective of how to present things well. I know how to take complex ideas and distill it down into simple sound bites, right? I'm a storyteller. I know how to communicate opportunities and ideas. And so that's very helpful in terms of how you create markets. You know, you have to explain to people what a market is so that they can start to share that belief system, right? You can start to, take that potential vision of a future reality and make it real. And the only way that happens is as you convince other people that there's a reason for it, whether that be by providing a product or service or just telling the story. It's normally a combination of all of those things. And I put that all into a type of category of marketing. I was also what I'd say pretty good at business development and corporate development. I learned through that IGE business, I did 30 or 40 acquisitions. So I didn't just grow the business organically. I grew the business rapidly by rolling up an entire industry before anyone else even realized it was an industry. I rolled up all the media content sites, which were the main way that you would advertise to users. So at the time, you didn't have Google AdSense or any of these sort of AdWords type programs that would allow things for people to put ads on their websites easily. And so I'm like, okay, I could start buying advertising on all these websites. And as I get more and more competitors, then I'm going to compete for that advertising inventory, and I'm just going to have to pay more and more and more. They don't really have any revenue right now. I should just buy them all so I control all the distribution and all the advertising. And so I did that before I had any real competitors. And then when other competitors emerged and came along, there was nowhere to advertise because I owned everything. And so there were a lot of these sort of moves along the way. And then I figured out how to raise money from capital formation and brought in Goldman and all these groups. And then I bought up the companies in China and Korea because those businesses were perceived as novel and new and high risk. So they were valued lowly by investors in Asia. But I was able to convince the capital markets in the US that this was an emerging industry and it should be valued highly. And I was able to create an arbitrage play where I was able to get capital at a 5 times better rate than what I could buy things for. And so I could take 10 million of capital and turn it into 50 million of assets. And I learned a lot of that sort of stuff, again, without any prior training. You know, I didn't go to school for any of this. I just went and...
You're just a hustler, son.
Yes, I'd say hustling might be the another way of describing, you know, it's visionary, storytelling, you know, go-getter.
Well, let's
do things.
And let's get into it. Like, and you and I were talking before, and like for everyone listening, like, listen to what you're about to hear, because like to me this is highly intriguing. Like I was telling you before we started this call, like I heard about IGE from like numerous sources, like political sources, whatever. Like everybody can find out what they want online, but like when I heard about it, like to me it was so intriguing. Like understanding like key players in the crypto space, right? Like other people, right? And what I had seen that you did with IGE, right? Like I knew for a fact before I talked to you, before like even this call, like many years ago, I was like, yeah, that's pretty smart. Like that makes sense to me, right? Like I can see that trajectory. Like I can understand very clearly how you start at X place and how you kind of end out on the other side, right? And like why you might have a unique perspective that probably a lot of other people don't. Whether people think you have that perspective or not, whether they think like, for anyone watching, it's like, dude, this guy just has a cool hat. Like, no, like it might be more than a cool hat and like a pretty face, right? So can you tell people about IGE and maybe like go into a little bit of detail, right? Like not just the glaze over story, like, and again, for the 4,000 students, right, that know they're listening to this call, like, or this conference, like, and I think I want them to hear it. Like, can you take them through that journey? Like, why was that impactful to your path in crypto, right? Like, and what, as you mentioned, like, you were able to raise money from Goldman. You were able to pull strategic advisors, right? Like, this kind of like taught you how to raise money. This taught you the backdoors in the business world, the conversations that most people are never exposed to, right? And then when they get in that situation, they're just basically screwed, or they're really smart and they hire somebody basically smarter than them, right, to take an executive role. But like, what were the lessons that you learned from IGE? Like, can you, as much as you want, can you tell everyone that story?
Yeah, no, I mean, I learned, so IGE started because I saw a need for people to buy these currencies in games, right? Again, people lack the discretionary time to play, you know, as much as they wanted to get the things that they wanted to have, but they had the expendable income. And so at first, and I also was, you know, I'd say like a pro kind of gamer. And so I could make hundreds or thousands of dollars a day playing video games. I got to the point that I was able to play 6 computers simultaneously. And this is without bot software, because that stuff didn't exist yet. You know, this is, call it in the year 2000, 2001. I'd play 6 computers simultaneously, and I would operate raid groups just as me. I'd go do things that would normally take 12 or 18 people, and I would do it single-handedly. And so I realized that, you know, I could make a fair amount of money playing video games if I had wanted to. And I thought that others, you know, could be taught how to do that. And so the first thing I did is I started teaching people how to play video games professionally. And then I would teach them how to play 1 computer, and then I'd teach them how to play 2 computers. And then I would teach some people, if they were really good, how to play 3 computers. I never really got anyone that could play more than, you know, that could play 4 or more, but I was able to play 6 computers at a time. And so I started teaching people to do this, and we started creating the currency and, you know, mining the games and then selling stuff. And I got up to a team of about, I don't know, 20 or 30 people that could play games. And my sales were vastly exceeding my production capacity. And so I realized really fast there was no way that I was going to have hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of employees playing video games professionally. I'm like, okay, this will never scale. I guess I'm going to need to be able to buy from other gamers. but there's not enough gamers in the world that want to sell this stuff. I'm like, how am I going to get enough inventory to meet the consumer demands? I'm like, I think I'm going to have to teach people in other parts of the world, in the developing world, how to play games to make money. And so I'm like, well, should I teach people in Latin America? Should I teach people in Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, whatever, to play games? I'm like, maybe it's Eastern Europe. Maybe it's Russia or the Eastern Bloc. And I'm like, India? Or is it Asia? And I eventually realized that China was the ideal place. And that's because the Chinese people just love games. Like in India, I think it's because of the family culture, probably more than anything else. Like the parents are not a big fan, at least historically at this time, of their kids playing video games all the time. But in China, you know, gaming was a huge sort of part of the culture. And so I'm like, wow, the Chinese have a huge population and a very high propensity to appreciate and enjoy and play video games. I said, China's the place. And so I moved to Hong Kong the next day and set up operations in Shanghai. And we started teaching the Chinese how they could make, you know, a couple $100s a day playing video games. They could make more money than doctors and lawyers. And you don't have to work in a factory and, you know, have your hand cut off or your fingers cut off.
And like them playing games is like, they're just playing games, or they're like mining items in games, or what is playing games?
They're playing games, but with a focus on mining items. So that you, instead of just playing in any random place, you know, you choose the places in the game that has a, you know, call it a high reward. And I would teach gamers where the, you know, where the money was. You know, you still had to get your character up to a high level. So you had to play the game to get to the point that you could produce, you know, an income. You know, so you had to get good at the game. And because they weren't my employees, but instead they were contractors, you know, they only got paid based upon what they produced. You know, I only paid you for your gold. I didn't pay you for your time. And so if you weren't very good at it, you probably would quit pretty quickly. But if you were, you know, a natural and good at playing games, and if you learned from us or you figured out on your own where to go be most effective, you could make a real income. And it became a big deal. You know, we taught hundreds of thousands of people. You know, we had 400,000 contractors, you know, basically supplying us with inventory. I mean, that's hundreds of thousands of people working for us in China. I mean, it's like, those are big numbers, not in China so much, but they're big numbers to most of us in the West. You know, as an American, a few 100,000 people is a huge number.
That's a big number anywhere. Like anyone that's like a few 100,000, no, like, all right. So, but like,
so I learned a lot about that. I had to go do business in China. I had never been to China. I knew nothing about China. We flew over to Hong Kong and I opened up the yellow pages to create a company. I'm like, okay, law firm, real estate agent, let's get an office, recruiter. I didn't have a single connection, not a single contact, literally just rolled up the sleeves and built a business in China with no experience. You're muted.
God damn it. I was like over here flailing. Brock's like, I keep talking. I'm like, why can't you hear me? What year is this, by the way? Like for everybody watching, like when is this?
This is 2001, 2002.
Oh God, this is early. This is like so early. All right,
yeah,
so
21 years. I'm 21-year-old kid at this point.
Got it. So you started it 2001, 2002?
Yeah.
Okay.
I started the company in 2001.
Got it. So then, like, when did it get big? Like that same year or a few years later? Or
it got big pretty quickly. I mean, the business, took me a couple months to get it launched, and it took a few months to start getting some traction. But I mean, within a year, I mean, we did over $1 million in our first year, which is not big compared to, I mean, in our later years, we were doing over $1 billion a year. You know, and that we were doing $1 billion a year by 2006 or 2007.
So 2001 you started. When, like, how long were you a part of it? Or just give me like an end date. Like you were there from 2001 to.
Yeah. So I ran the company as chairman and CEO until 2007. In 2007, I took my right hand, who was my banker, Steve Bannon, who's become a very well-known figure. And I made Steve Bannon CEO and I became chairman. And so then Steve Bannon took over running the day-to-day business for about 4 years. And then Steve Bannon stepped down as CEO, I think in about 2011. And then I took another one of my executives, Matt Smith, and made him CEO. And then Matt and I went and sold, all the different pieces of the business. We sold the media business to Tencent, sold the IGE business to an existing player, and then we sold the exchange business that was doing a little over $1 billion a year. We had 90+% market share in South Korea. We sold that to a public company in South Korea. And so we sold the last piece of the business, I think, in 2014. And so I still had this business, pieces of it, during the early days of crypto. And so my team in Korea, I had them start BitThumb. And so we started building the Korean exchange. So I took my old gaming team and turned them into crypto projects. So Block One and EOS is the IGE team. BitThumb is the Korea team. My China team became a bunch of, different businesses in China. And then a lot of other people, like Kraken is founded by Jesse Powell. Jesse was Loot.com, or LEWT. He was one of my smaller competitors. Mt. Gox was Jed McCaleb and trying to be a Magic the Gathering exchange that pivoted into Bitcoin. When you go back and you study the origins, a lot of the people that created this industry early on were all guys like me. We all came out of the video game space and pivoted from gaming and payments in Asia to crypto exchanges and payments and things. And then we marketed all of these services to our users. There's a reason why my biggest markets in video games were China and South Korea. It should not come as a surprise that the largest market for crypto is China and South Korea. There's a huge learning curve for an average person to say, I want to buy Bitcoin. But for someone that bought or sold World of Warcraft gold or mined World of Warcraft gold, you're like, oh, I can mine Bitcoins by just using my computers. I don't have to play it all day long. They're like, well, this is so much easier. This is so much cooler. And so a lot of the biggest mining players and things all came out of video games. A lot of the exchange founders. I mean, I'd say a majority of the early entrepreneurs in this space all came from gaming.
No, that's very interesting as you put it, right? And I don't have that gaming experience, but I've kind of seen it. Like I grew up in Las Vegas, so I kind of understand the gambling space. Not that I got it from there, but
yeah, gambling is another one. If you understand a chip,
I see so many poker players that went around the world. They use Bitcoin in the early days where you couldn't take more than $10,000 on a flight, right? So they were using Bitcoin at the time to go land in Macau, right? And have 500K they could start playing with, right? And so it's they were using Bitcoin, right? And then you go fast forward years later.
Before Bitcoin, they were using chips. And so they'd carry $100,000 in chips from Wynn Casino. And then they'd show up in Macau, and Macau would accept the Las Vegas chips. And so in the early days, they used chips. And then when they learned about Bitcoin, they're like, oh, that's digital, that's safer, not fake. And that's why so many early poker players, again, when you look at the early adopters, right, it was people that understood gambling chips, or it was people that understood virtual currency, digital currency in games, or you were a cypherpunk or something of that nature, or you were a hardcore anarchist or libertarian. You'll notice all the early adopters of crypto come from one of those backgrounds. And the biggest one of them was the gamers, because we just represented sheer mass numbers. There were tens of millions of us. The cypherpunk movement obviously played a critical role. We couldn't have done any of this without them. But in terms of numbers, they're a very small number of people. The gamers were the masses. We were the group that drove mass adoption.
Got it. And I want to kind of pivot. I promise I'll pivot to a few other points here. But this one I think is really intriguing. Maybe for me only, but I think the audience watching will really appreciate it. So it sounds like you started in 2001, you were profitable almost immediately. Obviously, the next decade plus, it kind of lingers in your life. Maybe it's less important or less of your time as you go into the end of 2000s. But can we just unpack a little bit? What were the lessons that you learned, right? So 2001, you're profitable immediately. When did it really start catching fire? And maybe a few other things I want to ask. At that point, what are you seeing, right? I think sometimes if we were to explain like cryptocurrency to someone, it's like this foreign object. It's like we could speak alien language and they wouldn't know, right? Like to my grandma, she wouldn't understand Bitcoin, right? Now, on the other end of the world, I feel like if I were to go to a normal citizen and tell them that people are buying or mining World of Warcraft items, this also might seem alien to them, right? So I feel like there are some similarities there. Obviously, it's like a bit of a niche, which in some aspects I would say like maybe Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies are still a bit of a niche, whether we're going to cross that threshold or not. But like, when did you realize like, oh shit, this is way bigger than I thought? Maybe it was 2001, but was there like another milestone? And was it just like the digital assets, or did the community, like, did you see anything in the community that kind of like forecasted what you would later find in the Bitcoin community as well?
Yeah, so I mean, in both instances, whether it be the video game sort of digital currency markets or call it the cryptocurrency markets, I went into it eyes wide open and aware of the magnitude and the potential. Like, it's not like I saw a little opportunity and then it became a big thing. I saw cryptocurrency for the opportunity it is. I saw where we are today when I first started doing this. I saw the future 10 years out. That's why I was so excited and dropped everything to focus exclusively on the space. I had lots of other things going on in my life. And so I wouldn't have just dropped everything unless I had real foresight and conviction. And so, yeah, the video game stuff, I mean, it went pretty big, pretty fast. I mean, by, I think 2003, we did 7 million in sales. And I think by 2004, I think I did 50 million in sales. And by 2005, I think we did over 100 million in sales. So, I mean, these are starting to become, substantial numbers. These were real businesses. It was a pretty amazing sort of opportunity to be a part of something growing that fast. And then it was by 2007 and 8 that, we started to mature. We became so big, we were doing over $1 billion a year. I mean, in South Korea, we had over 90% market share. How am I going to grow anymore? I basically achieved the maximum growth that one could achieve. And there was no one left to buy. There was nothing left to do. And so that's when things were no longer that exciting to me.
Did you invent silence? So just people just stop eating? They're just like, all right, just.
But it's like I beat the game, right? It's back to reinventing oneself. It's like, okay, I've kind of done as much as, someone can do in this area. I've got 1,000 employees. I really don't like managing a business at this scale. I don't like dealing with the investors all the time. I mean, I was becoming an executive, not a creator. I became an operator having to maintain a business, and I didn't think I was that good at it either. It's like, it wasn't what I wanted to do. I didn't enjoy waking up every day going, wow, I've got offices all over the world. I've got, 1,000 employees and hundreds of thousands of suppliers. And, just like I'm flying around the world every day just to keep, everything together. And it's like, there's not even that much growth left. I had an opportunity to sell the whole business for a big number in 2006 to Viacom. And they were going to make me the president of Viacom Games. This was 2005, 2006. So I would have been 25 years old, managing, reporting into the number 2 executive at a major media company, responsible for running a games division with over $1 billion a year budget. I would have been the most influential executive in the world of media at 25. And one of the main players in games, and Goldman Sachs convinced me not to do that and take their money instead. In hindsight, I should have done that because I would have taken a few $100 million off the table, and I would have been learning how to actually operate a multi-billion-dollar business inside of one of the most important public companies in the world. I probably would have done that for a year or two and quit, but I would have learned more. One of the main lessons I've learned there is I probably shouldn't have stepped down as CEO of my own company. I should have just sold it. Because instead, I got stuck having to oversee the business as chairman for another 7 years. And I ended up making less money. So I learned a lot about timing and net present, value of capital and how market valuations work, and that you can have a much bigger business 7 years from now, but you may ultimately make less money because growth rates, eventually the business sort of plateaued at a little over $1 billion a year. But when we were growing from, 100 million to 200 million to 500 million to $1 billion, people are like wanting to pay you a massive amount of money for that business because they can see it maybe going to 5 or 10 billion. Once you've got 3 years of growing 5 or 10% a year, people want to value your business at 4 times, 5 times revenues instead of, 1 times revenues. They want to value you at, 5 to 10 times earnings versus 50 to 100 times earnings. And so I learned a lot through that sort of experience about how, sort of business works. Again, I was making it up as I go. I really didn't know what I was doing. I know.
You were 20. Like how old were you in 2007, or I don't know how old 26. You are now, but 26. So you're 26 years old. You're in the driver's seat. You're bringing on Bannon, who's like ex-Goldman, like ex-Seinfeld, just buying rights to movies and like TV series and stuff. People are calling you in. Like, what does that pressure look like? Like, did you handle it well? I mean, like, I'm gonna guess like you handled it well. You seem like a pretty chill dude, but like, were there moments where you're just stressed out? Like, were you like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't know what I'm doing, or I kind of understand it, but it doesn't seem interesting to me. Like what?
Well, I mean, I felt like I knew what I was doing, but I mean, I didn't really have that experience. I was learning on the job and making it up as I go. But it was never any like, oh, I didn't feel like I could handle it. I mean, I don't lack confidence. And I also believe that I also don't overly drink my own Kool-Aid, right? I'm practical. I know what I don't know, and I try to figure it out. And I feel I can figure things out. But, there's never like, oh, I can't handle this. I did get into a period of time that was really difficult because we went to war with Blizzard. And World of Warcraft became so big that they became such a material part of our business because they were just crushing every other game in the world. And the executives at Blizzard they couldn't handle the fact that I was making so much money. It just drove them personally bonkers.
It was the fact that it was a secondary market, or what? Like they didn't want it?
Take like EverQuest, which was a Sony game. We were generating more revenue than the game company itself. Because the game companies were charging $9.99 or $14.99 a month. And some of our customers might give us $100 or $200 a month. And so we were conceivably making more money than the game companies themselves. And that just, drove people crazy mad. They're like, this guy, it said, because in the end user license agreements, it was against the terms of service. And I just said, I believe that gamers have property rights. I believe that gamers own the fruits of their labor. And I had a fundamental, like, own your data sort of perspective. And so I didn't care that the game company said, no, you can't do this. And I went and looked into the legalities of it, and I realized they could never sue me because if they lost, it created too many problems for them. And so it just became a constant standoff. But then Blizzard decided that they wanted to go to war with me. They couldn't sue me, but they decided to try and blow up everything in the game and battle. And, so we had to learn it was a game of cat and mouse. And that part really was the only part that was taxing because I'm losing tens of millions of dollars of inventory. And when you wake up and you find out that they just blew up, your warehouses again. And, because the way this worked is we had to have tens of thousands of accounts, and every server was a unique economy because you couldn't move World of Warcraft gold from one server to the other. And there were thousands of servers. And so we had to store the inventory in every single game on dozens of accounts per server. And so we have tens of thousands. And when you placed an order, we had to go in the game, grab the gold out of our secret warehouses, and then bring it to your character in the game and physically or virtually hand it to you in the game. We were running an entire FedEx operation. The reason why Goldman Sachs funded us is they're like, you're managing thousands, tens of thousands of markets. You're managing an economy more complex than the global financial system. Who are you? They were like, whatever you're doing, we need to fund you because what you're doing is probably the future and you're doing something more complex than our company.
Have you seen I watched the other day, you know, Raven's Quest? Have you seen that on Apple?
Yeah, but by the way, there's a movie, if ever you want to watch the IGE story, you can learn a bit about it. It's called Play Money. It's on like all the you know, you can buy it on Amazon or watch it on Amazon and iTunes and that stuff. It's called Play Money before there was Bitcoin. It's a whole documentary that we filmed back in 2008. It only came out last year. And so it's an interesting way if you want to like kind of see the origin story. Yeah, if you're really curious, it's worth a watch. It's probably, I don't know, 75, 90 minutes. You know, it's a proper documentary that kind of tells the story. And naturally on the cover of the logo, you know, they have us all, the stars of the movie are all in like the avatars of a video game, and I'm naturally the wizard with the staff and the hat and, you know, all of those things.
Love it. So it's like, I don't know. There's a lot I want to get to, but like I think if we kind of like cap this out. So I think I hear what you're saying, like as much as I can. So here's my next question. Like, I feel like, all right, so you kind of gone through this, you're getting in some battles, you're in your early 20s. It sounds like money still motivates you. It sounds like you have a decent amount of money, but like some days you still wake up and like, you're like, oh man, these dudes are stealing my gold from my virtual chest. Like, I'm not cool with this. Like, I gotta go get it back. Like, I'm not giving up. So you obviously have like the competitive spirit. And so at what point then does like crypto come on your radar? Like maybe it's Bitcoin, maybe it's something else, but like, when does it start to pop up on your radar?
Well, because of what I was doing in video games, I also was looking at all the secondary markets for airline miles and credit card points and community currencies. You know, Wired in December 2008, you know, called me the kingpin of Azeroth and the godfather of digital currency a month before Bitcoin launches. And so anyone that was looking to build a digital currency, call it before Bitcoin, you know, pretty much most of them would come to me, you know, looking at what I had been doing and asking me my opinion of these things. And so, you know, the precursors to Bitcoin, you know, I often met most of the people that were thinking about these ideas. And so I was having constant conversations about this stuff before Bitcoin. And so when Bitcoin comes about.
And wait, not to interrupt you, but I think actually, I think everybody will benefit from this. Like, what were those conversations? So you're saying like digital or digital currency before Bitcoin, or
Yeah.
What were these things that people were coming to you about specifically?
Well, a lot of people wanted to reinvent money, right? There's a lot of people that have looked at the monetary system of the world and questioned whether or not this is the ideal system, right? And can we do something different? Can we do something better? And so a lot of the, you know, this has come in many flavors, but the more interesting conversations were around community currencies, local currencies. I mean, take a look at things like M-Pesa in Africa. You know, that's what I call the telco standard, where they use prepaid cell phone minutes as an alternative to fiat money. And so I was looking at all of these types of systems around the world, in the Philippines, because my business, IGE, kind of couldn't grow anymore in the games business. So I was looking at acquiring points.com, and I was looking at rolling up all of the other, because I couldn't grow in gaming anymore. So I started looking at other verticals, you know. So a lot of 2006, 7, and 8 was looking at, you know, how do I keep expanding around this concept of digital currency, and what other markets could I go into? And so I was looking at American Express points and the credit card programs, the American airline miles, and that's what like points.com was doing, looking at the telco standard and prepaid cell phone minutes, looking at sort of community currencies and what are the, you know, other ideas. And so a lot of those conversations were happening, which is why, you know, when, let's say when Bitcoin came on my radar, you know, I got it very quickly. But my opinion, as I said earlier, was, you know, I think Bitcoin is cool. This or something like it is the future. I just don't know if the future is now or 20 years from now. My first company as a teenager, I was too early. It took 10 years for broadband to roll out at the rate that everyone needed for YouTube to work. And so I'm a big fan of future ideas, but I also understand how important timing is, that there's, you know, a time and a place when things can work. And so I didn't make Bitcoin a major focus. I was paying attention. I mined Bitcoin early on. But I didn't make Bitcoin like a major priority until 2012. It was one of those things that I, you know, kind of paid attention to. I'd check on from time to time, but I was waiting for, you know, something to happen. I was waiting for it to achieve the momentum that gave me the confidence to stop the other things I was doing. I was building a bunch of other video game companies. I was building specialty lending and financial companies. I was doing a bunch of other stuff. I had 10 other companies that I had started. You know, I was playing around with all sorts of stuff. And so, you know, I was doing a lot of other things. And so, you know, it's like back in 2010 or 11, you know, what were you going to do in Bitcoin? I mean, keep in mind that, you know, Bitcoin, you didn't start seeing real entrepreneurial activity really until 2012, because Bitcoin didn't have a market cap. Remember, if Bitcoin had a market cap of, you know, 10 million, how is it, if all the value of all the Bitcoins in the world is $10 million, how are you going to invest $3 million in building a crypto exchange or a wallet when the total market cap of crypto is 10 million? You can't. So there wasn't anything to do. You know, Bitcoin first had to take off. It's like cart before the horse. You know, Bitcoin had to start actually getting a real momentum before you could just building things.
The price of the infrastructure has to be like fractionally like with the total market, right?
Correct.
Like you can't, yeah, you get this
nothing
shit
to do in the
exchange.
early days other than sit back and pray, you know, that Bitcoin people start to, you know, believe in it.
Sure. And I think I'm starting to understand a bit more about you. Like, and I lived in Tanzania for many years, like when I was 25 years old, right? So I saw M-Pesa from Tanzania to Kenya, all through East Africa, like 12 years ago, right? Like, and I would say that I laugh now sometimes, like people say, oh, like digital money from your cell phone. I'm like, dude, come on. Like, I've seen people in East Africa, which I think other people would look at and say, oh, they're less technically advanced than us at like first glance or whatever their conceptions are, right? And I really try to unwind for people. I'm like, you know, not everything is based on like when you first found it, right? Like, and people in Africa, which I think are, maybe we can get into it later, but whether it's Africa or other countries where I think they've just inherently had distrust of banking systems. They've always had distrust, right? Like the kind of the way they operate, where they have 3 cell phones, 1 SIM card for each service. They get a scratch card from the bus station. They can load it to their phone, right? They pay cash. And they kind of, you know, and I was watching them transfer this value on like Nokia N9 cell phones, right? So I knew it wasn't like a technological barrier, right? It was just a matter of, you know, adoption, people giving a shit.
It was necessity. So when I remember like all my early conversations with people about Bitcoin, you know, it was very interesting. But I'll focus on the negative people. And this would even happen at restaurants. You know, it's 2012, 13, even into like 2014. You know, I'd be at dinner or lunch with some people and we're talking about Bitcoin, and, you know, there'd be some people at the table next door. And, you know, one of the guys at the table next to us would be like, Bitcoin? I know about Bitcoin. And I'm like, huh? And the guy's like, yeah, it's for drugs. It's for this. It's bad. You know, I'm like, you know, because this is someone like just being really aggressive. And it's like, I'm eating a meal with some other people. Mind your business, right? But I would engage them and I'd have a little fun with the conversation. You know, I'd be like, okay. And they're like, tell me why I should want Bitcoin. And I'd say, well, do you have a bank account? You know, and they're like, yeah. I go, do you have a credit card in your pocket that lets you conveniently pay for things? And they're like, yeah. And I go, do you have faith in the system? And they're like, huh? And eventually I'm like, yeah, because you don't need it. But did you know that in South America, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, did you know a majority of the population of the planet don't have those things? You know, have you traveled the world? Do you have a passport? And, you know, all of a sudden they start feeling really sheepish because They're looking at the world from their limited perspective. You know, and they don't realize that people in Africa don't have bank accounts and they don't have credit cards. And the reason why these things took off there is because these things really are helpful in life. You know, if you were redesigning Maslow's hierarchy of needs today, you know, having an internet connection, having financial tools are essential to live any high quality of life today. They are absolutely essential. And so because those systems didn't exist, the people found alternative systems out of necessity. You know, Kenya is the most advanced payment market in the world. China may have surpassed it now because of how well the government has implemented Alipay and WeChat and things of that nature. But prior to China's most recent moves, you know, Kenya was the most advanced payment market in the world, number one.
But by choice, not by force, right? Like where maybe this is like China's application.
Out of need, out of necessity to build a better life for themselves. Whereas in the US, how many people use Apple Pay today? Almost no one, because it's still more convenient. Even though Apple Pay is a better solution than carrying around plastic, we still pull out plastic from our pocket because it's very hard to change human behavior. People don't change their behavior unless you've created a solution that is improving whatever it is they're doing by an order of magnitude. You know, people, you know, don't go make a major change to save 2%. And so, you know, for a long time, I mean, yeah, these are the reasons why people don't get it. And still one of the main reasons why I think mass adoption is not going to happen in America first. It's going to happen in the places where the need is the greatest. Places like Argentina, Latin America, where the economy fails, you know, every 7 years on average. Africa, Southeast Asia, we're starting to see it in the Philippines. You know, you've got, I think, over 5% of the population of the Philippines now using crypto knowingly or unknowingly in some way. And that 5% could very quickly become 10 or 20%. That could happen, you know, in the next year. And so mass adoption is going to likely happen in the places that need it more. As Americans, it's really only it's a speculative, you know, investment, you know, opportunity and a semi-store of value. But in places like Venezuela right now, Bitcoin is like the greatest possible thing you can get your hands on, because the Bolivar is basically worthless and the money drops in value every day. Your goal, if you get paid in Venezuela, is to convert whatever you have as fast as you humanly can, as fast as possible, into anything that might retain its value. Anything.
First off, I agree with like a ton of what you just said, and I want to like we could probably talk about this subject for like the next hour, but like, and I want to pivot off.
Yeah,
but like,
I could go down and you could double click on any of these things, and we could talk for hours about each piece. You know?
Well, and like one of the most interesting things to me is like I always give a good example, like when I looked at Africa, like living there, right? It's like everybody has 3 cell phones, right? Now, one of my favorite descriptions of America is say it's the largest copper mine on planet Earth, right? So there's so many copper wires under America, right? Like this is for the cable lines, the telephone lines, everything, right? So the Comcast, the Xfinities, this was worth trillions of dollars to them, right? But as wireless technology improved, these copper lines laid into the ground started to become more and more worthless, right? So I'd always looked at it and said, okay, like, in countries that like maybe they didn't lay the infrastructure down 40, 50 years ago, right? So they didn't have that like precedent, right? So it's like today people are trying to like destroy the copper wires under the ground. Well, guess what? They probably have 100 lobbyists trying to delay that advancement in, let's just say, wireless technology in America, right? Like there's some guy on the opposite end of the spectrum who is trying to protect the asset under the ground, right? Where you go to another country where maybe adoption was a few decades behind, but while they might have lost, what we might perceive is that they lost a little bit of time at one point. On the flip side is that they actually don't have to battle, right, as many parties to kind of like innovate going into the future, right? So I think I give that example in regards to like copper wires and wireless technologies, where I think you look at.
I describe this as leapfrog, right? The rest of the world gets to look at the state of things today, and they've got the opportunity to leapfrog technologies and implement whatever the most efficient system is of today. And that's why, again, like it's unfortunate, but this is how it works. Incumbent systems prevent progress. And if we want to reimagine the future, right? If we want to reimagine a better world, we have to basically, we have to be able to let go of the past. And we have to be able to take a look at the present and understand what tools are available to us today and implement things in the best way possible. You don't want to keep remodeling the old house. At some point, you have to knock the house down and you have to rebuild from the ground up, or it just continues to be this never-ending Band-Aid.
Well, and I feel like sometimes it doesn't even matter how good you want to get, right? Like, there are such things as lobbyists, right? Like even if you have the best technology, even if you have the best idea, you might still encounter a situation where, like, with no common sense, some human or some entity is sitting there arguing against you, right? Or your principles. And there's no way to calculate out why that is happening other than to say, like, everybody's looking like, this makes zero sense. Okay, well, it probably makes sense to someone's bank account, right? So, hey, all right, I'm going to pivot. Let's pivot off this, because I feel like we could probably get stuck down this rabbit hole for about an hour. So you are 25, you're starting to see Bitcoin on your radar. You see or people are coming to you before you kind of have a reputation for being in digital assets or being innovative in digital assets, whether that was even an asset class or not, or a category, or people understand what it truly was. You see crypto coming along the horizon. What was that trigger point for you? Like, what was that exact moment where you're like, I'm jumping in?
So I've mentioned a few times sort of the critical mass piece. The biggest holdup for me was legality. I was very nervous when first deciding to go into the business publicly, right? I'm like, if I go and get behind Bitcoin in a big way and start building Bitcoin companies, they're going to arrest me or they're going to kill me. And so you're muted.
This is around 2012, or you're thinking of it kind of leading up to 2012?
It's been processing in my mind before that, but as I was kind of like going, okay, I feel like it's time to do this, because I felt that I could move the needle enough that if I wanted Bitcoin to be successful, I was going to have to roll up my sleeves and publicly, get involved. That may or may not have been true, right? But that was what I was thinking at the time. That I thought that my skill sets were needed to get this thing, across the line, and that it needed storytellers, because Satoshi was anonymous, and I didn't think that an anonymous creator, you eventually have to be able to tell the world about something. And so if the creators, were going to stay anonymous, we still had to have a way of getting the story told. And knowing that I'm a decent storyteller, I figured I could be helpful if I chose to be publicly engaged in this ecosystem, that would probably turn a lot of people onto crypto. And I imagine if you went and did a poll with a lot of the early participants and, a lot of the early founders, a lot of them would say they got into this business because of me. And so I saw that as a need, but then I was really scared. I'm like, if I do this, because I was already a high profile person, right? And when the government wants to attack an industry, they crucify, someone high profile. I'm like, oh God, if I do this, they're gonna, I'm the guy that's gonna get crucified. I'm the guy that they will make an example of. And so I was like, wow, am I gonna do this? Am I gonna do this? I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. And I eventually decided that this was important enough to the world that I was willing to die for the cause. That was that. But this is like literally how much vision I had of the potential future around this, is that I had to go through the conscious decision of realizing this could ruin my life and cost me everything, including my life. And so
well, you're still here, so maybe you made the right decision.
Yeah, well, the thing that happened is, I kind of made that decision, and then I spent a lot of time going, well, if I'm going to do it, how will I do it? I'm like, there's got to be a way I can thread this needle. There's got to be a way that I can dot my I's and cross my T's well enough, be lawyered up well enough that I can be that clean operator where I've never done anything wrong. And can I do that? Can I not break any rules? Can I go into an emerging industry like this and play the game so perfectly that I made no mistakes? And that's really hard because there's this concept of 3 felonies a day, right? Everyone is committing crimes not knowing. And so can I do it that well? And so I spent a bunch of time thinking about this, couldn't sleep it for nights and nights and nights and nights. And then I eventually just said, okay, I think I can play the game and I can execute this flawlessly enough that I somehow will survive. But if you were around in 2012, 13, to a lesser extent 2014, this is no joke. I mean, the public perception of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency was that it was really only used by criminals. I mean, if you read any news story back then, the headlines were just all sensational. When you told someone that you're working on crypto, I mean, either no one had ever heard of it or what they had heard was, bad. This industry had a horrible, horrible reputation back then. And to dive into this space, I had a reputation for being, call it a smart young guy that knew how to build business and had vision, and most people were just like, Brock, why are you doing this? They're going to throw you in jail. They're going to kill you if it works. They're like, why would you throw your life away? And that was a regular conversation with, call it, my friends that were more like mentors. Let's call it my elders.
Well, and I know you're right. 2010 is Silk Road, right? This starts picking up. Like Bitcoin kind of gets bound to drugs on the internet, right? Or whatever is going on in the dark web. 2013, you get to Mt. Gox. I've seen it from the university side where I've just literally tried to pour money into schools, right? Like go back years. I mean, there's stories of students, right? Like 19-year-old kids, they just want to form a blockchain organization on campus. And they're getting letters from the school like, we cannot be associated with drug dealers, right? Like, it's one of the most interesting things about this technology. It's like the blockchain or Bitcoin, however you want to look at it, to me, and I've always been in tech, always been a tech nerd, it can't just be a technology, right? Like, it can't just live and be like a tech. It's like, gotta be potentially a legal thing. There's gotta, right? There's like all these other aspects to it, and it's kind of never ended, right? Like, I feel like then you go to the ICO world or whatever, and we'll get into that later, but like, it's very interesting because it's always been this thing. It's like controversy, like surrounds, it's like, it revolves around Bitcoin. So, all right, you're thinking about it, you're successful. People are like, Brock, you're going to lose shit. You're lawyering up. You're like probably hitting up ex-SEC lawyers, like, give me legal opinions. I don't want to get burned on this. It sounds like you make a decision that you'll jump in the water, at least dip your toe in. What is that first action? Like, what is that first step you take?
Well, so the first thing that I did was I got very big into mining, because that was the place where everybody starts, and generally shouldn't. I don't advise anyone to mine, really. It's an important role in the ecosystem. It's a function that is required, but my advice is skip over the mining aspect of crypto. Don't do that as your first thing, because you're normally going to lose money, almost always. But the allure of the idea of buying a machine that prints money, yeah, the idea of buying a machine that prints money is, just so tempting that most people start there. But my advice to everybody is skip that. But I started with mining, and we built up a very big mining operation. We may have been the biggest Bitcoin miner in the world for a little while there. When the first ASICs emerged, which were Avalons. I've got some cool videos and photos of it back in the day. We had 10% of all the batch 1 Avalons. So we had 10% of all the world's ASICs when the first ASICs launched. And so, I mean, that made us obviously a very big player. Then I did a deal with KNC Miner, if you remember them back in the day. And so I ran kncminer.cn. So I managed all the distribution of mining into China. Did a similar deal with like Bitfury. So I was the one teaching the Chinese at the time how Bitcoin mining works and kind of brought that concept to China. And at least one of the people that did that in a big way with my network over there. And then as, call it the mining sort of stuff was continuing to ramp up. And the reason why for that too, is back in the day, you couldn't buy $1 million worth of Bitcoin. In 2012 and even early 2013, there was no way to buy $1 million worth of Bitcoin. You know, anyone that tells you they bought a lot of Bitcoin way back in the day is almost certainly full of it, because you really couldn't. The only way to like put $1 million into Bitcoin back in the day is you kind of had to mine it. You know, Mt. Gox was the only thing, and people weren't sending $1 million to Mt. Gox. You know, people ended up with millions of dollars in Mt. Gox because the price of Bitcoin went up a lot. But there were not people wiring $1 million to Mt. Gox to buy crypto. I imagine the total number of people that did that is, could be counted on one hand. And it's probably, very few people, if any, did it. And so after kind of a lot of major stuff in mining, started building companies in the space, started really focusing on building businesses and call it the beginning of 2013. And so started GoCoin and Blockchain Capital and Blade Payments and a bunch of companies in 2013.
So, and I want to kind of like take people on trajectory for a minute, and then we'll pivot out of here if you don't mind. Like, and just for everybody listening, like for like, and I have no idea how many students are watching right now. I'm gonna just minimum guess like 4,000, right? If we got lucky over the next week, like maybe we're at 10,000, just like on top of other people. Like the other people, if you're a general crypto enthusiast, yeah, you're cool. I mainly want to talk to students. Like I actually want the students to listen to you, like hear how this happened, right? Like, because I think like what I understand every day that I deal with them is just like the generation is coming up behind, right? And like they're gonna go do what you did. There's gonna be another 25-year-old genius Brock Pierce, right? And I want them to like hear these stories, right? Because I think as we get to the point where crypto is now, like there's so many wars, right? That we're like, and I keep finding it, people were to go back in time, there's some things they would change or maybe evolve. But just quickly, like, so you're getting through mining Mastercoin, like when was that? Like, if I'm not mistaken, people consider this the first ICO?
Yeah, so Mastercoin also was in 2013. And so Mastercoin, yeah, was the first ICO. We don't call it an ICO, right? It was a crowdfunding campaign. And the team didn't get any tokens. We got nothing for doing the first ICO. And the reason for that is we were really concerned about the legality of doing a utility token offering when you're the first one ever to do it. And so the main thing that we did to mitigate the legal risk is we got nothing as the team. We got nothing. We released an open source project where there was zero economic benefit to the team. And if we had tokens, we had to buy our tokens at the same terms as everybody else. And we're like, hey, if we didn't earn anything, if we didn't benefit in any way, kind of hard to come after us legally.
It was like when Lyft launched, it was like they're trying to beat Uber, like, oh, we're going to take donations. Like, this isn't actually a car ride that you're paying me for. It's purely a donation based.
Yeah. And so we did something along those lines to mitigate the legal risk. Because, I mean, it was scary. It was scary to pioneer, sort of that market. And clearly, the ICOs have gone on to be, very disruptive to capital formation. Hasn't all worked out yet fully, because there's not enough checks and balances and call it systems of governance in place that ensure that the teams that are doing these token offerings actually deliver on their commitments. But I still believe in the ICO. I still believe in the IEO. I believe in the security token as well. I think I did the first ever security token with BCAP, and which is basically just redoing Mastercoin all over again, but as blockchain capital. Recognizing that not everything needed to be a utility token. The world functions on securities, and the idea of someone actually having ownership and being able to receive royalties and actually contractually having rights to economic participation is not a bad thing, and there's a way to legally do that compliantly. And so I told people for about a year, a little over a year, I kept telling projects where I'm like, no, don't do an ICO. Don't you do a utility token. I think that that's a scam. I don't think that your project is well suited for it. You're really a startup. Offer equity. And we're like, no, but we want, I'm like, no, do a security token. There's this thing and there's a way to do it. And I would explain I did this to dozens of projects. I told them how to do it. But then the greed caused all of them to, some of them made sense as utility tokens, but not all of them. But the idea of being able to raise non-dilutive capital where they basically got to keep all the money was just too tempting, and no one would do the security token when they saw a model which, they didn't have to give anything up for the money. And so I couldn't convince anyone after dozens of attempts to do a security token. So I finally got tired of it and I just did it myself to show people how it's done.
And this is blockchain capital, right?
Yeah, our third fund, it was called BCAP. And so that was the first ever security token.
And blockchain capital is a pretty big fund now, right?
Yeah, we were the first dedicated venture fund to crypto because I was building a new startup every 45 to 60 days. And so I eventually got to the point that I had 12 businesses. And, I'm a decent juggler of business, but, I could only handle so many things at once effectively. And so the only way I could keep doing more was to start a fund. And so I went to a couple of my old investors and partners in IGE, Bart and Brad Stevens, and convinced them to get into crypto. Actually, it started with, I was buying Mt. Gox. And so it's I think late 2012, maybe early 2013. And so I was buying Mt. Gox with my old IGE business. And so IGE was buying Mt. Gox. We were negotiating a deal and Goldman Sachs wouldn't let me buy the company. Well, in the end, so I went to my board and I said, hey guys, I want to buy Mt. Gox. And they're like, Bitcoin? And I'm like, yeah, I think that this is the next business that we should get into. Let me go buy Mt. Gox for the biggest exchange in the space, and we will be the top players in Bitcoin overnight. And the board was just like, are you out of your mind? Bitcoin's illegal, all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, all right, guys, I'm going to send you a bunch of information about Bitcoin and tell you all the reasons why I think we should buy Mt. Gox right now. I'm talking to Mark Kirkpellis. I've got the relationship. He's good to go. We can buy this thing. And they're like, no. I go, let me just give you some information, do your homework, and then let's have a conversation about it in a month. So a month later, we jump on the board call. And I'm like, all right, guys, let's buy Mt. Gox. And they're like, are you crazy? I'm like, did you read the information I sent you? And the whole board was like, no. And so I'm like, it's okay to disagree with me, but you guys consider me the world's expert in this. If I'm telling you that this is something we should seriously look at, the least you can do is actually take the time to read the shit I send you. And they were like, we're Goldman, we can't do that. The Federal Reserve, the government would have problems with us. We can't support Bitcoin. That would be a major issue. And so I called up Bart and Brad Stevens. Brad was on my board. And I said, I understand Goldman's position. I understand the other, institutional perspective. You guys had the hedge fund that was the biggest game investors in the world. You got into this because you played games and became my customers and and you're my friends. I go, the fact that you guys didn't take the time to read up on any of this, I'm really disappointed in you. It's okay to disagree with me, but you didn't do the basic work to even read what I sent you. You're supposed to be my friends. I was hoping that you guys could have backed me up in that board meeting, and you didn't. And they felt so bad after I was giving them a hard time over this, that they decided to take 1 month to do a research project and talk to cryptographers and talk to economists and decide, is there anything to this crazy idea that Brock is supporting of Bitcoin and buying Mt. Gox, which that research project led to them buying Bitcoin, and we started Blockchain Capital.
That's a hell of a story. And look, I want to, first off, everything you're saying is amazing. And again, for everyone listening, pay attention to what Brock Page is telling you. You might think of him as a guy in EOS or whatever project you've heard recently, right? But I think these are and not that that's the one I'm going to pin you to. I'm just timeline wise for people who got into crypto. Yeah, I think these are the stories that actually have built character of people, right? When we look at people why does he care? right? Like, or why is this person have such a strong stance? You know, whether you're a student or a general crypto enthusiast, I think we need to really distill out the noise, right? Like it's not as simple as everything seems, right? Like there's a reason that certain people have had such strong opinions for such a long period of time, right? It's not, at some point, I always find this in my life, when you see somebody like win once, like some haters are gonna be like, luck, or twice luck, okay, you go back 20 years, like you can't call it luck, right? After it's happened 100 times, right? And I think this is something I think people miss in business, or how they analyze people in business. They would rather just like glaze over things than really like dig, than like you just said about, you know, the Goldman conversation, or what kind of led to blockchain capital. You know, I was and I'll kind of pivot for a second, but I want to frame it up a little bit. You know, I've been in Silicon Valley for a long enough time, right? Like I've seen it. Like I've been in like VC offices. Like it always pissed me off. Like I hate VC sometimes. Like, hey, you're in my office. You have 5 minutes, right? And like impress me. I'm like, dude, fuck you. Like the conversation I have to tell you is like not necessarily a 5-minute conversation. Like I could train my entire life to like box that up for you, but like that's not my goal, right? Like sometimes ideas need more time to breathe. They aren't as simple to explain, right? So I would like to pivot past blockchain capital in a second, but I want to hold on this point for a second. I think you and I were talking earlier. I don't know. I think I got 2 hours with Miko Matsumura the other day, and we talked for a while. Like I still have friends who like have funds in SF or whatever, right? And like I touch on them sometimes, and they're like, I don't do blockchain, right? I don't do blockchain. And I kind of laugh, right? Like, do you see this stigma still where like traditional investors or family offices or VCs or angel investors, and I'm sure there's like some stigma from ICO world or whatever, but like, do you still kind of see that where people aren't giving this industry the time of day?
Oh, especially again right now. It goes through phases. Right now, absolutely. We're in another negative cycle. And it's almost a toxic term again. Like I deal with big institutions, and we're in a very negative cycle again right now. You know, where people out of philosophical reasons just refuse to touch it, even though there's now, I think, insurmountable evidence that at least from a blockchain perspective, just as a database architecture perspective, that this thing has merit. Whether you believe in cryptocurrency or not, there's applications for this technology that I think is indisputable. But philosophically, there are just a lot of people that are opposed to what it represents. And
have you seen another technology that like resembles this? Like I look at it, I'm like, it would be like an investor being like, I don't touch SaaS, I don't touch AR, I don't touch like, have you seen anything else like this?
No, I take it back. Yes, like gambling. It's treated like vice.
Gambling, porn, it would be like, it's looked at as like the untoward cycle of life or whatever.
Yeah, and well, because it challenges the status quo. It's anti-establishment. And if you're a member of the establishment, you know, you don't ever want to look like you're on the team supporting anti-establishment, you know, liberty, freedom related causes, right?
And do you think, I mean,
you may lose your position in the world because you're disrupting things.
And I want to pivot, but like, we could probably go now on just this topic, but do you think that there's some elements, like, obviously there was like some fucked up shit that happened in the ICO world, right? So like, are they a little bit credible? Like, and I'm not thinking like the institutional investors, but just like even the smart people I know in Silicon Valley, like there was a little bit where they're like, there's all these ICOs and blah, 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 right? So like.
Well, during that period, they were starting to get excited, mostly envious. And then they were like, maybe I should get into this. And then when that market collapsed, they're like, see, I told you so. So glad I never touched it. It was a scam. You know, you have all that sort of stuff. I mean, the reality is some people just don't get it. And where they sit in the adoption curve, most VCs are not that smart about the future or even technology in general. I view most of them as lemmings. I don't have that much respect for most of the venture industry, which is why I did VCAP as a security token. I was a venture capitalist and I wanted to disrupt my own industry. I wanted to put myself out of business because that sounded like fun.
So next question. So I think we're kind of bringing up this point, like you have a hell of a career. Like at a very young age, you're at a place where almost no one has ever been, right? Like, especially to cross technology, touch the partners you've touched, right? Like, not only do you get the tech side, you get the global perspective of it, right? Like you're dealing in China, you're sitting in rooms with people that are cutting large checks, and you start to understand like how they operate. You're bringing on like key leaders that are kind of helping you run your company. You understand like the art of, making important hires. I'm sure you learned a lot from them during this process, right? Especially at such a young age. I'm sure some of them kind of became mentors in a lot of aspects. You start to kind of understand that what you're good at or what you kind of clung to in digital assets, and maybe it was in games, is starting to expand to this like crypto money world, and now starts to have a name called Bitcoin. It sounds like you are again ahead of the curve in regards to like regulation, right? Whereas like, I feel like not even until later did people really start caring about regulation and understanding the blowback that could come from maybe what they weren't doing today was illegal, but could be illegal later, right? Which I think a lot of governments kind of kept in limbo just to breed uncertainty, which uncertainty tends to breed like inaction, right? So you're in this place. Now you dip your toe in the water, you kind of come in with Mastercoin, you help kind of inspire blockchain capital, which to date I think has really made a name for itself.
Well, it started out in the case of blockchain capital. I just went and grabbed a bunch of my friends because it wasn't really Bart and Brad running it at first. I went to like 20 friends, Bobby Lee, founder of BTCC, Charlie Lee, creator of Litecoin, Matt Rozak of Block, Vinny Lingham of Gift. I went to like 20 people and everybody kicked in $50,000 into my hat. And I said, I'm going to charge no fees, just everyone give me 50 grand. And I'm going to go write little checks into the top 20 companies that happen over the next year. And we're going to create a little Keiretsu, a little bridge where all the founders are going to own a little piece of all the other founders. And we're going to understand that we're all on one team trying to change the world together. And so it didn't really start out as a fund. It started out as basically Brock's hat of building a network for everybody to like be connected to each other.
I'm noticing a trend here, but hey, let me keep this one down. I think you might like it.
Yeah.
So now this is like 2012, right? So can you take me to the next milestone? So it's 2012. Can you take me to like the next point in your mind, like the next time milestone where you're like from 2012 and blockchain capital, whatever. What is the next?
Capital 2013. So I'll just run through a couple of the other high points because I'm not going to go through all of the things that I did that didn't work or the moderately successful things. I'll stick to the high points because there's probably too many stories than we have time for. Because I've done so much more than anything that we're talking about here. This is
this is my job to distill it. So,
because not everything worked out. I mean, RoboCoin was the first ever Bitcoin ATM, and so I handled all of RoboCoin Asia and the distribution of Bitcoin ATMs. And the guy that we hired to be CEO of RoboCoin Asia was CZ, founder of Binance. We gave him his first job in crypto. I mean, these are just like stories that don't even go on my list because they're so not relevant in terms of their significance. But each one of those you could double click on and you're like, oh, that's interesting.
Was a uniform required and a name badge? That's all I want confirmed. Did CZ have to wear, like, I'm imagining like a Best Buy employee or like Geek Squad where like, he's like, hey guys, I'm gonna install the ATM.
Yeah, well, part of the problem was CZ did a great job of lining up sales. RoboCoin did a poor job of delivering us product. And so again, not much of a success story there, but helped bring some really interesting people into the sector. Also, we built all the ATM network for the most part in the United States back in 2013, 14. And so like lots of little stuff, but the big ones that were interesting through, call it the rest of 2013 and 14 was, you know, I guess Mastercoin, where I wasn't like the main founder, Mastercoin, I was one of the main investors and basically the chairman with David Johnston. And so I don't think, I don't think I deserve credit for like having invented the ICO. I was just one of the biggest contributors and supporters that, and helped lead the project kind of, but I wasn't like the principal founder. Obviously I put together blockchain capital. I would, you know, pretty much anyone would say that I was the main founder, right? And then I brought in 2 friends. In the case of Tether, probably the main founder of that as well, where
and just to kind of, again, I want to, my job is to slow this down a little bit because I want everybody to understand it. Like, when does Tether come into play? Like, what year is this?
So this is like early 2014. So what happened is Reeve Collins, who was the founding CEO, and I were friends and working on some other stuff in other industries together. And we met up to have a drink one night, and he's like, Brock, I just got the new CEO, the CEO Party Poker. Jim has just taken over. I've stepped down. They're paying me out. I'm like, he's like so happy and celebrating. He's like, I scored. I started the business and I got bought out basically in a big way before we've even sold anything. I'm like, great, congrats. He's like, Brock, do you have any more good ideas left? I want to do a Bitcoin business with you. I go, good ideas. Those are never ending. He's like, oh, do you have a good one left? I go, yeah, I've got plenty. He's like, what? I go, let's put the US dollar on the blockchain. He's like, what does that mean? I go, don't even worry about it. You don't need to understand what it means yet. I'm just telling you what the next thing, if you want to do this one, you can be CEO. He's like, I literally didn't know how to spell blockchain or Bitcoin at the time. And then I grabbed Craig Sellers, who was the CTO of Mastercoin. And so Craig Sellers, Reeve Collins, and I then put together Tether. So I grabbed my CTO, grabbed Reeve to be CEO, said, okay, this is what we're going to do with this. And then fast forward about a month or two, I find out that Bitfinex, the principals of Bitfinex, are working on a similar idea. And so I called up Michael Casey at the Wall Street Journal. And I said, Michael, you told me that you wanted to be able to tell the Wall Street Journal audience, like, how blockchain can be used. And you told me that you could never think of a good way to simply explain how blockchain could be used to your readers. I said, I think I've got the idea. He's like, what's that? I go, I'm going to put the US dollar on the blockchain so that it has all the same benefits of Bitcoin. I go, is that something simple enough that your audience would understand? He's like, oh my God, yeah. He goes, I go, it's still a secret. This isn't stealth. I go, would you like an exclusive to be able to tell the story? He's like, yes, please. I said, okay, give me a couple of days to come back to you. I'll give you the timeline of when you can announce. I go back to him a couple of days later. And so the Wall Street Journal breaks the story, and we called it Real Coin, which is the original name of the Spanish money in Puerto Rico back in the day. Not real, but real. But people couldn't understand that. And so all of a sudden the Wall Street Journal announces that Brock is building, you know, Tether basically. And so the Bitfinex team, hold on, excuse me. The Bitfinex team freaks out. They're like, oh my God, Brock's feeding us to the market. So I jump on the phone with the Bitfinex guys, who I obviously knew well. And they're like, oh my God, you're doing this too? I go, yeah, and we're first to market. We win. And literally we hadn't written a line of code, one line of code yet. I just got the Wall Street Journal to basically say we won. And so they're like, okay, I go, let's just do this together. Why compete? And so we decided to join forces. My side kept 60% of the company. Their side kept 40% of the business. And that's how Tether was born.
Hell of a story.
And the Wall Street Journal was the key, because that just getting that story out there first just allowed me to lay claim. I put a flag in the ground and said, I own this market.
It took me many years. I think one of your friends is Jeremy Gardner. Through him, I still like Ditto PR company. So shout out to Ditto, Trey. Hopefully good shot. But like, it took me many years in business to realize like how valuable a PR company was, right? Like stories in the press, like these are not altruistic people, right? Like just waiting for their big break, right? Like it is there's a narrative, right? Like either they're going to make it or people are going to feed it to them, right? And right, like
yeah, I know. Casey was, so we started kind of these like crypto Illuminati dinners back in the day with Matt Rozak, the original Bitcoin Supper Club. So everyone that was a CEO or a player in crypto had to come to our dinners at every one of the conferences. I mean, it was the main networking thing. It was the reason people would go to conferences in the early day was for our dinners. And so Casey was at one of the dinners, and he's like, explained to me, he's like, Brock, I need to be able to tell my story, tell my readership of why blockchain matters. And so that one conversation left me knowing that he was waiting for someone to pitch him a good idea. And so if I hadn't known that, I wouldn't have known exactly who to call and what to say to make that happen. It requires being in the right place at the right time to know what the Wall Street Journal was looking for.
Well, and it sounds like it takes a killer instinct and like to have like a badass company when you're 25 years old, where you're having like Donald Trump's future advisor and just like the dude who like invested like you. This is what I'm saying. Like at some point, it's not luck, right? Like at some point, right? Like you could probably give me 1,000 stories, and like you're humble nowadays, right? But like I identify this as smart people, right? Like whether they want to admit it or not, you know what I mean? Like somebody gets lucky once, cool, luck. Twice, less luck, like the odds are getting closer. But like you do it for 10, 15 years or anywhere close to that trajectory, like, it's lessons learned, it's listening to people, it's having connections, it's networking, it is, right? Like reputation is everything. I'm sure if you were an asshole the previous 20 years, right? Like no one would touch you, right? So there's like, anyways, let me pivot this. Ready?
Yeah.
I want to get out of the timeline, but I want to hold on to this point for a second. So let's call it 2012, 2014, maybe we can stretch a year or two longer. You've touched one of the first ICOs. You've touched one of the first tokenized investment funds, which I would just say this is a general investment fund in crypto now. You've touched Tether. And again, for everyone listening, like pay attention right now. Like you use Tether to like hold your stuff on the side, right? Like now you're watching one of the dudes who created it. My question is, we were joking earlier, like I've been on with Craig Wright the last few days of this conference. Like it was pretty interesting. Few hours, Roger Ver, whatever. All of these dudes, I feel like have some kind of like inflection point with the community, right? Like the crypto community, like whatever, like elemental differences they had. Like some people say block size, or like they get in all these like, I don't call them stupid fights, but like they have fights over things. Leading up to 2014 or around there, like it sounds like you were winning, but like what did you see in the community at the time? Like, did you see like wars brewing? What was your place in that? Like, did you feel like you had a place to talk? Did you not care? Did you not see any of this?
I know enough to know that I don't know. And so I've never taken sides. I've always been chain agnostic. The idea that my coin is better than your coin or my chain is better than your chain, I've never gotten into that argument. I've always said that I don't know what the future holds, and so I'm not going to like limit my options. I'm going to stay open-minded and try to be helpful to everyone. Because I viewed that sort of crypto maximalism very similarly to religious fundamentalism, and we've learned over thousands of years that doesn't really work. And so keep an open mind. If anyone succeeds in making the world a better place, we all win. So keep experimenting. You want to fork something? Awesome. Keep forking. And if enough people get behind it, maybe it'll matter. I encourage people to innovate. And so I've never taken sides through any of it, which is why Craig Wright and I get, I think, along. Roger Ver and I are good friends. So I get along with everybody because I don't take sides. I want to see everyone win. And then ultimately through meritocracy, we'll eventually, you win through merit. But I'm not going to, just because you disagree with me or just because you want to do something differently than how I saw it, I'm not going to say you're the enemy. It's like, good luck. Keep innovating. Awesome. Sounds cool. And if it works, awesome, I'll join the bandwagon. And so I've always
So-
maintained that mentality.
So like, and by the way, like I completely subscribe to that, right? Like I feel like it's like why I've been on the phone with all these guys are like, or video all week, right? Like I know a bit about the space. Like I'm very technical. I've been in technology almost my whole life. Like I'm a bit of a ghost, but many people know me, right? But like, I don't care. Like I understand tech, but like I'm not here to like fight with anyone, right? Like I can listen to Craig, right? And then go talk to Roger Ver after because they both have good things to say, right? Like they both have convictions. Like they're both really smart, clearly. Am I going to sit and debate which one is right? Like dedicate my life to it? No, 100%, right? Obviously,
time will tell. Let's just
Yes.
wait and see the results.
Exactly. But before we go past 2014, were you witnessing it? Like, were you watching this go down? Like,
Oh yeah, I've been watching all of the fights. I mean, I was one of the largest Ethereum supporters. We put 500 Bitcoin into the Ethereum crowd sale, so we had 1 million Ether. I think that made us certainly top 5, probably top 3 Ether investor. And so I've been continually supporting, the ecosystem. I've watched all the fights. I've watched most of the projects emerge, and I've been a supporter. From Mastercoin on. I'm a fan of innovation, and so I got elected to the Bitcoin Foundation board. I was made chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation, and the Bitcoin Foundation never took sides. Now, the Bitcoin Foundation has become a lot less relevant as a result of that. One of the mistakes that we made is, well, I wouldn't call it a mistake, is we didn't take sides. When Bitcoin forked, Bitcoin broke into different camps, right? And so there's multiple different Bitcoin camps, and they generally don't like each other. And, as board members, we kind of chose the position of not taking sides because we didn't think it was appropriate for us to give validation to anyone and instead let time sort itself out. And that definitely made us a lot less relevant. I stayed friends with everyone, but because we didn't take a position, our relevancy, was diminished.
it's actually like an interesting thread, and I want to pivot up, but like in the last 2 days, like I just mentioned, like talking to Craig, like ask him, what's one thing you could change? I would have been more vocal during certain times. Just talking to Roger Ver, what's one thing you could change? Oh, well, I wish I identified what I believe to be like some block or like wall of communications, right? Like when I thought there was censorship, I wish I would have identified it sooner, right? So it's actually a trend I've heard the last few days. Like if I ask people to go back, like if you could invent a time machine and go back a few years and like fix something, right? It's almost becoming like what I've heard from everyone is like, it sounds like everyone would have kicked and punched a bit more than they thought. And like, maybe that was because they didn't realize what they had in their hands. Maybe they thought the other side couldn't win as quickly as possible. But, for anyone listening, like what Brock just said, and for any of the other interviews you've just listened to, like notice trends, like listen to these points, right? Like if you're a 20-year-old student, like CS major at some top university, like you're a genius, you have the best idea ever. Well, there's a chance that you can create something really well one day that someone comes in and tries to take from you, and they might try to take it from you in the form of social group, right? Or like some kind of censorship, or right? Like there's many different forms, I think, in which people kind of like reflect back and say like they could control like whatever was going on. But let's pivot. So let's go past 2014. So tell me like the next milestone that sticks out in your brain. Like if you go, is it EOS? Is it?
No, I think creating the first crypto bank. And so in 2014, banking became very apparent as a problem, that crypto companies in the United States could not get bank accounts with disclosing the nature of their business. And I saw that as a systemic risk to the entire industry. Silicon Valley banked Coinbase, Zappo, and Circle. Everybody else was getting bank accounts without really telling the banks the nature of their business, which is technically a felony. And so they didn't know that because they just thought, oh, I'll use my personal account and process payments, but it's actually a crime. And the crypto community didn't realize this. Again, I studied regulation because I was always looking at risks and threats. And so I'm like, well, if the banks won't bank us, why don't I just become a bank? I don't know anything about creating banks and buying banks, but I can figure it out. I've figured out everything else in my life so far. And so I started looking at buying state chartered banks, federally chartered banks. I started looking at credit unions and co-ops and all the things. And it was going to take a lot of money and take a while. And I eventually said, wow, this is hard. But then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, I'm a hacker. What is the back door into the United States? I'm like, oh, what about the US Virgin Islands, Guam, Samoa, Puerto Rico? And so then I got a hold of the most important person in kind of evangelizing stuff happening in Puerto Rico, heard all about kind of the tax stuff. And I'm like, wait, I thank you for sharing all that, but I really wanted to just talk to you about banking. Is there a way to buy or start a bank in Puerto Rico that could bank crypto companies? And he's like, as a matter of fact, there is. When they passed the laws in 2012, they created this thing called the Act 273. Act 273 allows you to create an IFE, which is an international financial entity, which is the equivalent of a bank. And I'm like, wow, has anyone done that before? He's like, no one has actually used this law yet to create a bank. I said, I'm on a plane. And so I jumped on a plane, flew down to Puerto Rico, and started the first crypto bank called Noble Bank. We banked about $3-4 billion of assets within the first year of operating, and became the bank for all the early exchanges.
Wait, what year is this again?
This is 2014 and 15.
Okay, so like we're getting to the end of 2015?
Yeah, now we're into the 2014-15 vintage, yeah.
Got it. So like, that's how Puerto Rico started?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like everybody thinks it's like 27.
That's what brought me to Puerto Rico, was starting a bank.
I never knew that. Like, I never knew that. Now I know. See, I'm learning. I'm the luckiest dude. Like, I've been learning more. I'm like, I don't even care about this conference anymore, guys. Love you all. But like, I've been learning a lot this week. This is one point. So anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So you go there, like, that's you view that in your mind, like in the whole timeline of your experience in crypto, that's like one that sticks out. Like that's a big one.
Well, I mean, anytime you did something first and you pioneered another, call it fundamental core pillar of the ecosystem, I enjoy being the first person to do something successfully. That's, by the way, if you'll notice a trend, this is what, I mentioned earlier, the process of creation is my favorite part. I don't care about really much else. And so I love to create, and I prefer to create things that have never been done before. Eventually, it's kind of boring to do something that's already been done, because more importantly, the world doesn't need it. If someone else has already done the first time of something, it's like, okay, I don't need to go do that. I'm not trying to be a copycat. Other people can, great. I'm not saying ideas are meant to be proprietary. It doesn't interest me. What I get off on, what excites me is like, pioneering industries. Actually building the first pillars of things that will ultimately support the ecosystem's development, which is why you'll see as a common trend, I'm on the front line of kind of innovation over and over and over again, because that's what excites me. That's what I'm always looking for. I'm trying to see the future and go, what's the next big thing that the industry needs in the sequence of its development? And then I try to run ahead of the crowd and go build it first.
All right, so you get to the bank space, and by the way, just for clarification, like who are the customers of this?
Lots of exchanges, but clearly Bitfinex and Tether.
Got it. And this is because they are looking for Western banks, and they can't find it in the States.
Very hard to find a bank that'll take $100 million or $500 million of crypto money. Back then, it was basically impossible.
Got it. All right, so, and we're going to get out of this. Maybe we never will. But like, either way, I love it. Like, so, banks. I feel like I'm just going to like say buzzwords. I'm like, banks, planes, spaceships. Before we get to spaceships, like, so, what's the next thing? Like, what's the next milestone?
I'll fast forward a little bit just to skip over a bunch of the little stuff. In 2016 and 17, my living room kind of became the main place where all the big ICOs and all the things were getting kind of created. Everybody would like come to my house to eventually, sit and kind of pitch, and, people would travel wherever I was in the world. There was this perception that I kind of had the Midas touch, and that if you wanted your project to succeed, I had to kind of bless it. Now that's true, but, people sought my counsel, enough that was the case. And so this company DNA was created. DNA was involved in a lot of things. Block One, the CEO of Block One, Brendan Bloomer, I bought his company at IGE when he turned 18, told him not to go to Stanford. I said, instead, come move to Hong Kong and run my game account division, which he did. And so a lot of the Block One employees, the company's in Hong Kong because it was part of IGE. And a lot of the Block One founding employees were all IGE people, and so we got very involved in the creation of Block One, or EOS. That one was obviously super interesting because that token sale, we designed it to be 1 year, all this sort of stuff, and it took in $4.2 billion, which kind of, in the world of ICOs, stands out as, kind of massive.
It was a big December, right?
That one is absolutely luck. Not the project itself, not Dan Larimer and all these things, but the amount of capital that was taken into that ICO was hitting the market timing at just the perfect moment. And that you can never that you do kind of just have to get a little lucky. We had all
I get, oh wait, hang on. I don't know if I can mute someone on Zoom. I just said before, at some point, you cannot go 100 times and call luck. Now, I haven't heard you say luck on this call yet, so I'll believe you on this. But still, even in luck, I bet you it wasn't all luck.
Oh no! Also too, I mean, if you talk to Crystal, or you talk to any of the people that were around the table in the beginning, I said this thing is going to take in more than $1 billion. And so I wasn't completely wrong. And everyone's like, there's no possible way. I go, this will do over $1 billion. And then I eventually said, this thing's going to do over $2 billion. So I did see that we were going to be the biggest token offering ever done. And I did believe that from the beginning. It just, it beat my expectations, substantially. I wasn't being ambitious or thinking big enough.
So it actually brings me to an interesting point. I've been really lucky. I've been a technologist my entire life. I've created many things, and a lot of times I always hide. I don't really want people to know who I am. Some people do, many my friends do. But I've been really lucky in the crypto space. I think I kind of came late to the game, and I came in with an engineering mentality where when I came in, I was like, fuck it. I'm going to have many developers, and I just actually want to see if this technology is real, right? But I got to meet a lot of people that kind of were in the space, big investors, part of our core founders, our close circle. So I kind of rely on them for their perceptions of all these stories, right? There's a lot of myths and urban legends, I feel of the Brock Pierces of the world, or the Satoshis, or the Craig Wrights, right? And I think I was talking to my founders earlier, one of the things he mentioned to me, so I'll rephrase his question back to you. He kind of told me everything that he could see was that you were the architect. Many people say either you were the architect or you had hands in being the architect. This is not a trick question, but is that something you don't want people to know? Do you feel you maybe take a larger role in certain projects than most people understand? Brock's haha, the wizard. I can already see it coming. But what, are you the architect of stuff and you just let other people take credit for their own sake?
I'm not seeking credit. This is actually a very rare interview, because if you've ever seen my talks, I don't talk about, when I give speeches, about who I am and what I've done.
No, and I'll clarify, and you haven't said it at all. I'm asking the question, right? Like, do you feel like you've been in the background doing more stuff and just you don't seek credit?
Yes, credit is not what I'm seeking at all. I normally try to let everybody else take the credit for things. And I get some credit, right? You know, I mean, people that know, you know, most of what you've just heard here today, if you've been around the business, the people in the know what I do and have been watching it happen for a long time. You know, if you're in the, call it general public, you wouldn't know at all, like what I've done because I'm not out there.
So what are the people in the know, if they were to summarize it in one sentence or two simple sentences, like what would they say? Like, or like, what would your paraphrase of?
Well, I'm just going to repeat what other people would say. So like if you talk to Matt Rozak or many other people, I think their main line of how they would describe me is that I'm the hardest working man in crypto. You know, that would be one of the really common threads, you know, where if you didn't know, you wouldn't realize like I'm a guy that doesn't sleep and I work, you know, it's kind of like the movie Fight Club. You know, I'm working like 18 to 20 hours a day, you know, and all over the world. And like, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, I've had a hand in a lot of things. And for, you know, so I think that that's one of the things is, you know, a lot of people would say that I'm or they would normally say I'm the hardest working guy in the space. I'd say that's not been true the last 2 years, as I said, because philanthropy and other things have, you know, started taking up such a large amount of my time. But, you know, other things, you know, yeah, I mean, don't really want to get too much, you know, now I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. You know, I'm starting to feel like,
No. Now we pivot.
I'm just a little man, you know, playing my part and doing all that I can to help facilitate change. And I believe that the work that we are collectively doing in this space is going to be fundamental to reimagining the world. I truly believe that this is going to be one of the key elements that ushers in a new era for humanity. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve this mission. And I do so with all that I am and all that I have. And I've been prepared to, and I was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice if that's what it took. And I thank God, and I'm just grateful that, you know, things have gone so smooth. And glad that I got to play a part in it. You know, I think when we look back in 10 or 20 years, you know, these conversations, this work is going to be like fundamental to building a better world.
I couldn't agree more. And again, for the thousands of students watching, like from like 100 universities in a row, like I think some of you know a little bit who I am, right? Like, and same thing as what you just said, like even on the university side, like we give a shit, right? And to kind of piggyback off of what you just hit on, like I think we just went 2 hours, and like hope it didn't make you feel uncomfortable. But like,
no, I don't mean that in a negative way. But one other quick point. I was supposed to be on stage for another talk an hour and 10 minutes ago, and they're freaking out. Yeah. The whole event this is live. I'm the last speaker now, and so we need to probably make this the last question so I don't screw up this other event. If you need more time from me, I'd be happy to come back. Happy, you know, to always to support certainly anything related to the students, but I don't want to screw up this other event for these people. So we're going to have to wrap up, I think, after this next question.
Dude, I think we were scheduled for 45 minutes. I think we're passing 2 hours. So like, I can't say anything other than thank you. My last thing is I wanted to kind of get into like how you netted in Puerto Rico. And I really wanted to hear about like what you're doing there, right? Like, how do you see the community there? What are you trying to help on? And like, where should people go? Where should they check out, and how can they add value?
Yeah. So just a couple of things happen. You know, as I said, in 2016, 17, 18, everybody, a lot of people, let's just say, wanted to seek my counsel. You know, there's this perception that, you know, if I, you know, that I just was associated with a lot of success amongst the, call it the inner circles. And I noticed that people would kind of follow me anywhere. You know, everyone's like, Brock, when are you going to be in Europe? When are you going to be in Europe? What city are you going to be in? And people just fly in by the dozens. And it was like, you know, just mobbed everywhere. And so I started realizing that when I'm in London, 50% of the people show up. When I'm in Berlin or Barcelona, 50% of the people show up. When I'm in other cities, it might be 30, 40, 10. And I started seeing conversion rates. And I'm like, wow, if people that are this smart, this successful, doing this interesting stuff, kind of are always willing to go anywhere and everywhere to see me, I'm like, wow, this is interesting. I'm like, this is probably a, you know, I'm curious if I went somewhere where people were like, it would actually make a positive impact and help with, you know, would I be able to be helpful? Could I make the world a better place? And then I'm like, well, you know, because LA, New York, San Francisco, London, Hong Kong, these places don't need me. There's a lot of really talented people there, right? I'm not moving the needle. And I'm like, I wonder where I could go and maybe see if I could bring hundreds of people to move there with me, and where it might actually make the world a better place, or at least help somewhere. And then I quickly like go, oh, it's got to be Puerto Rico. I go, it's in the US, that's easy. The tax benefits will make it easy to encourage, you know, to convince people to come. I'm like, oh, it's got to be Puerto Rico. And then Hurricane Maria hit. And when Hurricane Maria hit, I'm like, well, if my reason for doing this is to help Puerto Rico, they just got hit by a major hurricane. I wasn't planning to do it for another year or two, but I'm like, if my intention is to go help, I guess the time is now. I can't wait. I'm going to have to go. And so I got on a plane and I moved to Puerto Rico before there was reliable power and internet, and started fixing people's roofs. And so fast forward, you know, 2.5 years later, lots of people have moved down here, and doing everything I can to be helpful. You know, our foundation, Integro, Integro in Spanish means integration and integrity. And so the idea is to integrate into the Puerto Rican culture with integrity. You can go to feedpuertorico.org right now if you wish. We're raising money to buy food from farmers to give to families in need because of COVID right now. People haven't been able to work for a couple of months. We just announced $1 million donation in partnership with Binance. We're giving away masks to the Puerto Rican first responders and all the Caribbean sort of islands. We're doing tons of philanthropic stuff. We support 37 grassroots organizations. Also, I mean, I could go on and on and on. So we're doing crazy amounts of stuff around philanthropy. And I'd never really done this in my life before. I've always given money to charity, but I've never rolled up my sleeves and built a charitable organization. And it's really good to have hands-on experience in understanding all the issues. Like, I'm understanding what people need and how to help people, because I care a great deal about it. The thing that makes me happiest at this point in my life is helping others. Nothing brings me more joy. I don't measure my success in life by the money that I make or even the cool projects I can create anymore. I measure my success by the positive impact I have in the world. I measure my success that way, which is why I say a billionaire isn't someone with $1 billion. A billionaire is someone that's positively impacting the lives of 1 billion people. I view life like a game, and I measure my success by the positive impact. And so I'm also like looking at funding startups in Puerto Rico and helping university students and throwing hackathons and figuring out how to solve food supply issues. I'm looking at what I consider to be the biggest problems in the world beyond just crypto and blockchain, and saying, how can I learn to solve the biggest problems that we face as a species? How can we build a better world? And so I've just kind of moved a little bit beyond the stuff that we're doing with blockchain, and I'm doing it on an island with 3 million people because this is like university for me. I'm learning how to do this stuff so that I can try to do it on a global scale next. And blockchain is a tool in making this happen, but now I'm trying to learn how to like make the biggest positive impact on the earth I possibly can. I know when I meet my maker, I'm going to be able to stand before God, whatever your beliefs are, and be like, I did everything I could with the time that I've been given.
I cannot complain to that. I would say I subscribe to the same method, right? Like, we're probably lucky. Not everybody is lucky.
I feel very blessed.
Yeah. And a lot of people can talk a big game, less can actually execute on it, right? Like, real quick, Calibra or Vieques?
Culebra, if you're coming, it would be my first choice. Vieques is also beautiful, but Culebra has just got kind of, I think, I haven't spent enough time in Vieques, to be honest. Culebra is like my go-to. I want to go spend more time in Vieques, but Puerto Rico is like the most underappreciated part of the United States. It's as amazing as Hawaii. It's incredible. Come down here. It's paradise, all this sort of stuff. And if you make it, you've got the time, go to like the deeper part of Puerto Rico, which is going to the islands of Culebra and Vieques. I highly encourage everyone to come down here. If you come down here, come check out Crypto Mondays. That's the next talk I have to go to right now. You come down here. I'm happy to connect with everyone in the space. Please visit me in Puerto Rico. I look forward to being your personal guides and showing you around and showing you all the reasons why people should be here and how you can help.
You got to run. So tell any student, 19, 20, 21-year-old, thinking about their career, how they want to get into blockchain, how they want to enter it. Like, what advice would you give to them before you got to run? And thank you again for making the time.
Yeah. So, the last piece of advice is just have faith in yourself. Don't have doubt. Don't question yourself. You don't know very much. You might not know all the things you need to know. You just put the left foot in front of the right and the right in front of the left, and you just start moving forward. That might be buying your first $10 in cryptocurrencies. It might be reading some white papers. It might be just making a game out of following stuff. What you focus on expands. And so if this is something of interest to you and this is something that you're feeling you're called to, just take the first step. That's how it starts. That's how I've accomplished everything I've done in my life, is by just believing in myself and believing that I can do things. And guess what? It's going to work sometimes. And if it doesn't, you learn wonderful things along the way anyway. And so thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the opportunity to share all of this information with you. Look forward to the next time. Reimagine 2020. Reimagine 2020. Reimagine that better world. Teamwork makes this collective dream work. Thank you so much. God bless.
Brock, thank you very much. If you got to run, don't worry about me. I'm just going to sign off to everybody. And for everybody listening, that is a really interesting conversation, right? Like, you could say first ICO. You could say first, digital asset gaming company. You could say part of one of the first tokenized funds. You could say Tether. You could say EOS, right? Like, at what point do you say, like, how did this guy do everything, right? Like, probably didn't do it alone. And I think if you just heard him, like, he knows he didn't do it alone, right? Like, he had a lot of people help out, yeah? So, again, we have a lot of talks going on. We're going 72 hours live, right? Like, that is a good one. Go listen to it. Patrick McLean, host, Reimagine 2020. Let's go kill it, guys. Let's keep it going.
Stay tuned to learn more about the state of blockchain education at major universities all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
Hey, what's up? We're just Lucas from San Francisco, California. We're hosting a special DJ set for Reimagine 2020. We have our first guest, Paul Hemming, and later on, you guys are going to have Nikki and Mel from Lux Entertainment. Enjoy the show.
Smoking this, drinking that, getting it hoes.
my ladies, let's get high. High. Let's get high. Come on, let's get high.
What? I'm a hustler, bitch.
Smoking this, drinking that, hitting it hard.
Get the loot, get the ice, fuck the white, no doubt.
Let's get high.
Understood. Wait till you see what I'm gonna do with you and that butt. Coming out the shower and I know you smelling good. Come and spend the night with me, you know that you should. Feeling right, he's feeling good. Let's make things understood. Wait till you see what I'm gonna do with you and that butt. Coming out the shower and I know you smelling good. Come and spend the night with me, you know that you should. Feeling right, he's feeling good. Let's make things understood.
Dr. Spadeso, and I am here to help you dance. Help you dance, 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 help you dance. hope you dance.
What's your name?
Baby dancing like
dancing like a freak. Baby dancing like a freak. Now I'm tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Now I'm tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Baby dancing like a freak. Now I'm tweaking when you speak. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Really cool because tonight we get to experiment and we get to play a nice long set. We don't have set times, it's whoever's feeling the music jumps on. A lot of back-to-back action, so it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be playing a lot of different kind of styles of music. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, you know, tech house kind of thing.
thanks for watching. Just finished ball hamming in Temple SF. We all Temple